quick that obviously we've got a full schedule. Thanks, Council, for arranging for these conversations. And the first of which we have a guest speaker as well as our own staff presenting. And roundabouts are something we have a few of, but we're going to have a few more coming. So we wanted to make sure everyone understood how these are working, and we're not alone in this effort. So I'll turn it over to John Davis, our traffic engineer.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Again, my name is John Davis, City Traffic Engineer. This morning we're going to talk about the topic of roundabouts, and really we're bringing this forward to you for really three reasons. The first is that over the next 3 to 4 years, we're going to be seeing some roundabouts being built. Really, the first modern roundabouts within the city limits on Broadway and also on East Army Post Road. The nature of roundabouts is that they help with mobility as well as safety and sustainability, which are in line with our Transportation Master Plan, MOVE DSM, which really the crux of that is a complete streets program that helps to promote safety and mobility. Additionally, we have in the early stages, as you well know, a citywide transportation safety action plan that is being developed, aligning it with the Vision Zero principles as well as what's called a safe systems approach. Again, to promote safety, sustainability, as well as mobility. Those are some of that's as a next step to our master plan. Back in March of this year, staff participated in a virtual conference of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is a community of transportation professionals, not only engineers, but also planners, data scientists, and others that are interested in the transportation industry. During that plenary session that opened that conference was a presentation on roundabouts. The overall theme of the conference was innovations in transportation. As part of that opening plenary session, Mayor James Brainerd from Carmel, Indiana, was featured as a speaker along with his city engineer. I observed that those remarks and felt that they would be appropriate to share with you as we embark on developing and installing more roundabouts in our community, to learn from the almost 25 years of experience that the city of Carmel has had in changing out their intersections to now having almost 140, or really I believe over 140 roundabouts in their community. We have a clip first from the spring conference, from the remarks, so that you can actually see Mayor Brainerd. And then we have him on the line, and we'll bring him in for a discussion with you as well as with staff on the experiences that Carmel's had over the last 25 years or so. So with that, I'll bring in the clip, and then we'll bring in Mayor Brainerd.
So we were looking at transportation seminars, transportation systems a number of years ago when I first became mayor, and we looked at how the U.S. had been working, and building since World War II, and we first got over 25% car ownership. And so we thought there must be a better way. People spend so much time, especially commuters, the edge cities on the edge of our major metros where we don't have grid systems, are spending so much time in traffic each day. We also looked at safety rates and asked a lot of questions. So I went to one of our consulting engineers and asked him to take a look at roundabouts, which I had seen in England at one point. And we did some research and determined that we thought they were much safer. We have now built 141 roundabouts in our city, more than any other city in North America, and I believe more than most places in the world. There may be one city in England that has a few more. We're down to 10, 12 stoplights, and some of those are coming out soon as our summer construction season starts. I think you might find interesting our fatality statistic. On a per capita basis, we've been averaging the last 5 years, our trailing average about 1.9 fatalities a year. The U.S. average is 11 per 100,000 per year. In Indianapolis, which we share a street with, same drivers, same weather, they're right at the national average of 11 per 100,000 per year. We have two other communities in Indiana. One is as high as 20 per 100,000. One's almost 30 per 100,000. We also know that injuries are reduced by 70 to 80% in roundabouts versus traffic lights. Well, of course, we know, and I think probably most of you know, it's about speed. Human error rate, as long as humans are driving cars, we'll continue to have accidents and crashes. However, the question is, what type of crash are we going to get, and what's the damage from that crash? No one in this room's ever sped up to go through a yellow light, correct? We all have, and we all know we have, and maybe red sometimes, or pink, and even a green light. People involuntarily speed up to get there before it turns yellow or red. So intersections become dangerous places, and of course at a roundabout we eliminate left-hand turns, which are the most dangerous movement. Cost becomes important because local governments never have enough money to do everything they'd like to do. And so we know that a cost of a stoplight installed with turn lanes, depending on whether it's in a hurricane prone area or somewhere else like Carmel, where we don't have hurricanes, and is at least $400,000 per intersection. Now, if we're taking out a stoplight and putting in a roundabout, that's a lot of additional cost. But if we have a stop sign, four-way, two-way stop, and are installing a better intersection, we know that that intersection will be a lot less if we use a roundabout. We also know that there's a charge for electricity, depending, the amount depends on where we live, but a substantial amount, even with LEDs, those big strong lights that run 24/7, draw a lot of electricity. We also know that when there's an electrical storm, we don't have to send a police officer there to direct traffic. The roundabout continues to work. But here's, I think, the most important cost savings. So many times, somebody like me, non-engineer, but a mayor or a city council member or a city manager in some states, gets a call. Congestion is terrible. You've got to do something. And so the city engineer then gets a call, or the consulting engineer gets a call. What do we do? And the traditional answer has been, well, let's increase lane capacity between all the stoplights. That way we'll be able to get more people through the intersection. I've always maintained that it's not about lane capacity, but about intersection capacity. If, a lane of highway, our costs are at least $4 to $5 million a lane. $10 to $12 million, we're building a road from scratch with a storm sewer system and paths on the side and lighting and so on. But then if we just take that 2-lane road and make it a 4-lane road, we're probably increasing the cost $4 to $5 million in today's dollars. And if we do that between every stoplight, every quarter mile or half mile or a mile, whatever it is, some substantial cost for municipal governments, and we have to maintain all that lane mileage. But if we focus on intersection capacity, not lane capacity, we don't have that expense. Guess what? Roundabouts, we find, move about 50% more cars per hour. We're actually taking one road in the center of our city, the 5-lane road with a center turn lane, suicide lane, some may call it, putting in a green median, moving the sidewalks out in some cases, adding bike lanes, 1 lane in each direction. But we've observed that trip times do not increase. Because we took out the stoplights and installed roundabouts, traffic moves at about the same speed it did. We have a much more attractive street, a safer street, and less asphalt and less cost. There's also an environmental benefit. Cars sitting at lights spew lots of emissions. New York Times just gave us a front page article on November 21st, the Sunday before Thanksgiving last year, read by 55 million people. But the main point of the article was the tons of carbon that are saved. We all remember physics class in high school. I don't remember it with fondness, but I do remember it. And I remember learning that a car or any heavy object that goes from 0 to 15 miles per hour uses a lot more energy than it takes once you have momentum and going from 15 to 30 miles an hour. So when a car is stopped at a traffic light, and at least half the cars are stopped half the time in most scenarios, it's just sitting there burning fossil fuels. And then when it starts up, there's a tremendous amount of energy used. At the roundabouts, theoretically, and most of the time, there may be some stopping during peak hours, but most of the time, you're going to just slow down and go through, and you won't slow to more than 12 to 20 miles per hour to go through that roundabout. So there's a tremendous savings there as well. One of the keys that we've found, though, is you have to do lots of public education. All the points I've summarized here today have to be reiterated over and over to the public, because change is hard for the average human. We constantly, we do it in printed city newsletters. We do it in digital forum. We do it at neighborhood meetings. We try to, what the journalists call evergreen articles, and they want to go on vacation over the holidays or school break. They need articles to put in the paper. And so we said, well, you can always do a roundabout safety article, why we build roundabouts, how to drive through roundabouts. So we're constantly working on that public education. I want to mention one more thing back to safety, and that is pedestrian safety. Many times the perception is that pedestrians are more at risk in a roundabout, or the disabled are more at risk. And I take issue with this based on data. First of all, you only have to look one way when you cross the roundabout, and you have a place of refuge with that small triangular island between the two lanes. Then you stop, look the other way. But the real key is that if somebody's hit by a moving vehicle at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, their chances of surviving are very slim. If they're hit by a vehicle at 15 to 20 miles per hour, they may be hurt, but they're going to be okay. They're going to live. And it's all about when that accident occurs, what the damage is. We all think that I think there's a false sense of safety, as we know from the recent data in big cities across the world during the pandemic that's had this huge increase in pedestrian deaths, many of them at stoplight controlled intersections. When error occurs at high speeds, the result's very bad. When an error occurs at slow speeds, the result is not nearly as bad, and that's what the roundabouts do with their traffic calming capability. I've talked enough. I'll turn it over to my co-panelist.
So this time I'd like to bring into the conversation Mayor James Ranner from Carmel, Indiana. I would like to first thank the mayor for joining us. I believe he's on personal time. He's traveling. I'm not sure exactly what time zone he's in, but he was gracious enough to find time in his schedule for this morning to join us to discuss some of the experiences and answer any of your questions that you might have about roundabouts. And his staff is also here to answer any questions you might have at this time. So I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Good morning. I wish I could be with you in person. I have enjoyed a close and good relationship with your mayor for many years, as we serve on the board of the U.S. Council of Mayors together and have visited Des Moines. And I'm thrilled that you are spending time thinking about roundabouts and safety issues. I think it's one of the things that governments can really, local governments can improve so much on the quality of lives if we can make our intersections and driving experience and pedestrian experience safer and more efficient. And so listening to that clip, it's always interesting to listen to yourself, but since that was made this spring, we've opened 4 more roundabouts, one as recently as last week. and we have 2 more that should open before the winter weather sets in, and we have to stop construction. So by the end of October, we should be early November, we should have about 146 roundabouts in our city. One of the points I didn't make in that clip that I should, it's hard when a city first starts because you still have existing stoplights, and stoplights release all the cars at once. Then they come to the roundabout, sort of like an ocean wave. It hits and then it dissipates. So we found, as we started our roundabout program in Carmel years ago, if we took a corridor and did several intersections in a row and made that one corridor work better, then we'd move to a different corridor as opposed to, of course, we were taking an eye at a very close look at where the most injury accidents were, too, as we prioritized our money. But we'd also try to do a whole corridor at one time because the improvements were dramatic in that case. But mixing up stoplights and roundabouts, it's better, but it doesn't work quite as well as if you do several in a row. But maybe you've heard enough of me. Ask questions or comments, and perhaps I can help you from our experience.
All right, Mayor Brainerd, it's good to hear your voice, and thank you for all your comments, and certainly Carmel is...
there you go.
Thank you. I didn't want anybody to get it mistaken for that other place. But I have had a chance to experience your city, and I think you have done a great job with those roundabouts, and your city is one that functions well with them. But with that, let's open it up and see if anybody has any questions. It looks like Carl does. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Thank you. I shared with all council members the New York Times article last November, and I think, let's see, you're about 102,000 population, is that correct?
Roughly, yes. Maybe 1,000 more by now, but yeah.
Yeah, so about half the size of Des Moines. I'm curious, the first roundabouts that were scheduled to build in Des Moines are in new areas. And tell me about retrofitting roundabouts on existing streets where I guess the question would be the real estate to add a roundabout. Does it take up a lot more of an intersection than the streets that we're used to seeing?
That's a really good question, and it impacts price, and of course, the homeowners or business owners on those corners. So yes, it does take up slightly more land generally than a signalized intersection. We say usually 5 to 8%. So not a lot. But what we get, the advantage of a roundabout over the stoplight in that situation, let's say we have 3 corners with buildings on them and 1 corner with a big parking lot or not a building. The roundabout has more flexibility as to where you place it in a stoplight because of the sight lines that are required for a stoplight. Pretty much has to be right in the center of those 2 roads. A roundabout can actually be, to a certain extent, shoved off in one of the corners or 2 sides if there's buildings on the other side or land's not available. So there's more flexibility with the roundabout than a stoplight. Of course, it depends on land costs and underground utilities, which have to be moved in either situation. We see about 5 to 8% more cost in asphalt in concrete. In other words, the square feet that we pave with a roundabout, or but yeah, I think there's it takes slightly more room, but greater flexibility too, which can hold down your land acquisition cost.
Indira?
Hi, Mayor Brainerd. Really excited to have you here talking to us about this. I had a couple questions, mostly about, my first one is about roundabouts and pedestrian crossings, and you talked about that a little
Sure.
bit. I was just kind of wondering, like, where the crosswalks go, and like you talked about, cars are going slower and there's a refuge island, and so the fatality numbers were really impressive. However, I'm just wondering, pedestrians are used to crossing while cars are completely stopped, and in this case, they wouldn't be. And can you talk a little bit about how that changes pedestrians' ability to know when to cross and how to cross and things like that?
Well, thank you. That's again a question I get a lot from my own constituents and others, and it's a really good question. I think I'll start. I laugh at myself. I spent a large portion of my life trying to explain to people the difference between rotaries, traffic circles, and modern roundabouts. John Davis used the term, I think it was John, used the term modern roundabouts. And let me tell you a story about the first consulting engineer I spoke to in January 1996, my first month on the job. And I should mention, too, that the elected mayors in Indiana are, in essence, city managers. We don't have a city manager system like you do. So that's really my role, in addition to all the political things that the mayor's expected to do. And so I was in a meeting with one of the go-to consulting engineers who's since become a great and dear friend, and is one of the experts in the country now in roundabouts, 27 years later. But he looked at me and said, I will not put my professional stamp on a roundabout plan. They're taking them out up in New England because they're dangerous. And, I was a history major and a lawyer, so I didn't know better. But I had seen them work when I was in grad school in England many years earlier. So it was, cold winter Saturday. I didn't have anything to do, and I drove up to the Purdue, Indiana's engineering college, big public engineering college, is Purdue University. It's about an hour and a half away. So I drove up there one Saturday, found the library, and found some articles distinguishing the difference between roundabouts and traffic circles and rotaries. And the differences are basically the rotaries and traffic circles are much bigger. We think of Chevy Chase, going around and around, or we think of DuPont Circle, or in Washington, or Columbus Circle in New York City. Those are not modern roundabouts. They're big, old-fashioned traffic circles, and they are more dangerous, particularly for pedestrians, because speeds are higher. There are always many, many lanes. I think the Arc de Triomphe in Paris is 8 lanes or 9 lanes, some crazy thing. And they had to build an underground walkway to get into the center to see the arch. It was so dangerous. So when you think about pedestrians and modern roundabouts, it's important, I think, for the public not to confuse roundabouts with rotaries or traffic circles. And we have a lot of those in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic states in this country. And we have, we're a suburb on the edge of a big metro area, and we have a lot of people moving from other places. And I've had to spend a lot of time talking about the differences. Because those rotaries, the consulting engineer was correct. Those rotaries are more dangerous, and New Jersey and other states are gradually taking them out, and sometimes replacing them with modern roundabouts, much smaller. So we're also a city that was mainly 25 years ago. Sorry about that, my Ring doorbell. Somebody's at my house 2,000 miles away. But what we found, so what we did, we entered in a series of public-private partnerships to build a very traditional downtown, and it put roundabouts in this heavily pedestrianized area where we have a lot of mixed-use 5-story buildings. And some of the national, Jeff Speck, for instance, initially we're working with, you may be familiar with this. He wrote the book Suburban Nation, Rise of Sprawl and Define the American Dream, and Walkable City. He's a friend who was initially critical of putting these in urban areas. But it's turned out just fine. We've had to modify them somewhat. So we'll use raised crosswalks as opposed to just level crosswalks, again, to slow down traffic. And the crosswalk in a modern roundabout always goes in about 1 car length behind the yield bar. So as you enter the roundabout, instead of a stop bar, there's a yield bar, the triangular painted symbol on the road. And there's a sign, of course, under standard federal DOT standards, so that they're consistent from state to state. There's a sign that says yield. And then about 1 car length back is the crosswalk. And you walk to that refuge island, look the other way, and walk across the other traffic coming from the opposite direction. But because people are going slower, cars stop. Everybody's on high alert because it is a bit different. My theory on the crosswalks is that there's a tremendously false sense of safety in a crosswalk. If people don't train themselves to look to make sure everybody's actually stopped as a pedestrian, there can be a tragedy. And it's not common, but, what's the error rate? 1%, 0.1%. But when that happens, and a car going 30, 40, 50 miles an hour hits somebody in a crosswalk that thought they were safe, it's not a good situation. But generally, there's going to be a fatality. We don't get that sort. We have some, angry people sometimes upset with the car's driver or the truck driver or the pedestrian stepping out, but rarely do we have any sort of collision, and when we do, it's generally minor and people are not seriously injured. But that's very rare. We find the raised crosswalks that slow down a bit like a speed bump, but not as violent as a speed bump, right before you get to the roundabouts are very helpful in a pedestrian area. And we also have occasionally installed a blinking signal that can be activated by a pedestrian that isn't a red light, but a blinking yellow signal telling people to be careful, and it flashes. And we've used those in our pedestrian areas as well. So hopefully that's helpful to your question. But our data is really good. We have fewer pedestrian accidents in our roundabout crossings than the national average of pedestrian accidents at stoplight crosswalks.
That is very helpful. Thank you. I can also see you were talking about eliminating left-hand turns, and I can see how that would also eliminate the issue of right-hand turns and not checking for pedestrians or right-hand turns, because everything would be essentially the same as you enter the intersection.
I was at a stoplight crossing as a pedestrian yesterday, and had one of the buttons to push, and people were thinking that wasn't working and stepping out, and the left-hand turns are trying to take place. They stepped out too early, and I'm thinking, this is a disaster just waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jim, we've got a few more questions, so Indira, if you've got a quick one, then I'm going to go to Linda.
My second question was just about communicating with residents. You talked about reiterating your talking points. Have you run into a lot of issues? Because I don't know, I won't say we've all seen, but I've definitely seen, videos of people misusing roundabouts that have gone into cities. And I was wondering how much you ran into issues of communicating with residents about how to use roundabouts, or if you found that your methods of reiterating them in multiple media outlets was enough.
I see people misusing roundabouts in Carmel every single day of the year. The difference is we don't have tragic accidents because of it, because of the slow speeds. There's definitely a learning curve for drivers. especially in our case, out-of-town drivers. We're an employment center in the Indianapolis Metro. I just saw a study yesterday that the police department had done that 70% of our drivers in the daytime are from out of town, and so that creates problems, particularly if people aren't familiar with the roundabouts. Our local residents love them and like them. At this point, I couldn't take one out if I wanted to. The only questions I get: when can I get my stoplight replaced? You know, and their stoplight is the one nearest their house or their business, of course. We use multiple, you know, we started this in the early 90s, so we weren't using social media much, but we had a city newsletter, a print, and we still have it. It also goes out virtual, or it goes out as an email as well today, and so we put a lot of information there. We had our city TV channel. As I mentioned in the clip that you were showing in the beginning, we work with the reporters. They're always after, if you're in the position of working with the reporters, you know, they're getting ready to go on vacation and they have to find articles to cover it, or over Christmas they want to be with their family and they still have to publish paper or still have to have a TV news broadcast. And so we try to suggest do a roundabout safety. Get it in the can, have it there in advance, because it's not really dated news, it's just news. And so we constantly do it. We have a lot of new people, of course, moving as our city has grown. A lot of new people have moved there. So we have to do a lot of PR, and we're happy to share a lot of our written materials and other materials. It's very easy to change the city name, and if we can be helpful, we've already developed dozens of print pieces and videos and other things that could be used. The first year, we didn't have much of a budget back in. The city was $25,000 when I took over in 1996, and we were building our first roundabout in 97. And I actually pulled some videos from the UK about safety and roundabouts, and checked, and they gave us permission to use them. We ran them on our government TV channel. Of course, we had to put a little disclaimer along the bottom that, you know, everything's backwards, but the principles were still the same. So we pulled from Colorado had a couple roundabouts off I-70 at the ski resorts in Bayonne and Beaver Creek, and they had a video too that showed how to use them, and we used that one even though it didn't say Carmel. People found it interesting, I think, to watch those and helpful.
Thank you.
All right, Josh.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for joining us. I thought it was really interesting, your recommendation when we think about corridors, that it works better to make changes throughout the corridor rather than just one intersection at a time. And I'm curious what other sort of policy recommendations or policies that you've implemented. For example, I assume that any new intersection, the default in your city is at this point a roundabout rather than a signalized intersection, and that you've formalized that as policy. Are there other policies that you would recommend that we look at that would be helpful as we're sort of going forward with this and looking at how we can effectively transition?
Well, you have that great sculpture park, Frank showed me downtown, but we have. Well, let me step back for a minute before I talk about public art and roundabouts. But we a lot of people say, well, you put a big flower urn in the middle, or you build up the middle of the roundabout, or put a piece of sculpture I can't see across. And I look at that person and kind of smile. So we did that for you because you're not supposed to look across the roundabout. You're only supposed to look to the left, to the gap, just as when you get on the interstate. And people in the Midwest generally are nice people, and they see somebody coming from across the roundabout, and they sit there and wait, to the great frustration of the person behind that car waiting to get into the roundabout too, or several cars. We want them to flow well, and building up the middles tends to be a way to do that, because it, without people realizing it forces them to look to the left of the gap, which is what you're supposed to do, not wait until the entire circle is clear of cars, because then they don't function very well. So one of the things we've done, in about 10% of our roundabouts, is fairly expensive public art. beautiful light sculptures. You can see at night as well as the daytime. We've got one near school that's a big rock and paper and scissors. We've got some pop art showing sports themes near some of our kids' athletic fields. Our economic development has been based around the arts for the most part, though, and we have a big concert hall in our downtown area. And so Hoagie Carmichael that wrote Stardust is from Indiana, or was from Indiana, and we did a big sculpture of a gramophone with the stars coming out of the gramophone. It's about 45 feet high. And what we find in the public, too, is that it helps them get excited about the Roundabout program because they can be involved in looking at the art that's being proposed for what I hear over and over at my roundabout, which I love to hear that ownership from people that may live near one. And it's a great way to involve the public and really, I think, enhance your public art program. And we've made that some of our policy, too, that we're going to have. And then the roundabouts that we don't want to spend $300,000 or $400,000 for public art or can't afford to, we'll spend, we irrigate the centers and the sides of our roundabouts. We're in a similar climate to you, I think, and it can get pretty dry in the summer. And we want them to look nice. And there's a cost, but you want to do that at the time you build the roundabout. And we put big flower urns, sometimes serpentined low fences on a small mound of 2 or 3 feet. And the roundabouts become focal points and really help enhance property values in the area and look so much better than a stoplight with all the wires and the hanging posts and so on. But you know, you're like, you have a beautiful river. We don't. We have no mountains, no oceans and rivers, and as I say, lousy weather half the time. And we're just like Paris, with the exception of the river, and they did just fine on building a beautiful city. And I think we need to make our city beautiful. We spend so much money on roads. We tend to spend a little bit extra to make those roads beautiful. Tree canopies, boulevards with trees down the middle to get that canopy started. Lots of flowers and landscaping at the intersection, and then, you know, highly traveled, certain in our downtown area and neighborhoods as well. We focus on public art and percentage of the roundabouts. So those are just some things to think about, I think, as you embark on building more.
Josh, did that? Okay. Joe.
But real quick, just a quick question, Mayor. Thanks for joining us. What you talked about the modern roundabout size. What is the average size that you do? Because I know we've had instances where we've had very small ones that we've had to remove, and then you talked about some that are too big. So what is the modern roundabout size?
Well, you're going to have generally. My engineer could tell you exactly. I think about 175 feet from outside curb to outside curb. But it depends whether it's a 1-lane or a 2-lane roundabout. We also have some what we call peanut-shaped roundabouts. They're roundabout interchanges as well. And, of course, those have a teardrop design and are very different. But they take up a lot less land because you don't have to have the queue between the 2 stoplights you get off the interstate or the main road. We have about 14 of those roundabout interchanges in our city. Those have worked very well, too. John can pull up some pictures of Keystone Parkway in Carmel. You can see what I'm talking about. They're all over. You just have to Google it. Lots of pictures. So there are different sizes, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The ones that work the best are the smaller ones, 1 lane in a circle. We have a lot of 2-lane roundabouts, and we have standards. Our city engineers can help you and our consulting engineers figure out what size works the best in our experience. But it's based on the amount of projected traffic for a roundabout per hour. Traditionally you look at volumes per day, I think, in the traffic engineering field. But we found with roundabouts, it's really important to look at them on an hourly basis. And once you get over so many cars per hour, it needs to be 2 lanes, not 1 lane. Sometimes we put in what are called slip lanes. And so let's say there's a roundabout, it's 1 lane. We don't really want to make it a 2-lane roundabout, but at rush hour, coming from one direction, there's heavy traffic. And so we have a lane where cars that want to turn right in that busy period don't even have to enter the roundabout. They can go into that slip lane and then yield as they go into the next street without having to enter the roundabout. And that increases the capacity of the roundabout without having to make it a 2-lane or a 3-lane roundabout. Definitely want to avoid 3-lane roundabouts. I think if you can, use slip lanes. And we've done that successfully in several of our projects.
Thank you.
But 12-foot lanes, one other thing you want to pay attention to, people miss. And so we always do about 10 to 12, maybe even 15 feet of hard pavement above a road curb in the center. We also passed an ordinance, a local ordinance, which I eventually got into state law, saying a semi or a bus or a vehicle of a certain length can use 2 lanes in a 2-lane roundabout because they need to. Those big vehicles need to use both lanes. And they were worried the truckers were worried from a liability standpoint. If there was an accident, they'd be at fault because they were straddling 2 lanes. So we said that you've got to, as a car driver, you have to give way to the longer vehicles, let them have the entire roundabout, stay behind them, and they're allowed to use 2 lanes without violating the law.
Okay. Jim, thank you. We've got another question. I think maybe this one's for staff. Linda?
The staff question was messaging for the mayor. I know that one of our first roundabouts, 30 Broadway, when Polk County does their road work, Moines in their.
There must not be a mic working. I was unable to hear the question. If someone could repeat it, please.
Oh, my question.
It's for staff.
It's really directed to staff.
I think, council member, from our perspective, we're taking the lessons learned from various communities, and our intention is to start a educational campaign to educate folks on how to drive a roundabout using the materials that are currently out on the Iowa DOT's website. The driver's manual has instructions, but also get videos, and we will populate our websites, our social media outlets to really get people accustomed to understanding that really a roundabout is a very simple and straightforward intersection to navigate. When you're driving, you only have to look to your left, making sure that you yield to anyone who's in the circulating lane, and you don't have to think about how you stop or when you stop if you see a yellow light.
I would just suggest that we start that messaging because that roundabout is out there. I mean, I believe it's finalized. It will be happening. I'm already getting calls from constituents saying traffic is already backed up and I can't get out of my driveway now. And with the roundabout, things are going to be backed up more, which I don't think is true. But I need to have that data and that information so I can give them not just my thoughts, but true facts that traffic will not be slowed down because of a roundabout. Right now, there's just a 2-way stop. And so they're concerned about not being able to get out of their driveways. We just need that.
Does that 2-way stop back up at rush hours?
Not that I'm aware of.
But I think the point you're making is we need to accelerate, and we will accelerate our educational campaign, and also give you examples of what will the intersection capacity look like, how that flow will be, so we can have essentially a frequently asked questions list for those particular roundabouts.
And I attended the Department of Transportation open houses regarding East 14th from Army Post Road clear up to the interstate. That comes right through a heavily residential area. And the outcry that we're hearing from neighbors is, we don't want this in our neighborhood, you know, and because it's going to take up too much land of those property owners that live in those corners. So I really urge us to start. I know that that plan has not been finalized, but we do need to start preparing our residents to learn about the benefits of a roundabout.
We certainly will. Thank you.
Connie?
To that point, because I hear a lot that we don't want roundabouts, but is there a video that shows how a roundabout actually works versus a stop, four-way stop, so people visually can see it? Great to put it on paper, visualize how it goes through, because I don't think most people even know how it works. So if there's some visual.
Yes, there are a plethora of
Okay.
videos available. As Mayor Brainerd mentioned, he used some from the UK initially, but we have several that we have access to that are really more local in Iowa or in some of the states nearby that will give that example. And we can certainly.
I just think that would be helpful visually than just talking about it. People really, I think, just don't know how to drive on it.
We have a couple done with
Oh, there you
real
go.
people, talking about it, just not charts too, and standing in front of roundabouts, explaining it, and happy to share those if they'd be helpful.
That would be great. I think it would be. I think people just don't understand it.
Got to be careful using those UK.
We dealt with the same thing over and over, but you can eventually get there. It just takes a little bit of time.
So, John, in the metro area, let's see, there are a couple roundabouts in Johnston, is that correct? One in Pleasant Hill, so it isn't as though we're, yeah.
And then
this-
there's also a couple that are in Altoona. One that just
And
opened up.
Urbandale, too, I think, has, so it isn't as though Des Moines is the first in the metro area.
But there still
There's
aren't
one
that
at
many.
45th and Harwood too, just if you want to go try it out.
At the end of the day, there aren't that many. It's new, and people are afraid, they just don't see how it works. So,
Pleasant Hill incorporated public art in their round.
And as I say, be careful using those UK examples because they drive on the wrong side of the road.
That's correct. We also have to watch out for anything from Australia as well. They have a lot of good roundabout research. But I can say from my personal experience, I'm an Indianapolis native. I have a lot of friends that live in the city of Carmel. They can talk better about roundabouts than I can because they drive them all the time. And as Mayor Brainerd pointed out, they get very possessive of their roundabouts, and they would like to see the city of Indianapolis see more. But if you look in Hamilton County, which is north of Indianapolis, almost all the communities in that area have roundabouts now. And when I go back and visit my father, it is very interesting from my standpoint as a transportation professional to see all the roundabouts and the success that they've had.
Joe?
Yeah, I just think it's really important, and he mentioned it, is the maintenance of the middle of the roundabout. That we were able to, whether we do public art or irrigation for, plantings, if we're going to put grass there, they need to be maintained. Because that was the biggest thing that we had in Easter Lake, where it was very small and it was just overrun with weeds. And so I think, I'm not opposed to it. I've seen it work in other cities. I think they're beautiful if they're maintained and they work perfectly. Actually, the traffic flows quicker than stopping at a stoplight each time. So, I'm not opposed to it, but we need to make sure that we do it right as far as the maintenance portion of it. And I do agree, doing a corridor is much easier than just doing one and then having stoplights and then doing another. I have seen that in other cities to where you just do the whole corridor and everyone's used to it as you get going through it. And so that's my 2 cents worth. But I would welcome it. I think that we can train our our residents and our constituents of what we need to do, but it definitely needs to be maintained correctly.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, anybody have anything else? Mayor Brainerd, thank you so much for taking the time to help educate us about roundabouts. And John, thank you for kind of organizing this. Appreciate it. I think we all need to be kind of educated on it. And we all, meaning our residents in the city of Des Moines.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep.
Great to be with you. Good luck, and I'm always, Frank's got my cell number. Feel free to give me a call if you got any questions, or I can be helpful in any way as you embark on this process.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on. Our next item on the agenda is Bravo. I'll give it to you. So, you've got one scheduled.
And do I just click through?
I'm the only one that sees this.
I understand. Jock, get around.
Good morning. That was a really good lead-in with all the discussion about public art in roundabouts. Who knew that we were going to have overlap here this morning?
Yeah.
It's just sliding right in, right?
Yeah, you're excited, huh?
That's
All right.
right. That's right. Well, I really appreciate the chance to be here this morning and want to make sure that you all know that support from the City of Des Moines is what makes our work possible. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about where we've been over the last couple of years, how the cultural sector is standing now, and a little bit about we're finally visioning for the future again, which is really exciting. I do want to specifically call out Councilmember Bozen, who represents the City of Des Moines on the Bravo board and does a great job of helping us navigate all of the questions and opportunities that we have. For starters, I'm going to do just a quick refresher about Bravo's history, since we have some new members and some people. It's been a while since I've had a chance to chat with all of you. Bravo Greater Des Moines was formed in 2004 when business and community leaders recognized the critical role that quality of life would play in our community's future, and determined that a regional entity dedicated to arts and culture would not only be efficient, but also tremendously effective. We were originally a collaboration of 9 local partner governments. We now have 17 partners, and we continue to act as a steward of the hotel motel taxes that are invested by our cities. We intentionally do very little additional fundraising. We don't want to compete with the organizations that we were formed to support. So 99% of Bravo's revenue comes from that hotel motel tax investment from those 17 communities. We were formed originally to serve primarily as a grant funder to the nonprofit arts, culture, and heritage communities. We are able as a regional entity to leverage those resources more effectively, stronger, higher impact investments than each individual community doing their own thing. We have, however, evolved into an organization that has a broader vision. We see a bigger opportunity. We believe that arts and culture are directly connected to every regional priority, from talent development to economic development, mental health, and transportation. We truly believe that arts and culture can and should play a role. We focus primarily on advancing those regional priorities, knowing that arts and culture can and should be tied to everything. We focus on advancing regional priorities. And the regional priorities that we focus on were identified through extensive community planning work that was done, primarily Des Moines' Capital Crossroads effort. But even through that Capital Crossroads project, arts and culture were sort of seen as separate from. It wasn't quite as directly woven into that plan. So in 2017, Bravo funded and led a regional cultural assessment. We took the catalyst priorities from Capital Crossroads and said, how can we make sure that arts and culture are not seen as separate from that, but are deeply integrally tied to achieving those priorities? Through that work, which was led by an independent steering committee chaired by Drake University President Marty Martin, we came up with 4 regional cultural priorities, knowing that if we concentrate on those 4 things, we will advance those 8 things, and people will help see that arts and culture are really making a huge difference for our community. So the 4 things that we focus on as an organization are advancing everyday, everywhere art, more spontaneous connections for more people. It's not always something you have to buy a ticket to. Strengthening the creative economy. We know that there are a lot of individual artists that are not feeling as connected and welcomed here in our community. We need to make sure that they have pathways to be successful and effective contributors. Cultural tapestry, making sure that everyone sees arts and culture as diverse, accessible, inclusive, and equitable, sees their own experiences expressed in the programs that are presented. And finally, youth connections. Of course, we know that young people that have more access to more arts and culture in their school or out of school opportunities as they're growing are just going to grow up to be better citizens. There's a lot of data out there. They're more likely to graduate from college, they're more likely to vote, and most importantly, they are most likely to come back to the community in which they were raised if they have arts and culture opportunities as young people. So we really work hard to advance those regional priorities, knowing that then those regional priorities will advance talent attraction, diversity, etc. So Bravo's mission then is to leverage community resources to maximize the impact of arts, culture, and heritage to advance regional priorities. And the strategy we're best known for doing that is certainly our grant making, or community investment is what we call it. We definitely take our role as stewards of your public funds very seriously, and we are really proud of the work that we do on behalf of Des Moines and the other 16 communities that invest in Bravo. I'm proud to say that on your behalf, we've invested more than $50 million since 2006. We just rolled over that milestone with our last grant cycle. So it's considerable investment that we've been able to provide. In our most recent grant cycle, we funded 78 cultural partners. Those are our nonprofit organizations that are benefiting across the region. Those partners are located in 11 of 17 communities. We have funded, there's sometimes a perception that Bravo really only supports the large organizations. We're very proud of all of the investments that we make, but it's good for you to know that annual operating budgets run from $2,500 up to $18 million. We do have a wide range of organizations that we're supporting, and Bravo's investments vary from about $1,000 on up to about $395,000. So again, there is a lot of diversity in the organizations that we're supporting in what they need and in what Bravo's able to provide. Bravo was formed as a regional entity, but I do understand that you have local considerations and concerns. So I did pull out some Des Moines specific data for you about the work that we've done. Of the 78 organizations that Bravo invested in, 53 of them were headquartered in the city of Des Moines. That's about 68%. One little interesting thing that we're keeping our eye on is that that's about 10 more organizations than we had in our pool pre-pandemic. 10 more organizations than pre-pandemic. All 10 of the new organizations are headquartered in the city of Des Moines, and we're getting our arms around, not all of them are new organizations, some of them are just new to us, but we're getting our arms around a changing landscape, and it's exciting to see that there are more organizations thriving and serving our community. Des Moines contributes annually about 33% of Bravo's total revenue. Of course, that varies year to year somewhat, but we're somewhere between 31 and 35% from the city of Des Moines. But given the high volume of organizations headquartered in the city of Des Moines receives, actually those Des Moines-based organizations receive about 75% of Bravo's total grant-making investments. So it's a pretty good ROI, I hope you agree, for the city of Des Moines. We're able to do that because Des Moines has an incredibly robust cultural ecosystem, and we have invested a tremendous amount, not just Bravo, but the city in general has invested a great deal in 21st century and world-class cultural institutions. We have a nationally recognized professional symphony, we have an internationally acclaimed art center and public sculpture park, a zoo that serves nearly 500,000 visitors a year, a 110,000 square foot science center, and a 14-acre botanical garden. These are incredible amenities that we are able to offer the residents and visitors to our city. But actually, it's kind of only the beginning of what Des Moines has to offer. These large marquee institutions are exceptional, but there's also a lot of depth, as I said. Des Moines also boasts Mainframe Studios, which is transforming the local art scene in a first of its kind in the country by offering permanent and affordable workspace to artists. Bravo also funds After School Arts Program, ASAP, which offers quality after-school programming, enrichment in musical and performing arts, literary, dramatic, culinary, all for 1st through 8th grade students in the Des Moines Public Schools. The Des Moines Young Artists Theater introduces students and their families to the transformative power of theater, and their goal is to nurture the next generation of artists to be free-thinking, open-minded risk takers. What a wonderful goal for an arts organization. City Voices is another one. It was founded on the premise that the study of music certainly makes a positive difference in the lives of young people, but it's difficult to afford private lessons if you are looking to pursue music or voice as a career. And especially in urban areas where those are often unaffordable and unattainable. So City Voices was formed to provide those private music lessons to students that want to pursue it but might not be economically positioned to do so. It's a wildly successful organization, and it allows many, many students, again, from Des Moines Public Schools primarily, to study privately. The Des Moines Music Coalition, hopefully some of you attended 8035 and had a good time. Their mission is to build a stronger and more diverse music community and cultivate a music economy in Greater Des Moines, again, feeding that creative economy. And then finally, Art Force Iowa, another great organization creating opportunities to transform lives through art. So these are all organizations serving the region, headquartered in Des Moines and receiving funding from Bravo. It's just a smattering of what we're funding here in the Metro. We're very proud of the work that we do with the nonprofit organizations that we support, but we do recognize that there are others that are doing good work to advance regional cultural priorities, including the cities themselves. So in 2019, we actually introduced a new grant program. It was called our Public Art Grant Program. We do not win awards for creative names. But that Public Art Grant Program was specifically designed to fund the great work being done by the cities themselves to advance public art in their communities. The photo that you're seeing here was installed as a result of an award to the Des Moines Parks in 2020 for installations along the bike trail. This is just one of many that have gone in and have been received quite well from what we've heard. We've also provided funding for the WOW sculpture. That's another public art grant that we funded at the skate park. So that was another investment that we made in our first year. We did have to suspend the program in 2021 and 2022, but it is back in the budget for 2023, and we're excited to see what comes of that. So all of those are, I hope you find an impressive list of examples of the cultural assets that are in Des Moines, but there are dozens more that are serving the region. And hopefully you're starting to see the rich picture of the depth and breadth of the cultural landscape beyond those anchor and iconic institutions. We're very proud of the work we get to do across the board to support these organizations. In addition to community investment, Bravo also sees, as I said, a larger vision. There are things that we see for the arts and cultural landscape in our region that a single grant to a single organization cannot accomplish on its own. So we recently introduced what we call community impact. These are areas where Bravo can lead to advance those regional cultural priorities, but we are in the best position to do that work as opposed to working with a specific nonprofit organization through our grant making. Some examples of how this has come to life, how we've invested resources, is through Arts and Economic Prosperity 6. It's an economic impact study we're doing. There are 380 communities across the country that are participating in this economic impact study. We will have cross-sector data that we can compare with other cities. If Carmel, Indiana is in the mix, we can get their arts information and our arts information and have that comparative data, but also make sure that we're really fully telling the story. Arts and culture certainly add to quality of life, but they're also adding a tremendous economic impact. And those data are really helpful as you all are discussing when you get asked why do we invest public funds in arts and culture. These are some great statistics for you to have as well. We funded public art through DART. Many communities, including the city of Des Moines, are putting in bus shelters. That's a wonderful addition to transportation. What Bravo has funded is if you want to make them a public art piece instead of just a functional transportation piece, Bravo's funding the art. So more than 40 shelters across the region will be funded through this if they choose, and we're excited to see those coming to life over the next couple of years. We funded some embellishments to the Urban Dreams Courtyard as they're looking to better serve their community, we paid to move a piece of public art and then also to add, instead of like a more traditional swing set system, they're going to put in percussion play instruments. I think that project should be almost done at this point, but Bravo funded those instruments so that people have access to that music and culture while they're there playing and visiting with community. In 2021, we served as a project manager and a fiscal sponsor for a cultural equity cohort, of course, wanting to make sure that we continue to build capacity and create a more authentically inclusive cultural community. Bravo funded 11 organizations to go through this cultural equity cohort led by a national consultant to make sure we're all using the same language, understanding the same gaps and barriers, and doing what we can collectively to advance equity through the cultural sector. We funded an artist in residence with Invest DSM. They did an installation in Dogtown. I feel like it was last summer, but it's possible it was 2 years ago at this point. But a really exciting way to connect art with business development. That project has actually spun into future projects of Invest DSM using art and public art to connect to business interests. We're really excited that we were a catalyst for that. And then Passport to Culture is the only program that Bravo runs. Everything else we do is in support of others, but we do have this one program that we run. And Passport to Culture, was formerly Connecting Kids and Culture, is where we provide funding directly to the schools for young people to then have in-school or out-of-school cultural experiences. It was fully funded by the Principal Charity Classic, and the Community Foundation of Greater Des Moines came together with Bravo, used our proceeds to fund this program. We are no longer receiving those funds from the Principal Charity Classic, but we did get a grant to continue this program. We think that fund will last about 3 years, and then it is Bravo's intent to fully fund this program. It is so important. We know that 65% of students that benefited from this particular program said that they would not have had those school experiences if not for the Passport to Culture funds. And it's critically important that we continue to support our young people. For spring of 2022, which last school year was a very small sort of pilot program as the schools were coming out of the pandemic, but about $20,000 went to Des Moines schools through this program. And the 85% of the students that participated in the program last spring participated in organizations that are headquartered in Des Moines. So again, it's a critically important role that the city center plays across the region. I'm going to play a quick video too. Often we get, we'll see if this works. We get questions about the intersection of art and other things, art and transportation, art and mental health. And we had the opportunity through this community impact work that we're doing to work with Mid-Iowa Health Foundations to deploy a pilot project that really showcases, I think, this art, what we call arts and social impact intersectionality. The specific purpose of this was to shine a light on and bring voice to youth in our community who are dealing with homelessness. And I'm going to let the video speak for itself, hopefully.
The Dream Cube, a monolithic structure of pillows stretching 8 feet high, illustrating and creating conversation around the promise of our youth, including those without a safe space to call their own. Through the intersection of art and action, we imagine a world where all young people have a home, a place of safety and comfort to lay their head and to dream more dreams. Will you see them hiding in plain sight? In our schools, on our streets? These exceptional humans with goals and futures at their fingertips and art layered in their eyes. Will you hear what they have seen and listen to believe? Sometimes comfort is simply feather soft, and hope is a smile. But if you look away, how will they dream? How will they dream?
that was a really powerful project for us to work on and showcase. And the video itself is art, but all of the youth featured in that video have experienced or are experiencing homelessness, including the artist that developed the Dream Cube. So it was a really amazing experience and an opportunity to talk about something in a different way. And we're very proud of that and look forward to continuing work such as that. So everything that I've showed you and everything that I've shared with you is all pre-pandemic information and pre-pandemic information. And I am delighted to tell you that our arts and culture organizations are moving on. We are starting to see the next phase. But I do think it's important for you to understand some of the impact and some of what our cultural sector went through over the last few years and why it's important. As I said, the economic impact of these organizations is substantial. Pre-pandemic, the data that we had was $185 million annually. These arts and culture organizations are contributing to our community. For reference, the year that data was collected, the Bravo invested about $3.5 million in the sector, and they turned it into $185 million worth of economic impact. So it is a pretty good ROI, obviously generating jobs, and we love that bottom statistic, generating $16.8 million in tax revenue. These organizations are generating revenue. They are not just on the take, they are turning it around and putting it back into city and community pockets as well. But there is no question that these organizations were deeply, deeply affected by the pandemic. So there was, at the beginning of the pandemic, of course, every industry across the country, across the world was affected dramatically, but no industry was affected as much as the hospitality industry, which includes arts and cultural venues and experiences. You can see a 50% drop in employment in the first 2 months of the pandemic. Certainly, there has been a rebound since then, but talent attraction was a challenge before the pandemic. And now with fewer resources, fewer audiences coming in, these organizations are still struggling to fill their staff to do the work that needs to be done. The financial impact on the arts and cultural organizations really was astounding. This is unfortunately a little bit dated at this point. We're not continuing to track it. It's well over 40 million, of course. 40% of that was absorbed by organizations headquartered in Des Moines. 40% of that $40 million loss was absorbed by organizations headquartered in the city of Des Moines. The impact to Bravo, of course, we don't have a crystal ball and we don't get to run things twice. But if we did models based on where we thought our revenue would be compared to where our revenue actually was, the math looks like about a loss of $4 million, a difference of $4 million than if we had stayed on the trajectory. Again, Bravo is only funded with hotel motel taxes. In the last 2 years, that's not the best revenue stream to be relying on. So despite that, Bravo was able to respond, and we were able to do our share, hopefully, to make sure that we continue to support the organizations in our community and act as good stewards of your investments. Bravo did apply for and received first and second round PPP loans. Those have both now been fully forgiven. We also froze hiring. We had an offer letter drafted in March of 2020 that never went out. And instead of hiring, we actually had to execute a reduction in force, and 100% of our staff took partial furloughs to make sure that we were actively putting as many resources as we could into the organizations that needed funding from Bravo. You'll see that we actually, through the pandemic, invested more in our arts and cultural partners in a variety of ways, and this was a strategic choice that we made. We invested more than we brought in. This was a strategic choice that we made. We felt that we had to maximize investments when we were the only ones that could. There was no earned revenue, no attendance. Sponsors were backing away. Events were not happening. We felt that it was, in fact, our role to put as much money as we could. And thanks to sound financial management by our board for years, we were able to invest more money than we were bringing in. Obviously, not. It was, yes, we keep strategic reserves just like the city does. We target about 3 to 9 months of available grant funding, and we were able to deploy all of that. Yep. So we've heard from many of our cultural partners that this was essential in their ability to survive when there were no other checks coming in. We accelerated payments so that they could have the dollars when they needed them. And we're very proud of the role that we've played. Unfortunately, it's obviously not sustainable. I will tell you, Bravo doesn't have a lot of gas left in the tank right now. So we've made some shifts. We continue to work with our Finance and Sustainability Committee and are encouraged by hotel motel tax revenues coming in any day. We'll get Q4, but we will have to do some rebuilding. We know there will be future economic disruption, and we want to be ready to weather it, just like every organization and community is making those choices. I don't want to paint too bleak of a picture, though, because it really was exciting to see arts and culture organizations respond. And there's no question that it was devastating, and I don't want to over-polish it, but there was also some major successes to celebrate. The arts did what they always do. They were creative, and they were innovative, and they solved the problems that they have. This is one of my favorite pictures of the pandemic. This is the Des Moines Community Playhouse. They moved outside so that they could do drive-in theater, which I thought was really a terrific way to continue to see live theater. But when they first moved outside, they thought, well, there's nowhere to put this stage, and people will have the sun in their eyes, and we can only fit so many cars, and people aren't going to be able to see. And someone said, what if we repaint the lines on the parking lot? We don't have to keep the lines straight in and out. We can paint new lines. And I just feel like that's such a creative and innovative solution. And so I love this picture with the new lines painted to orient around the stage. We also were really proud of the work that Art Force Iowa did serving some of our community's most vulnerable youth. They actually created and hand-delivered art kits, supplies, all the things that the students would need so that they could continue making art. And then they had virtual art meetups, knowing that it was about the art and the creation, but also about the community and the opportunity to stay connected to people at a time when many felt very, very isolated. And then, of course, loads of virtual programming. This is a photo from the Des Moines Symphony, but loads of virtual programming. This is actually exciting because for many, it actually could be a long-term solution. Some of our organizations actually saw expanded audiences come out of this, people that may have physical limitations or wouldn't go to a production if it's raining or if it's difficult to park, but now can access these programs virtually. So this is something that will be interesting to see how and whether that continues across the board. Again, the Des Moines Symphony, but many others did that. As we are coming back, no question, as I said, the landscape is improving. I'm sensing hope. I'm hearing lots of organizations doing strategic planning, looking at what the future might bring, but there is still a ways to go, and it's not quite time to celebrate the end of the pandemic yet, especially given that different organizations could potentially come back in different ways, depending on the audiences that they serve, the mission that they have, the work that they do. It's just important to understand that it's not a sector-wide return to normalcy. It's going to take some time, and different organizations will respond differently based on what they do. We felt it was important, though, that Bravo not miss an opportunity to evolve through the pandemic as well. What a shame to go in and come out exactly the same. You have to take advantage of the opportunity that you've been given. For nearly 2 decades, Bravo has been a critical partner in strengthening the role of arts, culture, and heritage in central Iowa. But for this momentum to continue, both for Bravo and for the community, there is a need to continue strengthening a resilient and connected cultural sector. And beyond the economic impact and the quality of life, we have to continue making sure that arts and culture are seen as essential to achieving regional priorities. Bravo already plays a leadership role in this work, and in June, the board approved a new strategic plan, which firmly commits to Bravo's evolution into a true regional arts council. We will continue to maintain a primary focus on our nonprofit organizations, and grant making will remain our core and primary function. I'm happy to say that again. Grant making will remain our core and primary function. We are not losing sight of what we were formed to do. We are simply recognizing that in order for us to remain nimble and responsive and relevant to the vibrant future of arts, culture, and heritage in Greater Des Moines, we have to be intentional about focusing on a broader scope of services. While we are only going to undertake work for which we are uniquely positioned to execute with excellence, we are well positioned to become more than a grant maker, evolving towards also being recognized as a convener and a connector and a cultivator. We've been working hard since the plan was approved in June to operationalize the vision of this plan, and it is a visionary plan. We will not be done 3 years from now. But I hope I get invited back to share our progress as we go. So in conclusion, I again just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and for your continued support for Bravo. If you remember just one thing about this presentation, I hope that it is the integration of arts and culture along with everything else that this council and this community and this region is trying to achieve, from economic development to mental health education to transportation. I truly, truly believe that arts and culture are essential community pillars, and I'm grateful for the work that I get to do on your behalf. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Indira?
I just wanted to say I'm really grateful. This is the first time since I've been on council that I've gotten a really good idea of what Bravo is and what you guys do. And just this handout, the PowerPoint, the presentation, it really made me excited about what you guys are working on. And so thank you for bringing that energy and really giving us like everything that you guys are putting into the community.
Thank you.
I just want to thank being the representative Sally and her small team, because it is small, 3, the work that they do. And that's why I was thankful that the council passed the money that we did from ARPA to help support, which they're going to designate specifically for youth in the Des Moines area. I won't say just Des Moines schools, because it was critical to make up some of the differences when you see some of the work that the programs like Art Force and some of those did during that time. It really kept kids connected. So thank the council for supporting that, and thank Sally and her team for all the work they do, because it does make a difference.
Anybody else? Sally, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great update.
We will invite you back.
In 2 years.
Okay. Well, we'll get moving. Thank you.
All right, let's move right along to the Animal Rescue League.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, County, members of the City Council. Matt Anderson, Deputy City Manager. I'm just going to tee us up and introduce today's topic, and then I'm going to turn it over to Tom Kolvig with ARL. A few months ago, Scott tasked me with convening a group of city departments, city staff, to begin working through the new contract for the new facility that's under construction on 14th. Leading into that discussion, assembled a team. You might think of ARL services as really just kind of touching the police department and the clerk's office through licensing, but as we got into this, the team includes myself representing CMO, finance, the clerk's office, legal, neighborhood services, facilities. Obviously, the clerk and police are heavily involved in that, but it's a topic that touches many parts of the city, so it's a big effort. Through that discussion on the contract negotiation, this larger group started having more discussions around ordinances and licensing, not just the long-term contract. So we're going to look for a little guidance today on some of those ordinance and licensing ideas, as well as the contract going forward. So I'm here to answer questions. So is Jim Hoff regarding the new facility. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Matt. As Matt said, I'm Tom Colvin. I'm CEO of the Animal Rescue League of Iowa, and that's a position I've had the pleasure of having since 1996. So I'd like to thank the mayor and the council and the city manager for the opportunity to give you an update on the partnership that we have with the city, one we've had for a long time. I'll kind of go through that as a refresher. But also I'd like to introduce some people that are with me. Joe, will you stand up? Joe Stafford is the Director of Animal Services, so he's the guy at the facility that's making it all happen down there. Chris Henderson is our General Counsel for the Animal Rescue League. position he's been with for a fairly short period of time. And then this guy probably is pretty recognizable, Rick Clark. Besides being the past city manager, he's now doing some consulting work for the Animal Rescue League, kind of helping us navigate through all of the types of things that, Matt was talking about and has been extremely helpful so far. So, do I control this or do you? Okay. Let's see. All right. So what I'm hoping to cover today with our agenda is a overview of the ARL partnership with Des Moines, the history, the guiding principles, the overview and update, field services, shelter operations, pet and community support services and programs, which I'm really excited to talk to you about, and also the joint working group that Matt was referring to. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish. Just a brief history of the partnership that we've had with the city of Des Moines for the benefit of those that weren't here. And Mayor, you were probably maybe the only one that was on the council at 2005, right?
Well, we did have 6 other people on at the time, but yeah. But Rick was there.
And Rick was there, right. So the city and the Animal Rescue League partnered on the sheltering service, which meant that we operated the facility and we took care of the animals that the city staff at that time were out picking up on the streets. And then in 2010, we were approached to take over the field services as well. And that's when we started actually having ARL employees out on the streets, having the vehicles. So it was kind of the full package of what was then referred to as animal control. And I want to just change up that wording now that we're referring to this as animal services. I'm going to be telling you a lot about why that is. Most recently, fiscal year 2019, we entered into a 10-year agreement covering shelter operations and field services. And there was a 3-year lease with option for 3 one-year extensions. So we've gone through the 3-year lease, and the city picked up the option to continue with the first of 3 one-year extensions. And the point of that was the new facility. Building the new facility took a little bit longer than I think we had planned on originally. So we are into that first, and we will likely need to have a second one to get us through to opening. When there is a new facility, there will be a new contract that will come before the council, obviously, to examine and comment on. But this gets us up to moving into that new facility. So there will be what's been loosely called a move-in contract once we get to that point. So 2022 and 2023, preparing for the new facility, which is a lot more than just moving into a new facility. There's a lot that goes along with this. Want to make sure that you realize that we are very committed to the guiding principles we always have, and public safety is number one. Of course, animal welfare, caring for the welfare of animals within our community, but also entering into the supporting of the human-animal bond, which is so critical. I've been doing this work for many, many years, and I think what I've found is that the most important thing that we can actually do in our work is support that human-animal bond. We know how important pets are to people. You know, you see it, you experience it. You know, if you're not having pets, certainly friends or family have, and you know how critical it is that some of our community members have 4 legs or 2 wings. And that's how they're certainly being looked at more and more in our community. So the idea of trying to support and keep that human-animal bond when it's there together is critical for us moving forward. So currently, field services is comprised of 5.5 full-time animal service officers. They are prioritizing, like I said, public safety and welfare of animals. Their business hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then we make someone available for emergencies that would primarily come through the police department after hours. So virtually, in essence, 24/7 every day out of the year. And we also handle the deceased animal removal. So there's Joe and his team, and I really want to emphasize the importance of us having Joe. Joe comes with decades of experience in both law enforcement and animal services, comes to us from Colorado, and he has developed a team that is just outstanding. There are other programs that I'll touch on a little bit, but they are all under Joe, so they're not paid for by the city, but Joe is overseeing them, and he has had that opportunity to create the team that the city actually benefits from. What I mean by that is Robin, who's on the far right, heads up our animal welfare intervention department. And so she may work anywhere in the state and help law enforcement primarily deal with animals, whether it's horses or dogs or cats or whatever, but will frequently step into an animal service officer position and use that expertise she's got to fill in if somebody's gone. So Joe has done an outstanding job with having that team from the Animal Rescue League spill over into helping the city on their situation too. So needless to say, I'm very proud of the work that Joe and his team are doing.
Can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yes.
You said that this team is not paid for by the city?
So the Animal Welfare Intervention Coordinator is not paid for by the city.
That's Robin?
That's Robin. And the TNR Coordinator is also not paid for by the city. And that is Megan Weedman. And she's also part of his team.
Can you say that title one more time, the last one?
TNR Coordinator stands for Trap, Neuter, Return.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yep. So the sheltering side of it, business hours are 9 to 5, Monday through Saturday. We maintain an open admission shelter, which means we're not, selective on who comes to that facility. It certainly is to help. It's, of course, for city residents, but regardless of the situation that they're coming to us, we're going to help them with their situation. They are getting professional customer service, veterinarian care. Shelter animals are held for the required hold periods. And currently, the ARL is providing at no cost to the city the adoption services and the maximizing life-saving efforts. Now, when I talk about the professional customer service and the veterinarian care, the animal care staff, the reception staff, and the veterinary staff, medical staff, are all trained, cross-trained to work both at the medical main department or there. So this isn't like silos. You're having the benefit of people trained through the organization and not just at that facility. It's working out extremely well. And I think Joe would agree it's a help having it that way as well. Okay, so maximizing those life-saving efforts. This is what I want to get into, because the other position that is not covered in the contract is what we call pet support services. It's basically community outreach. And what it basically is many years ago, I'd say we really probably launched this with our Pets for Life program in 2010. It's a belief system that if you're helping support the people, if you're out into the community, then your need for punitive approaches to enforcement lessen. That is the general feeling of what's happening. And fortunately, across the country, this notion and these opportunities are being sought after and carried out to the point that Joe and I are on conversations on a national level. And I'll never forget listening to a guy in Arkansas, very rural Arkansas, who basically has a facility, an animal services facility, that is where all of the human services are happening for that area, for that community. So, you know, if you're having trouble with housing, or you need pet food, or you need other services for yourself, medical care or whatever, you basically go to the local shelter for it. So that's the direction that this is going across the country, and quite frankly, we couldn't be happier about it. Find it very exciting. And lots of things happen when you start seeking non-punitive approaches to your what was previously viewed as your animal control problems. So very excited about this. What this means is we're trying to keep families together. We're providing at no cost to the city. We're looking at hardship assistance pet food, like a pet pantry, and partnering with DMARC for that. Veterinary assistance, vaccines and microchips, spaying and neutering, low-cost spaying and neutering, and public outreach and education, and then also the trap, neuter, return program that has been, in our minds, and I'm hoping you agree, that it's been an extremely big success in the community. I keep tossing that TNR out there. All know what that is? Yeah? Okay, great. Okay, all right.
Yeah, although I love, I mean, I know we implemented, what, 3 years?
Yes, correct.
And I'd welcome just an update on the statistics of what that's meant. I mean, you said wildly successful. I know when you last reported, the numbers were
good.
And I don't know if that's coming or...
Yeah. There is one for 2022, but Joe, can you go back for us? Do you happen to have that, or can we get that to him? The full statistics? Okay. Do you have it now, or? Okay. All right. Okay.
Go ahead and send that to all of us. I'd love to see that too.
Great. So how is our partnership doing? We currently have the highest library slate rate ever at 91%, which means that 91% of the animals that come through the Des Moines Animal Services have a live outcome. Joe implemented a service survey type of thing after people interact with the city shelter, and they're receiving 4.5 out of 5 customer rating. That's after you get your pet out of what a lot of people call jail. So that's pretty darn good, I think. And then, of course, we've implemented and expanded the pet support programs more and more and more every year. Now, just a quick thing to the funding of that, since the city is now paying for it. Who is? We're securing some grants. I'll be honest with you, the grants are a little bit harder to find, so the ARL Foundation has been stepping in here and there to keep that team going, keep the fantastic work they're doing, keep that going. Now, our animal service team doesn't mean that we have a lot of senior citizens working there, present company excluded there. But we have 130 years of experience. We have animal service officers that have been on the job for decades, Robin, Tina, and of course Joe. And so the city is also getting the wonderful work that they've gotten just through hard experience. We've had numerous positive media stories. We've had less litigation regarding long-term dog holds and unprecedented community engagement. Getting into the community, finding out what's needed, and see what we can do to kind of thought process this through to see how we can address what is needed by the city, by the residents. So here's a graph to show how it is. Here's 2004, just before we took over, and here's 2021. So one bar you will notice is that there are fewer animals coming through the process. I'd like to think that years and years and years of spaying and neutering and education and any numbers of things that I've talked about we've done is having a payoff and meaning that fewer animals are coming in, you know, but I'll tell you, the TNR is a substantial part of this. So you can see the green is reclaimed. Those animals that are going back to their owners is much larger. You'll see the adopted is very much larger, okay? You'll see the bar for transferred, which means our partnerships with other rescues, and so that we're transferring some of those animals that may do better in another environment. The euthanasia number is shockingly different between 2004 and then DOA, which I found extremely important because one of the concerns that we did hear over TNR wouldn't we find a lot more dead cats if we weren't actively picking them up? Well, to me, it's saying that that's not happening because you see the DOA numbers in total, which mean deer and raccoons and possums as well as dogs and cats, is way lower than it was in 2004. So the programs are working. You see the live release rate in 2004 was 35%. 2021 is 91%. And it will keep getting better the more we look at non-punitive approaches to dealing with challenges that we have. There's Robin. Got picked as Island of the Week for the work she does. And that reflects well on the city, even though she works for the Animal Rescue League. Here again is showing that don't just pick up dogs and cats. There is the need to pick up, in this case, exotic birds. And then this is a puppy mill situation that happened in another part of the state, but again, brings attention to the team that's working for the city of Des Moines. Again, positive media. Dory's story. She was one of those puppy mill dogs that, quite frankly, went from a kennel to Iowa State, where she spent a considerable amount of time and actually never left. She went ahead and ended up, her happy end story is that she was adopted by one of her attending veterinarians. When Joe first told me about Dory, there seemed to be little hope that she would ever even make it, let alone walk, and let alone actually come to the point that she is now playfully running around a yard. By the way, she was still being bred, even though she couldn't walk. Again, more media, saving those little ducks. So, it's an opportunity to show the cooperation with the police department, and taking the time to save those little ducks. The community likes that. They like to hear these stories. It can't always be the negatives. Or maybe you remember this poor raccoon that was found with a peanut butter jar stuck in his head. And so many people reporting it. And, what are we going to do about the raccoon with the peanut butter jar? Well, thanks to Joe's team and Tina, who has decades of experience, she found it in a position, I think, very similar to this, that she came up and just popped it off its head, and that was taken care of. But the community loved that. They loved the fact that that raccoon wasn't left to die a slow and painful death. So this is the joint ARL City Working Group that Matt Anderson was talking about. And to me, it's flourished under Matt's leadership. We've been meeting monthly since February. And it's basically a joint group of ARL and city with cross-department participation, which I think has been critical because we're hearing from the one thing about animal services that I think is forgotten. It isn't touched by just the police department. There's so many and so many more departments that are being touched because of the new facility, that it's critical to have lots of ideas and lots of thoughts and a lot of perspective on these issues that we've talked about so far and issues we want to take in the future. So far we've talked about such things as the lease extension and fees under the current contract. We've given an overview of the ARL services and operations, including a ARL main facility tour, and I will stop right there. Some of you have toured our main facility and been able to see some of the facilities that the city uses and doesn't have to build, like our barn, for those other than dogs and cats. So I welcome you to get a hold of Joe, and we'd love to show you around the main facility. It'll give you a flavor of what to expect from the new facility that the city is building.
I would encourage my colleagues to do that. I had the privilege of touring that with one of my constituents that gave a donation to the ARL. It was impressive, and I would encourage everyone to go do that. And you're not lying about Joe and his team. They're top notch.
Great.
And so I appreciate what you do.
Thank you for that. And I tell you, one of the things that you would see at the main facility, which is why we feel a sense of urgency of talking about change and looking at things differently and looking at some ordinances differently, is that when we built that main facility, we came from a very small, underbuilt, overused facility at the main location, very similar to what we're dealing with the city of Des Moines. And you'll see that it's a hub. It's busy. It's busy all the time. And, we have a rental part that makes it even busier, but just general population coming there because it's become a destination is what's going to be the expectation of the community for this new facility. It's just going to be so much, there's going to be so many more people coming there for so many new things that they're going to want to see that we're ready to sustain that type of expectation. So that's the urgency of what we're doing with this city working group. And it's, like I said, I think it's been doing just a fantastic job. We're getting the updates on the new shelter bid process status. We're discussing animal welfare ordinances. We're discussing animal licensing and fees. And then, like I said, preparing for the new facility. What does that all entail? So, one of the things we were talking about in licensing, it's kind of like, what do we want? What would the city like to attain with a licensing program? Is it for identification so that, if somebody's licensed, you can get the pet back to them? Well, tags fall off or collars aren't being used, so tracing owners is very, very challenging if the primary goal is to use it for identification. Is it for public health issues like rabies? Because all licensed pets have to show proof of current rabies vaccination. We've proven, and nationally has proven, that rabies clinics, like we're offering, low cost or no cost, rabies clinics are much more effective than tying vaccinations to licensing because it gets so many more done. The whole idea, and really when it comes down to it at the end of the day, a rabies program is to protect the humans as much or more than it is the pets, quite frankly. It's trying to create that barrier between rabies reservoirs, which are primarily skunks in Iowa, and do so by vaccinating as many dogs and cats as you possibly can. And we're getting to so many with the clinics that it just makes more sense. How about cats? Estimated 16% of owned cats, doesn't include the community cats, are licensed. And then the community, but we're proving that the community cats in the TNR program are more effective when we're talking about cats than licensing cats. How about dogs? Estimated 28% of Des Moines dogs are licensed. And so how do we improve the processes and efficiencies to make it possible for people to get this done, afford to get this done, and attain the goals that the city's trying for? And then finally, just flat out licensing revenue. If you're looking at licensing being a revenue source, we believe that you really have to take a look at the costs of administration because a lot of departments touch and expend money on a licensing program. I'm sorry?
Do we have that number today, the administrative cost versus licensing revenue?
I don't believe we do, Matt. I don't think we've gathered that all together in all the departments.
Not exactly, Councilman, but, as for all of our services that we provide, we can't make a profit on anything that we provide. So there's a net cost whether we do it or not.
Right. Well, I guess the starting point, what is our licensing revenue today? And then, I mean, what would we be, because I assume the licensing revenue is the easy piece to
Yes.
to capture. The harder piece is how many folks are touching the service and the administrative piece of it.
Right. And what tasks could those individuals be performing if they weren't spending all those hours doing the license?
Right.
Yeah, we'll work on gathering that.
So
bring that back.
28% is the estimate. They're even having license
Of dogs.
of dogs,
Yeah.
just dogs. So basically, the time we don't even probably touch. I mean, it's why are we doing? I guess it gets back to the question: why are we doing it?
Has that been just last year, or has that been historically numbers? Because switching over to what we decided to do last year, I'm sure a lot of people didn't register their dogs anymore or their cats, because it was an absolute nightmare to start with. Now it got better, but I would like to know that data historically, or is this just from last year?
No, this is from a historical perspective.
Okay.
So if that's the case.
You always struggle to get a significant percentage of dogs, and particularly cats, licensed in any community.
Sure.
And so once again, this is just simply letting you know where we're at on this process, that these are the considerations that are being taken into account.
I think in 1 minute you brought up, I go Cedar Rapids doesn't do it. How many people don't do licensing anymore?
Well, I tell you, during the 1980s, they basically did away with like county licensing. You didn't have to have, that could become optional. And I can't tell you how many cities, but most counties in Iowa said,
Not my business.
yeah. The county clerk said, let's not do that anymore.
Okay. Just was curious if we had any data on who's doing it, who's not doing it. But if only 28%, even if you went to 35%, what are we doing it for?
Well, who would do the microchipping? And who would be responsible if your dog was lost? Who would be able to go find? Are you suggesting you would do that free of charge to our residents?
No, here are some suggestions that have come up in the conversation.
Right.
One of them being microchipping replacing tags. Okay. So if you proceed further with a licensing program, that somebody would pay for a microchip, which can be had for as little as $5. Okay.
To do the microchip is $5.
Well, to buy the microchip is $5.
Bless you.
So it's a matter of, and that would be a one-time thing.
Right.
Versus having to get tags every year.
Yeah. But would you do that, Tom?
We would do that. Yes, we would do that. Or we would have.
Could your vet do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, so with the microchipping, kind of explain, because I've heard different ways how it works. So if your dog runs away or your cat runs away, if your vet put it in, who could track it, and how do you track it?
Well, you need to have a device that basically can read the chip. Okay, it's not a geo-tracker yet. I think we'll have it someday, but it's not a geo-tracker right now. So animals found, all of our animal service officers, we have them at ARL Maine, all of these different places. Many veterinarians have them. You just run a wand over them and you can read the number. Okay. And that number will track back. So the point being is that we're finding that microchipping makes more sense than tags.
And it doesn't matter who puts it in. You would wand it, if your vet put it in, you guys would be able to wand it and know
Correct.
who owned that animal.
Correct.
Gotcha.
You do have to keep it
You
updated.
do? Okay. That was a one-time deal.
The vet will find a cat and the ends up in ARL, you microchip, you get may hold owners of
Past. Yep.
So it is something.
Oh, so you only put,
Register mine every.
so you only have to put one microchip in, but you have to make sure if you don't own the animal anymore, that whoever you
Correct.
give it to or takes it, or they have to change, you have to change that. Is
And
that
it does
what
go
I'm
back
hearing?
to someone. It comes back to the original, where the pet originated. So again, we look at it as something that isn't going to get lost or just simply not used.
Okay.
Then we're also saying, let's determine if licensing is cost effective. How about working with public health with the ARL to look at rabies clinics when we're looking at really a public health issue? Consider a dogs only licensing. Consider a fee schedule that helps good pet owners maintain their pets. And what this basically means, and fee schedules that incentivizes compliance. And this goes to the crux of a lot of what we're talking about non-punitive. You know, basically, if your dog gets away, and, you know, I remember Joe telling me about a specific, when we were just talking about it, he just recently had a senior citizen whose pet got away, dog got away, and comes down and they hadn't gotten a license, so they were beyond April, and they had a $50 penalty fee, on top of reclaim fees, on top of needing to get the rabies vaccination. It creates a situation where people just simply cannot get their pets. And I think over the decades, the many, many decades that we have looked at interacting with animals, there's been somewhat of a push to make it rather punitive. You let your dog out, regardless of the situation, you're going to pay, and by that punishment, you're not going to get, you're going to get the message not to let your pet off of your yard. Reality has it that people are simply having to lose their family members because of punitive ordinances that really don't have a function. So it's things like that. So that's a great example of what we're talking about when we talk about seeking out non-punitive approaches to the situation. Now, that situation, that senior citizen, Joe was able to help that individual get that dog back. Okay? Okay, so we're also looking at reviewing the animal welfare ordinances, establishing our state law. Basically, the ARL and several others worked very hard at the Capitol in 2019 to pass a complete rewrite, and we felt that we got most of what we asked for. So we feel confident in the state laws on abuse and torture. So those are acts of commission against an animal. So where do city ordinances fit? We're asking that they fit on the animal neglect, the acts of omission. And again, when we go to definitions of owner responsibilities in care and treatment, nutrition, shelter, grooming, health care, we find that a lot of those situations can be addressed from an educational standpoint or, again, a public assistance program. No reason to take the pet away if we can train that person to be a better pet owner, okay? And that happens time and time again. So we could help pet owners meet the standards of care. Now, there's various, the reason for ordinances are those situations where it's obvious that those animals should be removed. And so those ordinances should allow that to happen in those situations. But when we go in, instead of going in with a hammer and everything's a nail, we go in with, let's see if we can help the situation rather than use the hammer. And it works.
So, Tom, are you suggesting we need to change some of our policies and ordinances?
Yeah. Review them. Review them.
And that's what this team is working on.
And the
So
team is
you
working
have
on that.
that information, Matt?
Yeah.
part of this presentation?
Yeah.
Because you said you were looking for guidance.
No, part of that is your opportunity to digest some of the things that Tom has shared today and provide feedback back to us. You don't have to do it today, but as you go back and think about it and bring ideas to me, I'll bring them to the team, and so we're working on 3 different ideas here: ordinance changes, licensing changes, and the contract. They don't all have to come at the same time. The contract will be sometime in 2023, but if we come up with some good licensing or ordinance changes that we'd like to implement right away, we can bring them to you and you can make those changes.
Well, shouldn't we follow the state code of
Oh, yeah,
some of the things?
yes, but are there other things that we can do that aren't constrained by
for the
state code,
city.
where we do have flexibility?
It sounded like there was a gap when it was talking about neglect. That's not in the state code, and we could address that here.
No, it's in the state.
We could mimic the state and just, I think it would be better from a city standpoint, like I said, if we looked at the ordinance on neglect, basically just said we're going to use the state code when it comes to commissions act against the animals. And then we had city ordinances that actually go to the neglect situations. So if we had that, we could work with that on a day-to-day basis rather than having it pretty much like cut and dried of, state, is it being used, is it not being used, how is it being used?
That's what you're talking about, the system of like providing resources and education
Yes.
to try to make a better pet owner instead of putting all of the burden on the ARL to take away the pet and then be able to try to find a new home or have to euthanize.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to jump in. How am I doing on time?
I was just going to ask, do we have the specific, this was a pretty high overview. Are there specific policies that have already been identified? Or, because I get the philosophy that's been identified and that makes sense. Is there more detail for us to review, or what's sort of the next step in terms of providing?
I don't want to speak for Matt, but I basically, what we're doing today is kind of throwing it out, and I'm glad to hear you say this is making sense. If after presenting you said, Tom, none of this is making sense, we're going to stay with licensing it as it is, and we don't want to do anything with the neglect situation, and then that's kind of some direction that we would take back to the joint group. But what I'm hearing, seeing some nods, is that we're going in a direction that you feel comfortable of us going. And so there we can dig down and give you what you're looking for.
And if that's all you're looking for today, the direction, from what I've heard, makes a lot of sense to me.
Great.
We were getting pretty far, and we needed to check in with you before we did too much work. So now we're having that check-in, and it seems like you like the direction we're going, and we can bring those details back to you.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that we're providing the feedback and that it wasn't missing.
Yep.
So,
Yep. That's what we're after. That's exactly it. 1, 2, 3,
Raise
group
our
nod. Linda?
I know that plenty of conversations with the ARL, and
Yep.
in Ward 2, we've had 3 situations that have been in the last couple of years with pit bulls. And you and I have had those conversations about maybe looking at our ordinance to just do a vicious dog ordinance rather than a pit bull, if it looks like a pit bull ordinance. But I'm still concerned that we don't lose sight that we need to have rules out there for some of the pit bulls, in my opinion. We have to have a 8-foot or 9-foot fence. They always have to be in a cage in the yard. In the situations in my neighborhood, they were all running loose. And I'm just very concerned that part of the ordinance is not being enforced. And what can we do to make it so those rules are? I've talked to the police, I've talked to you, and it seems like people don't understand that if you have that breed of terrier, that you need to keep it enclosed. I've looked at many websites. When they bite, they don't just bite, they like gnaw and hurt them, break the muscle. I mean, we've had pets that have been killed. We've had people that have been injured. So I just want us to be very cautious about what we do with looking at that ordinance to make it better.
Yeah. And pit bulls aside, I have always agreed that we have to have a very carefully written ordinance that protects the public against any dog that may injure them. Okay? And so what I would like the council to appreciate today is Matt Anderson's work with this, because we have come so far, and we, quite frankly, are putting forth some things to help us get our feet under them, as I see it. Get used to talking and communicating and make sure that, everybody's comfortable with trying to come to some solutions. And, animal neglect and licensing are two big things that I know the licensing was on several of your minds, but it was something that we could get our feet under us as far as a joint working group. So I can see this group working towards that big ticket item that you're talking about, and needs to at some point. But we all know how touchy all of that conversation is. So after we get comfortable with our processes and our communications, I'm sure we will tackle that. And we'll start it off with, what are we trying to accomplish? And work from there. We're trying to accomplish public safety and work backwards from there. So I do believe we'll get there.
Good.
But isn't public safety all, I mean, I wouldn't single out just one breed of a dog. I mean,
Well, that's our
there's a lot of people that love that breed of dog and that they're part of their family, but to single them out, I mean, I guess I think everyone should be a responsible pet owner, and if your dog should be on a leash, or your dog should be contained to your yard, or it shouldn't be able, but I wouldn't, I'm not looking at singling one specific breed of dog. No matter, any dog can become vicious if they're being protective of their area. I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I know this isn't part of that conversation, and I'll stay out of it, but just briefly, I'll let you know that's how I feel about that. I mean, all dogs should be held responsible, but to single out one specific breed, because I know there's that one specific breed, it could be really bad, but it also could be a great dog to their family and very protective.
Isn't that what our ordinance says right now? It is. It is.
Yes,
and our group recognized the sensitivity of this topic and purposely have not brought it forward because
Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned
no, you're
it.
fine. You're fine because you can't ignore it. It's
I
out
don't
there.
want it to, I want our residents protected.
Right, and so I want you to know we're not ignoring it, but there's a lot of other things in here. We kind of feel like we have a few singles and some doubles that we're going to hit, and we're going to bring those to you, and we're going to get those done. Okay, good. And then we'll tackle the bigger issue, the broader issue, because it does have the tendency to kind of derail the whole discussion. And we at least need to get this first discussion done and then come back to this. We're not going to ignore it, though.
Of the dog attacks, I mean, there's been 3 in Ward 2 in recent years where somebody's pit bull got loose and it ate the neighbor's dog. The lady was moving and the movers came in and that pit bull attacked the person. There've been others. So, I mean, I have to listen to our residents. But I know that you'll work on it.
So the breed specific is not in this first phase, correct?
No. Correct.
Well, the discussion about breed is not in the phase that you guys are going to hit it out of the park and get the first part done.
Yeah,
That's right. You've been listening. Good job.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure it's phase 2, so, or B or whatever, so.
But here's what you can really feel good about right now, and that is where this animal shelter is being located. And I feel and I share the excitement on this all the time. I realize that in the bigger scheme of community development, an animal shelter may not be high on the list, but I tell you, it will be. It will be. And here's part of why I'm so excited about it. You see all of the development that's happening and all the wonderful things that are happening in the East Village and, you know, all these areas that are being shown here is all within, hopefully become within, you know, a walking distance or something that's going to make that shelter more of a destination. It is so exciting. You know, I've asked Jim Hoff if he would talk about this facility a little bit, just in the direction of what that's going to look like. But I'm telling you, and I tell you, the community members that I talk to in this fashion, of how everything is basically going to end up by animal services, whether it's water trails or city development or business development, is very exciting. And again, puts us in a perfect role of becoming a service location for the community members and a place they can go have fun with an event where they can volunteer or any number of things that's going to just put this place in most people's minds. So, Jim?
We've got a couple blighted buildings right next to that probably need to have some attention, correct?
Yeah, it'll be. That's on us.
Yeah, just so everyone knows that is right next to it.
There's got to be a lot of grease in that old building.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jim Hoff, Facility Manager. I was asked to give a brief update on a brief summary of the building and also the location. So you can see on this map, we zoomed in a little bit farther, and you can see where we're starting to create a campus of city buildings. At the top of the map, you can see Municipal Services Center 1, and then under construction is MSC 2 right below it. You can also see there's the greenhouse, and in the lower left-hand corner, we have the animal control, the water trails project, also the Harriet Street solar field, which will serve both the greenhouse and animal services.
Scott did remind me what Municipal Service Center 1 is actually known as the Rick Clark building that actually is sitting there.
Sorry, I
Just for, you know, for anyone that's listening, you might want to just say that. Thanks, Scott.
I'm just going to go to this image of the new facility. So, to be clear, I was supposed to reiterate, this is a city building. So it's city built, owned, and constructed. And the ARL will provide the services out of this building. The new building will be 22,000 square feet as compared to 6,800 square feet for the existing city facility. So it's over 3 times as big. The new facility will provide 210 animal kennels and cages compared to 105 in the existing facility. These totals will allow us to meet the length of stay best practice metrics for dogs and cats. Other major features, it'll have a full service veterinary clinic. It'll have a multi-purpose space that'll allow the city and ARL to hold special events for the public. It is served by a 145-ton geothermal system that will allow it to be very energy efficient. And it's a mostly electric building that will be served by the adjacent solar field. A little bit on the construction and where we are. Yeah.
Is it like backup heat or?
We use it, so we looked very closely at that. We use it for the water heaters because the electric water heaters for the capacity that we need for an animal services center just didn't provide it. So it's for very minor, well, it's not minor parts, but we had to use
just
it for
one,
those.
Yeah, essentially one piece of specialized equipment.
Yes, and it's also for the clothes dryer. There's a commercial clothes dryer that it just didn't work. So it was a few.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yep. For construction and schedule, most of you know that we're utilizing a new project delivery method. We are using construction manager as advisor. White's Construction was awarded that contract, and so they're the CM on the project. We bid out 17 bid packages earlier this year. The project is scheduled to be completed next fall, so a year from now. Currently, the contractors are working on underground utilities and footings, and next week we'll see it start to come out of the ground. So that'll be nice. And at the last construction update, White said that they were a few weeks ahead of schedule. So that's good news. A lot of stuff can change in a year, but all going really well so far.
So far better than the fire, correct?
That's safe to say, yeah.
But we're not doing comparisons.
Jim.
We're just gonna-
Jim, how many weeks ahead? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
A couple weeks ahead.
Okay, gotcha.
Any questions of Jim? Thank you.
So I'll just bring this on home here, that, basically with the new shelter, the working group plans to meet for the new shelter. We want to balance the community needs, programs, and resources, which we've got a much better feel for with the Pet Support Services program. We want to review and revise the contract to align with our desired outcomes, and of course, we'll have many departments input on that type of thing. But I want to just say, since 2005, it's been a pretty wild ride for both the city and the ARL on this partnership, but we stuck with it, and I think the city stuck with us, believing we would get to this day. So I'd like to say that everything I've talked about today truly is the floor. It's not the ceiling. We have so many more opportunities, and we're set in a direction and a path that all of those things can happen, so that our community members, whether they're four-legged or two-legged, can really get what they need, and not feel that this is us against them. Pet issues are community-based, and we can find solutions when we look at it community-based. So thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I'm open
Anybody
for
have,
that.
Carl first, and then Linda?
Right, thank you, Tom. So earlier this summer, the vehicle that you used to pick up dead animals was in the shop for several weeks. And so you apparently don't currently have a backup vehicle.
So I'm going to ask Joe to step up, and I'm going to have him address things like this, because I'm sorry.
Okay.
I try to stay as far away from that truck as I can.
So sometimes called the dead truck, yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Stafford. I'm the Director of Animal Services for the Animal Rescue League of Iowa, Mayor and members of council. Happy to answer that question. So you were talking about the truck not being available. There is no backup, is what I can tell you. I mean, so if that vehicle is mechanically unsound, then large deceased animals, and that's used to pick up primarily deer, is what it's used for.
Right, well, Jonathan Gano helped out with I know at least one dead deer issue. Windsor Heights came and picked up a deer, but if your vehicle is down, can you work out a plan B in advance so that issues like that are handled?
I mean, I would think, Matt, wouldn't Public Works be happy to help with something like that?
No, well...
Or is that no?
Well, there should be a quick, if their vehicle's down, then backup.
Yeah, so they, Jonathan had a friend in Windsor Heights and called that person to come and pick up the dead deer that would just happen to be pretty close to Windsor Heights. But so there wasn't a there wasn't a plan B while your truck was down, and it was down for a week or more, so.
I think what Carl is pointing out is that the situation ended up being elevated because the response when constituents were calling in was, well, the truck is down, you'll have to wait, and the deer was getting bloated and it was hot out. And so the calls got bigger. So he's just, I think it's right, like,
I do, and I
don't
think
have redundancy, we should have a plan.
And I think it's relevant to this conversation because we're talking, about the contract. I mean, and the deceased animal pickup is a separate and distinct item within the contract. I mean, so I think it's something that can be looked at. If the city, wants that redundancy, then we need to find a way to provide that. And it would be appropriate to look at that in kind of a contextual agreement. I mean, especially since that's a separate and distinct item within the contract, meaning it's not part of the whole, it's deceased animal pickup as a separate item.
Mr. Manager, there have been other instances of this in the past that Public Works has stepped in and found some sort of a solution. I mean, there were 2 dead deer sitting at 42nd and Woodland, and that got cleaned up. I'm sure you've got some sort of a plan because Public Works took care of that one.
Well, we will have a sound plan. This is something I would expect Public Works to handle with ARL and understanding, so we'll make sure that there is a sound Plan B message received.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have one. As a true friend of ARL and Animal Services, you guys, I appreciate so much what you do. As a city, I would like to see us work with the governance team. Iowa has the worst law in place for puppy mills, and we are known for puppy mills. And you have had to go out and take care of hundreds and hundreds of animals. We really need to get our state legislators to work together to get that law changed. And I know it's not really a city, I mean, it's not in the city of Des Moines, but I really would like for our lobbyist and our team to work with the ARL. You just need more support to get a state law passed.
1,959 cats TNR'd since March of 2019, by the way. About 53% of those have been females. So you can imagine how many unwanted litters of kittens have been saved, and that significantly has contributed to our success, and it's reflected in that live release rate that we looked at earlier. Unwanted breeding, puppy mills, there are so many issues where we could be doing better. I'm so excited, about the opportunity to work with you all and through you all and bring whatever it is that the group sees, to a reality. We have a unique opportunity to reposition the city with regards to animal welfare issues and providing something that I think, can become a beacon, an example for the rest of the state, and that's the goal here.
So just 2 things. Thank you so much for what you just said. I will tell you that we, Joe and I, have been, and others, have been on a lot of conversations of a bipartisan federal effort to address puppy mills, which are the licensing agencies for that. But there has to be state agriculture involvement as well. And so from the state, we are certainly going to take all of the help you want to send our way, because there are solutions. They just have to, we're putting federal and state together, and that's been a challenge. So, but if we get through that challenge, we can come up with these solutions, no question about it. On the dead animal issue, Joe was referencing, Jim Hoff and I had a discussion lately about a carcass disposal, which goes along with pickup, and then what do you do with them? And, do you put them in the landfill? Do you have like a reclaim, type of situation on deer and raccoons and possums? So again, I see that as something that is prime for the joint working group to work with interdepartmentally and come up with that solution. Yeah, dead deer stink. People know no one wants that dead deer in their front yard any longer on a July day than we would. But there are bigger solutions that can solve the problem instead of just, going individually. And I'm sure we can come up with those solutions.
I'll add public work to my big group.
Okay, great. Once again, thank you very much. Any other questions? I'm here. Really appreciate this opportunity, and it's great to see where we can go together.
Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You want to move right into energy efficiency, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, it'll be bad.
I do believe we have everybody here that we need. Thanks again to ARL. There were requests to have conversation about our own building efficiencies, and so I've asked Jim Hoff and Jeremy to present.
Since we're waiting on people, can I say the deer was in my neighborhood and it was a science experiment. It was pretty awesome. It was starting to float. I thought it was going to explode.
It was a science experiment to what?
It was getting ready to go. I mean, I hope it was that one. I hope there wasn't multiple ones. We were kind of close to Windsor Heights.
One of the programs I know ARL is looking at is, and I think actually just today, that you can go in and walk the dogs that are at the shelter. But essentially you can rent a dog for a few hours and take it for a walk. Back.
It's an amazing facility.
Yeah.
You know,
When you say your dogs get out, and my dog gets
Remind me, make sure your mics listen to the replay. So, you see that line flashing? That's David in the back. Yeah. So, yeah.
Let's go ahead and get started.
All right.
Okay. Double feature here with me. Jim Hoff, Facility Manager, and Jeremy Karen, Sustainability Program Manager. We were asked to give an update on energy efficiency and sustainability measures in our building. So this slide highlights a few of our considerations when we are looking at energy efficiency and sustainability. You can see that they range from pure energy efficiency measures to EVs and infrastructure to looking at climate adaptation and resilience. And this presentation will focus on how we incorporate some of these strategies into our buildings. We're going to tag team this, and Jeremy will take the next few slides.
Great. Thank you, Council and Mayor. I just wanted to, before we jump into talking specifically about the buildings, just reiterate the goals that were passed unanimously by Council in January 2021 for reducing greenhouse gas pollution through mitigation and transitioning to 24/7 carbon-free electricity across our facilities. So these are goals that we're thinking about as we design, construct, and operate our buildings, and how our buildings can be tools to help us get to these goals over time. One of the big tools that we now have to help us, just an overview of some of the metrics that we look at while we're considering projects and opportunities in our buildings. I wanted to touch on that Council in Plan DSM adopted a goal of 28% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. Happy to report we're on track to meet that goal. As we add more clean energy to our own portfolio, and as Mid-American Energy continues to add clean energy, that's driving us closer towards that goal. And then Guide DSM, or Plan DSM, also adopted a goal of LEED Silver or greater for all new city facilities. So buildings that are registered with LEED, this includes buildings that are now complete and buildings that are in the process of being constructed. We have 11 buildings total. One of them has achieved a LEED Platinum certification, 3 are Silver certified, and 3 are the baseline certification. And then we have 4 in progress, and Jim will update you on where those are tracking towards LEED during his presentation. And then we're seeing about a 10% reduction in overall energy use, predominantly from electricity, with a significant reduction in CO2 over time. We have either installed or are planning over 1 megawatt of solar across our facilities. And a big chunk of this will come from the MSC animal control and greenhouse installations over the next couple of years. And then we also keep track of the number of public EV chargers installed and planned in our parking garages, but we're also thinking about where we need those in our city facilities as well. And Jim will talk about that also. So one of the big tools that we have at our disposal now is our energy and water benchmarking ordinance and the B3 benchmarking tool that we use to track our energy use across our facilities. So this is just a snapshot of some of the visualizations we get out of that tool that look at our entire portfolio that we're tracking. So we have about 40 different buildings that we are entering energy, water, billing data for. And this allows us to look at a bunch of different metrics that are helping us manage our facilities better. We have about a $1.5 million spend on energy across all of our portfolio. We've seen about a 10% drop in that energy use since January, the year 2016. But there's also, according to this tool, a potential of savings of around $120,000 a year that we could still find across our facilities and take advantage of. Now, yep.
Buildings?
Yep.
The city has 40 buildings?
Yeah, so this includes everything like the library and other in the housing facilities. So it's more broad than just the 15 or so facilities that we manage directly. 12 fire stations. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple of park shelters in there. Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
we're only talking city-owned buildings. We're not talking about, anything else. Okay.
Yep, that's correct. We're not talking about the private building side of the benchmarking program. So this tool uses energy and water billing data to track where we're spending money on energy and how much savings we can achieve, and helps us to start to identify potential improvements. But I will say that it doesn't have the granularity to get to, identifying specific pieces of equipment or things like that we need to replace. That would take a more concerted auditing effort and maybe some specific sub-metering on equipment, or using these little devices called data loggers that help gather that information too. So looking at the output from B3 benchmarking across our portfolio, this is an estimate of where the primary savings can be found. it's estimated that roughly 83% of savings, or about $100,000 a year, could come from focusing on 9 sites. And these include City Hall, Municipal Service Center, Public Works Compound. That's going to be obviously decommissioned as we move into MSC 2, but there's some significant opportunities in the library as well. And like I said, it would take a little bit of deeper analysis across these facilities to really hone in on where those improvements can be made. But we have an idea of whether it's tied to baseline energy load, like plug loads from computers and lighting, or whether it's tied to heating and cooling equipment. So that gives us a little bit more direction when we have
So the golf course is, the Grandview Golf Course is fairly new building.
Yep.
Is that water or is that electric and gas?
This is most likely electric and gas potential savings that we can identify there. And sometimes that comes from just adjusting the building controls a little bit, or looking at, when the demand of the energy is happening within the tool, and that'll help us kind of hone in on what pieces of equipment to look at.
Wasn't Franklin Library also LEED certified to begin with?
It's yeah.
Why does it need new updating? I mean, to think we're having more savings or as much savings?
Yeah, I mean, the building overall, because it's designed as a LEED building, is saving significant money over like a baseline building.
So we still have more additional dollars.
Yeah, there's still some additional opportunities, and a lot of times this comes from looking at building controls and adjusting, set points, things like that, that improve performance.
Well,
I mean, when he talks about Grandview, that's a newer building. Are we not conserving as much energy as possible now?
Jim,
I don't
let you speak to
understand
management.
how we're saying $10,000 savings. Wouldn't we automatically be looking at those things?
Yeah, we're always looking at those. Some of these are, we'd have to get back to you on what specifically these measures are that are being suggested. But I think Jeremy's accurate. Typically, it's about set points, and it's about operating hours and dimming down the light. And so since we don't run some of these, I can't say for sure on the Grandview Golf Course.
But where did you get, I guess, how do you know you could save $10,000? I guess maybe that's the question that I mean.
Yeah, it's a comparison.
So like I mentioned.
So it's a comparison to the size of building something else?
So it's an order of magnitude of potential savings that the software is identifying through the back end algorithms that it uses. So all the data comes from billing data, so energy and water billing data. But to really get down to the granularity of identifying like how much actual savings there are, that would take some further investigation to hone in on specific pieces of equipment.
Think of these numbers more of a target that we need to be looking at based on comparable buildings and things of that nature. So it might be doors that are being left open for operational reasons, that just need to be
It could also
reconsidered.
be
There's a lot of
air sealing.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Southside Library, Carl and I were there last night. What do they have going on the side of the building? They had is that the new air conditioning that we put on there? I mean, it's like, it almost looks like a temporary, I don't know, what was that on the west side of the building? Okay.
Yeah. I think the libraries, for the most part, operate as their own entity, right? So they have their own facilities team that are managing projects in those facilities. So we don't manage those buildings.
All right. Well, we'll move on.
Yeah. They're city buildings. We get the billing data, so we still track it and include that.
We did everything. All was just redone, and now we're saying we can save $20,000 more.
Well, it's freezing in here today.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
we could crank it up a bit.
Yeah, and there's, energy management is about prioritizing improvement opportunities and figuring out where the value for the investment is. And so we can make investments that are affordable and make sense that maybe cost 80% or address 80% of the issues. And there's always usually room left over for continued improvement. It comes down to available funds and staffing resources to be able to implement these improvements.
And it's a continuous thing. So when we build a great building, we don't walk away from the opportunities to monitor and recognize that the operational way that the buildings are getting used does affect the energy draw. And so, again, a library might be doing something operationally that we're not aware of. And this might be a good target to say, wait a minute, they're lacking behind in the energy compared to similar buildings. Let's go talk to them. Let's figure out why that is.
So, Mr. Manager, just for the fun of it, looking back on one of the other earlier deals, it looks like we have one great building that meets the LEED Platinum series. So I'm wondering how you define great buildings, and I don't want your answer right now, but we need to, be looking at that and know what it is. And I think that Jim and Jeremy hopefully have some good direction for us on how we not only design and create, but operate in a great way.
Yep. Yeah, and Jim's got some great details when we get into the new construction side and the buildings that are under construction right now. So this next slide just gives you a little bit of an overview of things we're focusing on in existing buildings. Addressing energy and sustainability within these buildings benefits from a holistic and strategic approach. The most affordable source of energy that you can use is the energy that you don't use. And so that's something that we focus on when we're doing these projects in our facilities. And it's our first approach to improving the performance of the facilities and finding savings. I also wanted to mention that as we complete ADAPT DSM, as we work on ADAPT DSM, the city's first climate action and adaptation plan, we're also doing a risk and vulnerability assessment of city facilities as part of that, as sort of a sub-project within that project. And so that's looking at the vulnerability of our city buildings to climate change impacts, whether that be temperature, flooding, high winds, those sort of things. So that's also going to help us identify and prioritize improvements that we can make that can harden our facilities and make them better able to withstand those impacts and continue services to the public. So that's something that we also think about as we're making improvements to facilities. But I mentioned, we're tracking energy and water use through the benchmarking program. We're maximizing available rebates where we can from Mid-American Energy when we make improvements to buildings. And so far we've utilized things like the building energy audits programs that were provided by Mid-American. Those are no longer available at this time. And then express building tune-ups. So just to give you a little insight into some of the audit and express building tune-up projects that we've completed over the years, we implemented a number of measures across 4 facilities: Armory, Fleet, the police department, as examples. We installed 18 of 36 recommended energy efficiency measures, resulting in annual savings of $17,000 across those facilities. And we received upwards of $34,000 in incentives for those facilities. Now, I want to mention that we take a strategic approach to implementing these projects. So as we're doing that, we're balancing it against larger planned facility improvements or facility retirements. So some of the recommendations that come forward through these processes, don't make sense from a timing perspective. And that's something that we take into account as we select which ones to implement.
Do we select based on payback period? So we implemented 18 of 36 measures. What payback period are we using? It means private sector, they'll typically use a 3-year payback period as their cutoff, and so they'll leave on the table, if it's a 4 or 5-year payback, they won't implement it. I mean, we've maybe got different incentives. We don't have to show a profit in the near term. We need to manage money over the long term effectively.
That's a good question. So on the private side, I did work on some projects with some companies that would go up to 7 years. That was kind of the metric that I was used to. So, but here at the city, we have different lead by example, those type of things. We've talked about that before. We look at around 10 years, and then we start to talk about it. So I would say, specifically to this question, some of these things where the payback was over 10 years. Some of them are probably like Fleet. We knew we weren't going to own that building for more than 2 or 3 more years. So we didn't look at anything that was over a 3-year payback because it just didn't make any sense. So that's why you saw on some of the previous slides where some things were left on the table, because they also might have been like huge paybacks. So to your point, to the Grandview Golf Course, I mean, it still is a little bit older. There is new HVAC equipment that you could put up there, but we wouldn't invest $200,000 in.
But you're telling me that, and to what Josh is saying is that we shouldn't look at anything other than to go further or at least 10 years, where the private sector does it maybe 3 or 4 or even 7 years, because the technology is changing all the time. So why would we spend more if we didn't know what the pay? I mean, that makes zero sense. And I know in your heart of hearts that you want to do this and extend it out as far as you can. But technology is always changing. You just said it yourself about 10 years. I mean, that's a long time. I mean, I can't imagine what the next 10 years is going to bring. So, but it's not. I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I understand what you're trying to say or do, but to go any further than 10 years would be a massive. It just wouldn't do justice to our taxpayer dollars. We still have to be fiscally responsible for tax dollars and how we're spending it. It doesn't matter if we're looking at long term or we're not trying to make money. We still have to be fiscally responsible. Mm-hmm. And looking at further than 10 years is crazy to do that for any type of these things.
Wasn't there a large section that talked about how much we were saving based on energy efficiency?
Right. And Joe, the difference between the private sector, the argument that a lot of private sector folks make for why they don't invest in energy efficiency with longer payback is because they can invest in their main line of business and earn a greater rate of return. We are not trying to earn a greater rate of return. We're trying to save money for our operations over the long term. So it's we've got different incentive structures there. So if we have money on and we're leaving savings on the table, that means we're paying more over the long run.
Technology changes definitely over 10 years. If we're looking at anything further than 10 years and spending money on, that's a mistake. Whether it be solar, if we're not getting our payback with solar or geothermal or any of these things, then we're making that's a disjustice to any taxpayer dollars, including my tax dollars that I'm putting in.
So
if we're doing nothing
your argument
now,
is that you're willing to buy an inefficient piece of equipment that has a life of 15 or 20 years. You're willing to buy something less efficient because you want to replace that before the end of the life? Because when we are making investments in a piece of equipment, we are often making investments for things that are
Just technology is going to change in 10 years. So
right.
If we're going to spend extra for something, we better get our payback within 10 years is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to start an argument. I'm not trying to get into any type of, any other discussion. I'm just saying that is what we should be looking at. And if you want to look at anything further, then we need to have a policy discussion about that.
Well, one of the other things I'd like to point out, and these guys know more about it than I do, But I've been watching this for the last 15, 20 years and watching the change, not only in our business investments, but one of the reasons why we do this is about the environment. And it's projected in that next 10 years, Joe, we better look at some different technology because we're going to be looking at 125 degrees right here in Des Moines. And so you better get ready for that at your restaurant. Maybe you can start cooking with that too. So that's what we're doing. We're preparing.
How much we're going to do right here, right now, if we don't the world doesn't get a grip on it. And you know that well.
That's exactly right. And we have to lead by example.
And we
I appreciate you bringing that up.
We are.
Thank you.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
So I will say my previous experience is as an energy planner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and so I managed energy projects in state facilities everywhere from $2 million to $32 million across universities and prisons and other facilities. And so we actually looked at a 10 to 15-year payback window. There, you can realize significant savings when you install a more efficient piece of equipment than a less efficient piece of equipment. So you're looking at that yearly energy savings as well, and then the life cycle cost savings of the product. So that's an important thing to consider when we're making these improvements, because you can save that money year over year and put that back into public programs, put that into funds to save, to make future improvements to facilities. So those are things that we need to be cognizant of when we're working on these projects.
Since the men are done fighting, I'd like my turn to speak, since I had to wait for all of you to finish what you wanted to say. But I will just say, I think it's important for us to not wait, because if we wait to make the investments, then we are waiting 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and not making the savings that we're making over that amount of time. And so I would just like to put my 2 cents in and say that I am in support of investing now.
Thank you. So, I talked about the benchmarking program and the benefits that's providing. I talked about investments we're making in our existing facilities. I touched on how the climate action plan will help give us more insights. So these are all things that we're focusing on to make our existing buildings operate more efficiently, and also improve the health and comfort of city employees and the public. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim to start providing an overview of new facilities.
Okay, so you've seen this map a little bit earlier, but I think it's important to show this area around MSC2, because you can see we're starting to create a campus of city facilities. So we have MSC1. There's a longer name to that building too that I won't say right now. We also have the greenhouse. We have animal services down in the lower left. You can see how we're going to utilize, basically an unusable piece of land, the Harriet Street landfill, for a solar field, which will provide electrical services for both the greenhouse and animal services. Off to the left, you can see some of the programs and standards that all of our new construction has to meet. So all of our buildings are required to be a minimum of LEED Silver per Plan DSM. All of our new buildings go through the commercial new construction program. It's important to note that all the past projects that we've had, the incentives we've received from Mid-Am to date are almost $400,000. And the projects under construction right now, it's estimated that we'll receive $400,000 just on those. We integrate renewable energy where it makes sense budget-wise and space-wise for projects. We plan for EV readiness in our buildings, and we're always considering the health and comfort of our occupants.
On the new construction, do you know what energy conservation code we're building to? Are we building to the 2021 Energy Conservation Code?
I do not know that.
I mean, I think going forward, I think it would be great if, as a city, we could be building to the most recent Energy Conservation Code. That's updated typically every 3 years. The state code does not, the state code is often lags behind on that.
Yeah.
But there's no reason why we couldn't follow the most recent standard.
When you see the facts on these next buildings, that will be over baseline code, so it will be the state code.
Right, which the state code is at the 2012 code. So we're over that baseline, but
yeah.
we should be targeting the most efficient standard that is out there.
Gotcha, noted.
So the state code's 9 years old? That's what everyone's building to, is 2012? Is that what it is?
2012, and so there were updates in 2015, 2018, and now 2021. The state was working on updating that code to 2018. They were going to skip over 2015. Last session, there was some legislation introduced to restructure how codes are updated. That legislation ultimately failed. But if the state does move forward on updating codes, they'll do it to 2020 or 2018 when that happens, or hopefully higher.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so the recently completed Fire Station 11 is tracking towards LEED Silver. It's 53% more efficient over baseline code building. It has a 28 kilowatt solar array on the roof and also EV charging stations. Key building features include the closed loop geothermal system. It also has an enhanced air filtration system, which is key for the apparatus bay with those large fire trucks going in and out. It's important to clear that air quickly and efficiently. And it also has a landscape plan that uses no irrigation. MSC2, this one is very close to wrapping up, and it's tracking towards at least a LEED Silver. It'll be likely gold. This one has a 16% energy efficiency over the baseline building. It has a very sizable solar array on the roof. It's over 0.5 megawatt. It'll meet the energy demands of 25%, approximately 25% of the facility's needs. We made it EV charging ready, so the infrastructure is there when our fleet catches up with it. Key building features here are an advanced rainwater management system. So we have several large retention basins on site. It has a very efficient VRF system similar to what's installed in MSC1, and a rainwater capture system that will supply some of the water that Public Works will be able to use.
About the previous slide, the fire station, the last sentence you said outdoor water use reduction, no irrigation.
Correct.
What,
For the landscape.
so you're not, I understand you're not irrigating, but in front of the fire station, is that all supposed to be native plants? Because people have asked, when are they going to mow the grass? And
yeah,
has that been planted? Are we doing it like a rain garden, or what have we done there?
It's native plantings. It's probably easiest to say that there might be a few issues with fire station number 11, and we need to kind of get that in check. It should be, it was designed as native planting. So you see native plantings on many other campuses where
right.
it
that
comes,
just looks.
yeah.
It's not the final stage.
It's not the final stage.
Okay, and do we have a detention basin in there too?
There is a detention basin in there. There's one off the back.
Okay.
Do we have problems with the native plants of Iowa and how they look?
That's not the problem.
Okay.
If you had.
Okay. Thank you for
If
clarifying.
there are truly native plants there, they would not.
Okay, so we're
They're
gonna
native
work
weeds.
on that.
Yeah, we can chat.
Okay. I just needed to understand that better about the no irrigation. Thank you.
Question. Next, we have animal services. So this one is currently under construction. It's tracking towards LEED Gold. It's 34% more efficient over baseline. This one is going to be tied to the city solar field, and it's sized to meet 110% of the annual electricity demand there. Key building features here are it has a closed loop geothermal field as well. We have instantaneous water heaters. It was some of the things that we talked about in the last presentation. So, and this is a mostly electrical building with the exception of a clothes dryer and the water heaters.
Can I ask one more question?
You sure can.
Is that why it's tracking toward gold certification as opposed to silver certification?
And there's many things that would track it towards gold. When you do a geothermal system, that really meets some of the energy efficiency. You get a lot of points. It's a point system, so we get a lot of points there.
So why is 11 only silver and this is gold? I mean, the fire station just opened.
So some of it, there's many categories of LEED. I'd have to pull up the,
Okay, all right.
yeah. But it probably has to do with where we're building it. This one also is benefiting from a much larger solar build. They got a lot of points because that's dedicated solar for 110%. So that's a lot of points in LEED's metric. So that's probably what pushed it over the edge. That's what's going to push it over the edge for MSC2.
4 years from now, you won't come back and say, oh, Fire Station 11, we need to do some things here to get better energy efficiency.
No, Fire Station 11 is actually tracking better than this project on energy. It was at 53% better than code.
Got it.
And lastly, we have the greenhouse. So this building will operate, it's designed as an all-electric building, and because it's served by the adjacent solar field, again, which will provide 110% of its electrical demand, this one will, it qualifies as being a net zero facility, and it's actually, it's a huge accomplishment, I think. It's tracking towards LEED Gold as well, but it is 11% over the baseline code building. A few of the key building features here are we have the passing cooling within the greenhouse. We have shading curtains to control the heat gain and the heat loss, and it has the 50% more efficient irrigation system within the greenhouse. I'll turn this over to Jeremy for the last slide, and then we can take some more questions if you have them.
So you can see our approach to the design, construction, and operation of our buildings is evolving. We're getting better at managing them. We're identifying more savings opportunities. We're incorporating more sustainable design concepts. This slide provides just an overview of some of the strategies that we're looking at as we manage our facilities. And it's holistic, looking at everything from energy to natural resource restoration and support, and adapting to a changing climate. And so some of the things we've implemented or are working towards are developing some standard guidelines for our projects. So things that we're thinking about on every project, working on incorporating green purchasing into our contracts where it makes sense too, for facility maintenance services. We're looking at electrification of our facilities, like Jim talked about with the greenhouse, or looking at managing our load better, transitioning it to different parts of the day where it aligns more with clean energy. That gets at meeting that 24/7 goal. And then utilizing the data we have at hand to make better decisions. And then also we're investing in a lot more clean energy resources at our facilities, solar, geothermal. We will, as it becomes more affordable and viable, look at energy storage. And then we'll also think about, how we can buy clean energy too to serve our facilities where we can't meet that with what we're provided from Mid-American Energy. And then, of course, looking at habitat restoration and stormwater management and using natural practices to do that, to, create more pollinating habitat and to look at low water or no water, xeriscaping is what it's called. Landscaping that doesn't require the irrigation. And then obviously incorporating thinking about climate resilience, passive survivability so that our buildings are easier to be in when we may not have utility services or have an event where we have to bring people in to support them from the public as a place to stay or seek services. So with that, that wraps up our present. Yep.
So the third bullet,
Xeriscaping.
One more time?
Xeriscaping?
Xeriscaping.
So that's basically landscaping that doesn't require irrigation. It's the industry term for that, where you're utilizing native species or low water demand species that don't require as much maintenance or watering. So it helps with drought management.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
So
I thought you said zero-scaping, which made more sense to me.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I'm just not that intelligent, I guess.
Question?
A couple questions. Do we participate in Mid-American's interruptible program or demand response at any of our buildings?
I don't think we do. Jim, I don't know if you know of anything more specifically, but it's something that I've definitely been thinking about looking into more as a way to, and we also have to look at the demand of our facilities and whether it meets the minimum thresholds for who they allow to participate in that program.
Well, I mean, they've got different levels, right?
Yep.
Because, I mean, they allow, I mean, I think there's, I guess I don't know, maybe it's only industrial and residential and there's not a commercial or
Yeah,
in between.
so for
in
the
that
commercial
regard.
side, there is a threshold, so we'd have to look at each facility and see if it meets that minimum threshold.
And obviously, there are certain places that we wouldn't want to participate because we have certain of our facilities that are cooling centers. So participating in demand response doesn't make sense for those facilities. But where we could participate, that certainly makes sense. I also had questions, for the Inflation Reduction Act changed the solar tax credit. So we're now able to take advantage of it. So it makes investments even more economic from a city perspective. And so I guess my hope is that we can look at a broader range of solar investments given that at some facilities where we haven't previously done this, the payback is going to be better now that you have this new tax credit in place.
That's correct. So for those on the council that aren't aware, the Inflation Reduction Act extended the solar tax credit to 30% from 26%, and that's at least through 2024 for commercial properties and 2032, I think, for residential properties, and opened it up so that the city can also benefit from that tax benefit. So significant opportunity there to make better investments in solar, to expand the amount of solar we're building out. And that's something we're taking into consideration as we develop our solar PPA RFP now. That certainly is going to make that a lot easier to move forward also.
You said it was 23%, went up to 30%, and opened up to the city to be able to get a tax credit?
Yeah, historically, we used to have to go through a PPA to realize those tax credits.
We don't pay tax,
Yeah,
so we have to go through a third party historic.
Right.
The benefit of that.
but now that that's changed, I have to relook at, we were looking at doing a solar PPA RFP to take advantage of that tax credit. I need to look at what makes more sense for us as an investment to build out solar on MSC 1.
Gotcha.
Right. But everything else is already built out, right? For the greenhouse and for.
It's being built, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're taking full advantage of that. So
there's also additional land at that landfill area that
Right.
could potentially be built out with additional solar installations to serve city facilities or to offset energy use in city facilities, or for a community solar project.
So educate me. So like when the power goes out when we have a storm, then those facilities will never lose power. Then, right?
Not necessarily. So the solar arrays that we're installing are grid tied. So there's a net metering process that happens. So that happens in either on a monthly or a yearly basis, where there's a true up between the amount of energy we're using and the energy that's produced by our system. So there's periods of the year when we're producing more solar than we can use, and that's going back out onto the grid. And there's periods of the year when we're using more energy than what our solar produces, and that all gets trued up by Mid-American, and we get a credit on our bill towards that to reduce the bill based on the overall amount of solar that we've generated.
So we're still hooked up to Mid-America Energy. Then we're not.
We are.
We're not solely providing our own energy
to make our buildings off-grid capable, to create a microgrid essentially that makes them more resilient and would work really well as resilience hubs for the public if we have storm events. We have to start thinking about things like energy storage and installing energy storage at our facilities in order to have that backup.
Okay. Well, thanks for clarifying that, because it sounded like we were strictly going to be independent on these buildings, and then we're not going to get any energy.
Yeah, the majority of buildings that have solar are grid tied. That's how the market's set up. But it's
so we still get a bill from Mid-America.
A much lower bill.
Yeah, no, but we still get a bill.
Yep.
Okay.
Connie?
Can I just ask where you said 110% on that one slide of energy? So does that mean we're producing more?
Yeah, so that's
that
the
would be
maximum that's allowed to be built out by
Okay.
Mid-American for
So-
grid-tied solar systems.
They set the standard.
I don't, honestly,
It's actually the inflow-outflow rate is set by, so what qualifies for the inflow-outflow rate is actually set by state law.
Oh, state law, okay.
But
So-
that was set so that you're not oversizing systems.
Okay.
Indira? Yes, sir.
Sorry, just one more thing. What does PPA stand for?
power purchase agreement.
Power purchase agreement. Thank you.
Yep.
Carl, anything? Find anything on the internet that's important? Good.
All right. No further questions?
Jim, Jeremy, thank you very much.
Yep.
Please keep us up to date. Is there any possibility that wind would help us out? I mean, that we'd put up a couple of...
So, I don't know offhand whether we have any viable places in the city that would have the wind capacity to support installing a turbine. Obviously, there's a lot of factors that play into that, with concerns from abutters, and so we'd have to look at specific locations that, where the siting conditions would support it. But we haven't looked into it too closely yet. Solar is a easier, faster investment for us right now, so we should focus on solar and then look to those other
In
options.
terms of output, is it more cost-effective as well or not?
It can be.
It can be.
At
And
a
it-
larger scale.
And you can also use it to balance out. So there is small scale solar. The systems tend to be a little more expensive, and so the paybacks are longer on those. But it's an opportunity that we might be able to take advantage of too. So one of the gaps that we're going to see towards that 24/7 goal is, we can produce solar energy throughout the day, but over the nighttime, we have to use grid energy, and, there's certain periods of time where that's clean energy. Typically, it is at night from Mid-American with wind energy, but there is some fossil fuel generation. But if we were able to invest in some small-scale solar or even pumped hydro or some other solutions that are out there, we may be able to meet some of that nighttime demand. And
Like small-scale wind.
Yep.
But storage is going to be one of the other.
And that market is, emerging, but it's making quick progress and becoming increasingly more competitive and more affordable. You're starting to see some significant storage build-outs in Texas and California and some other states, and I think we'll see it happen a lot sooner here also.
There's a proposal for 75 megawatts of battery storage that Alliant has in the Cedar Rapids area where the Wayne Arnold plant is retiring. So that would be the first utility scale, but I think in the Dubuque area or maybe it's Decorah already has a sizable battery storage. Decorah actually has a lot of distributed solar. But as a technology, on the small scale, distributed solar and battery storage work better. There have not been good small-scale wind technologies. Yep. Wind is actually the cheapest form of new generation to build, but it's $1 million turbines that we see that don't fit real well in the middle of a city.
Speaking of, don't get a discount for buying one.
We can invest in a solar field that's being built elsewhere and purchase that energy to meet renewable energy goals. That is one strategy that a lot of cities are using.
Another strategy potentially for generation. I don't know how much we've talked about nuclear, if that's an option.
Has to be considered.
Mid-American Energy is looking at micro-nuclear technology that's being developed right now. There's still, a lot of discussion about the benefits and the costs of that and the safety of that. There's still, basically, it's a modular nuclear reactor system where each reactor is self-contained in a concrete cylinder, and you build it out by your energy demand, but you still have to store those when you're done using them, and that's a challenge.
And then there's always a discussion about hydrogen.
Yep. And then there's a lot of great things happening in emerging energy production that we may see 10 years down the road, like nuclear, I always mix it up, fission or fusion, where you're combining the atoms and that doesn't produce toxic waste. And we've made significant gains in the past couple of years on that too.
And there's always the discussion about having a public utility as well. And there's a lot of interest amongst the community, especially working for environmental activism, about having democratically controlled utilities.
So Ann Arbor is actually looking at a sustainable energy utility, which they're creating to help meet their clean energy goals. And it kind of works to fill in the gap that the utility can't service. And that's a model that we could potentially look at too, as a way to support more clean energy build-outs, aggregate, residential solar and create a virtual power plant that way, or different, geothermal loops, things like that we can think about.
Sounds exciting.
Yep.
All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Manager, where are we?
So we have the opportunity to bring forward the parks discussion if the council would like, and that would actually help accommodate the mayor. I believe has a call that he needed to consider getting on, unless you were going to not do that.
Well, I'm going to sign in for a minute.
Okay. Then if that's okay with the council, we'll move with them, and then we'll break for lunch, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Mayor, County, members of the Moines City Council, Ben Page, Parks and Recreation Director. With me today is Daniel Calvert, our Planning and Development Administrator. Daniel basically works on the capital side of our budget and the long-term plans of the department. So today, we decided we would keep our sleeves on. The first two guys that come to your table a long time and hadn't had their sleeves off, and give you a different presentation. Maybe not right to bear arms, but to talk about parks. So, well, you guys needed a laugh after that last 4 hours of meeting, so we tried to make it lighthearted here. One of the tools in our tool bag to make proposals to you on how we use our limited capital dollars is the Trust for Public Lands ParkScore, albeit our best analytical tool in our tool bag. But when we leave today, I want you to understand one thing. This is a really cool program, but it's only one of the tools. As we know, national metrics don't always equate to what the local community wants, but they do help influence and make analytical decisions on those priorities and limited dollars. So one of the cool things about this that we're really impressed with is this ranks the top 100 largest cities by population. Before I came, I just double checked and looked up. We're sitting at 111th largest city by population per 2022 counts. And you might ask yourself, then how did we get into this? Well, we got into it because 4 or 5 years ago, we saw the writing on the wall with record investment coming with the sales tax, and then now we have ARPA funds. We wanted to set a baseline to see where we would rank in the city to give our park board and our staff and our city manager one more tool to show the public how we are wisely investing limited dollars. And so after 5 years of pestering the Trust for Public Land staff about, they kept publicizing they had 100 cities in this. They didn't. They had like 97. And we said, we would like to get in on this because you can't buy your way into this score. You can't pay for anything. You can't lobby into it. It's just the top 100. We said, you're only getting 97 cities on average to participate in the actual process. And that's because it's a staff-intensive amount of labor to put this together for them to score us. And we figured there was probably 3 or 4 cities that were going to come in 97, 98, all the way to 100, and said, why do all that work to find out we're 99th in the city and cheer, right? We were too competitive. We wanted to find out where we'd sit. So you're about to see what goes into the park score, and it'll tell you where we are park amenity poor or park amenity rich, if you will, and where we should focus those dollars. Again, just one tool in our tool bag. I'll let Daniel take it from here. Daniel's done a great job. So much this year when they released the score, Daniel and his team was a case study webinar for the entire nation about Des Moines Parks and Recreation and how we use this as a tool in our tool bag. Daniel, all yours. Thank you, Ben. Good morning, Mayor, County, and council members. Daniel Calvert, Development and Planning Administrator. It's my pleasure to present, celebrate, and discuss the Trust for Public Lands 2022 City of Des Moines ParkScore. This is the 11th year that TPL has done the ParkScore, and it's the 4th year, like Ben said, that the City of Des Moines has been included in the top 100 cities in the rankings. The Des Moines engagement with the Trust for Public Lands grew with intent with the Mayor County's pledge to adopt long-term, system-wide strategies to achieve the vision that everyone should have a park or open space within a 10-minute walk, gaining access to all the benefits that the parks provide. Today's presentation will begin with a high-level overview of the TPL ParkScore, the ParkScore rankings for the City of Des Moines, some of the results as they relate to each of the metrics within ParkScore, as well as a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the City of Atlanta's TPL ParkScore analysis and results. So this first slide provides an overview of the TPL ParkScore program and metrics. It is an index that is comprised of the 100 most populous U.S. park cities and systems within the U.S. The index is created from analysis metrics in 4 key areas. You can see those on the slide as acreage, investment, amenities, access, and equity was just added to the metric. So you can see that each of the areas has metrics that engage and inform each of those key areas in the score. So if we look at the City of Des Moines and their results from those metrics on the previous page or slide, you can see that the City of Des Moines has the 2022 ParkScore access map on the left, which you should have the handout there. It's the map that has the green and purple on it. That is the access map. And what that is showing is metrics. There are several metrics: health, walkability, demographics such as income, and those are all
conglomerated into an analysis that takes into account our existing trails and parks. And then the areas of purple in a graduated form are showing areas that do not have access. So more purple, less access. So areas you'd want to focus on or have a closer look at for providing additional access. Now on the other side, the other map there that's shown in the blue and orange, that is the equity metric. And what that is showing and indicating is the metrics of where low income versus high income census tracts are located within the city. So the map on the left-hand side is showing the highest 20% census tracts in the city for income. So blue are areas where you have low income focus or density within the city of Des Moines. In the background is the access layer that is now shown in a graduated orange. So areas where you have blue and basically light colored orange or white are areas where you want to focus if you want to get access, as well as hit those low income communities providing more access to parks and trails. The map on the right is showing the demographics of racial equity and access to parks and trails within the city of Des Moines. So that is showing again with the census tracts in blue, the top 20 census blocks in the city of Des Moines by density. And underlying again is the access, which is shown in that lighter color, less access, and the darker orange is more access. Now, if you look below, you can see the metrics that we talked about before that comprise the total ParkScore results for the city of Des Moines, as acreage having 75 points out of 100, access 58, investment 61, amenities 71, and equity 40. So if we're looking at our score from last year, how have we been doing and tracking? Acreage, we saw a small decrease in acreage, and that was just based on what our peer cities are doing with acquiring additional acreage. Access, we saw a small increase in the points for access over last year of 1 point increase, and investment of 61 is where the city of Des Moines really saw a large increase in their scoring from 51 to 61. And this is due not only to the city of Des Moines, but our partners as well. Des Moines Parks and Recreation has the Friends of Des Moines Parks that have applied and received multiple grants, raised money for projects. We also have the Icon Water Trails project, which is a big investment within the city, as well as outside the metro. But the amenities that are inside the city limits are counted in that investment category, as well as Polk County. So we count Polk County facilities and amenities such as their senior centers. So those are included in our metric scoring, even though they are not City of Des Moines facility. Amenities, we saw a small increase of 2 points this year, and that was due to new amenities and facilities that we added, and I'll get into those specifics on the next slides. And then equity, we saw a small increase in equity, and that was just based on how they've been tooling and reworking the equity metrics. And we'll dive a little deeper into that, but being a new metric, they're working and limited by what available data they have that they can utilize for that equity metric. So here I just wanted to highlight real quickly, if you can see on the screen, that red asterisk shows our latest acquisition, which was approved on Monday night for the new Allen Park. So 4 acres that reside on Yeater Creek on Titus and Southeast 5th. So this acquisition, we used multiple layers of analysis, including TPL ParkScore, to acquire this property in an area of great need. You can see on those maps on the right in the equity that it hits both in access, low income, and demographic. So we're reaching, with one move, we increased from 72% of all City of Des Moines residents having access to 73%. 2,441 new residents now have access to a park and green space in the City of Des Moines because of that one purchase. So we'll keep that in mind as we move through this presentation. So without further ado, I'm going to talk about the actual ranking that results from the scoring system that we talked about and the mapping and analysis that was laid out previously on that slide. So the City of Des Moines, congratulations, is now a top 25 ranked park system in the nation. So cities which made market moves in the rankings are the City of Des Moines moving up 10 spots, Baton Rouge, Atlanta, and Cincinnati. And predominantly, a lot of those cities use schoolyard interlocal agreements to achieve those moves by making strategic investments and program investments, primarily playgrounds within those schools. So they didn't have to acquire land. They did investment in programming and facilities to get those movements up. Des Moines continues to outpace and rank cities such as Austin, Tampa, Atlanta, San Diego, and Omaha. So we're way above other peer cities and larger municipalities. You can also mark that the last 4 TPL ParkScore rankings since 2019 for the city of Des Moines were at 39, 34, and 35. So as we dive into some of those key metrics that we talked about before on the overview and the score, we can see that there's the percentage of the city of Des Moines that is dedicated for parks and open space is 14%. The median nationally is 19, so we're a little bit below that as a percentage of our total city acreage. The 10-minute walk, we talked about that a little bit before. 72% of all residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park or trail within the city of Des Moines. The national median is 75. So again, there's improvement. We talked about we've already made some strategic moves to move that metric up to 73%. Investment, we talked about this was the biggest move up for the city of Des Moines. And again, you can see the area in orange is showing those strategic investments that have been made for our capital improvements. And then in green, you can see our partner organizations. That is highly above the national median. We have $25 per resident that is shown there, whereas typically it's $5 per resident. So we're highly above that national median average. And again, it was some of those partner organizations and projects that are going on, Polk County, Icon, Friends of Des Moines Parks, that make a big impact in the city of Des Moines. And we surely appreciate that support, and they make a big difference when you see how that impacts the neighborhoods and cities. Some recent projects that come to mind would be Drake and Bates Parks, those investments that were made by the private donors who helped to support those. So amenities, if we're talking about the amenities, where do we score well and where can we improve and do better to impact the TPL ParkScore? So here you can see spray grounds at the bottom. We are the 100th percentile. We are the top per capita spray ground in America for amenities provided per resident per spray grounds. You can also see there that we have some movement on restrooms. That's really positive. We talked about recreation centers. Playgrounds is an area where we're kind of in the middle of the pack. You know, some of the other cities may be utilizing more neighborhood parks to have more playgrounds. I think we're going to continue to make strategic moves to implement new playgrounds. We'll talk about that a little bit later in some of the upcoming projects that are imminent. And then we have to work a little bit on where does our dog park metric meet the needs of our city versus this metric. But that's an area that we score a little bit lower than some of the other metrics.
Just a question. This is a question for Scott about bathrooms.
Yep.
Can we look at, I don't know if any of you are familiar with Easter Lake and the bathrooms that are on the trail system. They're set up a little different. They're very clean. But I don't think they're definitely not hooked up to any type of sewer, and they don't cost as much when their sewer's not available to do it. Is there any way we can look at? I think we can really make a big impact in our park system by putting in some of those bathrooms. And I know that I don't know if it's our policy, if it's our building code, or what exactly it is. But I would like to take a look at that to really help out. Instead of having Kaibos out there, we can have a clean facility to be able to put into some of these parks.
Yeah, we can bring that back as a separate topic. That was something discussed years ago, and that was the decision at that point. Maybe that's changed.
I think it's probably half the amount than to put in, probably like the bathroom we had to put in at the skate park, where there was probably no sewer there.
There is.
Yeah, but if we would have put in...
Oh, it could have been half.
Would have been half the cost, right?
I think that's referred to as a Portland loo.
Yeah, basically a permanent type of Kaibo structure permanent concrete walls, and there is no utility hookup. So your current policy, your building codes require you to connect to sewer and sanitary and water if you're within so many feet. I don't have that with me today. The problem with our city is most of our parks are in neighborhoods, which means there's already utilities there. So we would have to follow our own policy, or council would have to make a decision to say the parks does not have to follow the policy the rest of the community follows. That's where we left it at last.
Okay.
Stop me if this is not the time to ask this question, but if it's not hooked up to sewer, how does it work?
So you hire a company just like you do for the temporary kaibos. So
Oh, it's a porta potty, but like
every few days to a week, depending on how much use they come and they pump that out and take it away.
Okay.
It's underground though.
But it's underground.
It's underground.
And it's
Yep.
clean. I mean, you go in, you
Yep.
can't smell. I mean, it's clean. It's in a tank.
Okay.
And
Oh, it's in a tank, a septic
Yes.
tank. Okay.
Yes.
Because our restrooms today in the modern bid climate we're seeing for a single restroom is $300,000-400,000 depending on the bid climate. And
Right.
a double is be about $400,000 to $500,000, sometimes even $600,000. These, you can buy these that are commercially made and they come in on a crane, you set them down and they're there. They're probably half that cost installed.
I know my wife would much rather use that facility than a kaibo. For sure.
Everybody would.
I think probably every woman that I know would probably like that. And so I'm just.
And they'd probably like the running water even better, though. That's the problem.
It has, it
You can
depends.
do water, then you're hooked up to sewer though. So there is ones that have water that just leach into the park like a rain garden, just the water. There's different options out there.
Okay. Okay.
I was just going to ask about the ranking on the playgrounds. Do we incorporate, because all the schools have playgrounds?
Yeah, that's a good question. Only the schools that we have interlocal agreements, like Brody would be one where we do have an interlocal agreement and it stays open after the school is closed. So it's open to the public during off hours. So the other schools, those are not included in the scoring metric here.
Because like you look at every grade school, they're open. I mean,
Yep.
people use them. So I would think they should be included because it really is a park.
And I think they did that for TPL because throughout the country, it's a little desperate as far as some are gated, they're closed off, they're not accessible, whereas some that we see here in the city, they are more open and you can get to them, even if it's not formalized through an agreement or interlocal. So I think that's how they recognize
So
it.
do we need to have a formal agreement?
Yeah, and that's one of the opportunities at the end of the presentation. We're going to talk about some opportunities. We've had some great conversations. The school's been a great partner, as we know, Weeks and McCombs.
Right.
There's one to work with on McCombs.
And there's
sorry,
a lot of-
Weeks and Brody.
But we would also like to talk about further, and they are committed to start at the middle school level. They have an idea that they think the middle school level is the way to start this partnership with us. Parents just have a little more safety concerns at the elementary level with having it open to the public during the day while it's open toward the school.
Okay.
So we'll get through those.
But, I mean, there's a lot of them that have walking trails. I mean, they're open.
Yeah,
So when,
lots of them have these basketball courts. everything.
right. So I'm just saying the time of the school should be accounted for. The majority of the time, they're not in the buildings.
Right.
So it should go towards our score, I would think.
And that's one of those,
I agree.
when we talked about some of those cities that moved, like Atlanta, Cincinnati, they really worked with the school districts. They did 10 in Atlanta in 1 year to move that score up. It doesn't mean that this neighborhood and kids aren't necessarily using that.
Right, yeah.
It's just a metric that they
Okay.
used in how they measure it because they don't know if it's open to the public or not. So they kind of take a broad-based approach and policy that unless you have a clear agreement, they don't include it. So that's definitely an area that I think, like Weeks, we saw the success there
Right.
and how well that's operating with the new playground, the basketball, the walking track that you talked about. And it's been a huge resource, and access to that for the neighborhood is really important.
And that's open during school. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people are using it during the school day,
Because
but,
they're in the school.
right, but I mean,
Yeah.
people are walking, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But the playground itself, I don't know. I don't know how much that's being used during the school day.
Daniel, I know that we don't establish what criteria on the scoring, but
Right.
basketball hoops, I mean, we're doing futsal, and I know
Yep.
several other cities are doing pickleball courts. Is that is just strictly basketball? Is that somewhat of a dated scoring method, or is that?
Nope, that's included in the metrics, but you did hit on a point that we're going to touch on a little bit later, which is emerging trends and amenities that are probably going to get captured in future years. The futsal is a a newer amenity that not all cities have yet, so we can be celebrated in that we have several futsal courts that we're installing. We've seen the programming and the engagement from the kids there. So I think you're going to see in future years where we'll get credit for those futsal courts. Basketball hoops are actually what they count. So at weeks, we did 6 basketball hoops, knowing that at recess, you're going to have, how many kids hit that court. And so having 2 hoops isn't ideal, but we got significant points because it was 6 hoops versus 2. So there are intricacies to metrics. Any metric has things that if you know how it operates and works, you may not want to chase the metric, but just be aware how things can impact the metric. And we do have quite often conversations with TPL ParkScore staff. We were heavily involved, and when I was in Atlanta, I was involved with some of the early ParkScore metric evolution. And so it has evolved over time. I talked about the equity metrics, and as there's programming information and other information available from all 100 cities, you'll start to see that layered into that equity metric. But it's just really available data. But yeah, you're absolutely right that basketball courts are not antiquated, and actually we're seeing a high demand when we reach out to the neighborhoods and communities. We did some engagement for Cohen Park, and some of the folks in the neighborhood said, hey, I have to walk across MLK and walk all the way to the school. I'd love to have a hoop here. And we said, hey, we can integrate that with the soccer goal and make a multi-use court there that's really benefiting everybody with limited space. So I think you're exactly right that hoops are not antiquated and still figured in the metric. So this slide here, this is showing, just relates to the map that we talked about earlier. And 60% of higher income communities in the city of Des Moines have higher access to parks and trails. And I think that's a large portion due to legacy parks and trails. And again, moves and investments like the new Allen Park will help to address that throughout the city.
Can I just say, looking at these charts, looking at the maps, the huge areas where it overlaps with low income, it overlaps with people of color, and seeing that we just don't have the investment there. You're talking about legacy, but how did this happen? Because we have such a discrepancy, and it seems like, are we investing enough in fixing this, or is this a problem that we're just starting to look at? How did this happen, and what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think it's one that not only we are working towards resolving and addressing. We have legacy issues that we're working through. Also, we're seeing folks move into different areas of the city before where maybe not as many residents or density was located. So we're working through a strategic plan in similar fashion to what we did for identifying where the new Allen Park would be. Those layers, our Live DSM plan, which shows park gaps, the TPL ParkScore, which clearly shows areas that we need to strategically make investments. And I think as we work through that system-wise, holistic view and approach, we can really deliver equitable services and new parks and trails to the citizens and residents that need those the most.
I'd like to add that. This is a new metric, obviously, so they're learning as we learn with them. Excuse me. And one of the things that we've done purposefully is when we work with donors now, we told them, we can raise a lot of money at Grays Lake, for example. We don't need your help at Grays Lake. We need your help at Drake Park. That's where we got the spray ground donated by the Kelly family. We're trying to push our donors now that are really routine, great people to parts of the city that haven't seen that investment. And where we don't have the capital dollars, we take those capital dollars and put them in those areas first now. So we're trying to catch up anything that was historically maybe underrepresented in the capital budget for parks amenities and improvements. And that's what the goal is there's still going to be limited dollars. We still have 77 parks and 80 miles of trails, and I could keep listing all the stuff we have to maintain, right? Never enough money no matter what department you're talking to. But this is another tool in the tool bag now, as well as just hearing and seeing what's happening in the community to help us digest and put in that money in the right spots.
So we're talking about, we mentioned people moving into new spaces, and I have to be concerned about Ward 1, obviously. I'm looking at the giant spot on Ward 1. I circled almost the same exact spot on both maps for race and income, and then almost the same exact, or a few spots on the map that just talk about access. This is a dense area that's been dense for a long time, right? So then we're talking about legacy. So is this just something that the city like a history of the city not investing in this neighborhood? And is, like, you're saying this is a new tool. Do we not know about this problem, or is this something that we knew about?
This is a tool that we had learned about probably 3 years ago when we started investing in this program.
Okay.
So that's when we've been using our capital dollars. I'd say for the last 3 or 4 years, we've been purposely targeting these areas to say, let's invest in these areas before we go back to folks that already have newer amenities in the park system. Again, the same thing with donors. Yeah, we would gladly have your project, but we need to go over here now because this park is in a better condition than these parks are. So
would you?
And could you mention your strategic plan and equity as well?
in our Live
The
DSM.
parks, yes.
Yep. So Live
Which is
DSM
yours.
went through that process. We went to every neighborhood association, hired the Racial Institute out of North Carolina to come in and do a 2-day workshop with us and all the neighborhoods that came together that wanted to participate. And we purposely came up with very similar mapping, which is coming shown in here. We could send that to you and give you that link.
Please do.
It's really interesting information. Probably takes more than just sending you a link. Probably you and I have to sit down and kind of walk through it because it's more
I
than
would
an
love
email
that.
that can ever explain. So let's get together and do that. But yes, Live DSM, and these are the two newest tools in our tool bag to get this to a better spot. It's not going to happen overnight. I think we all know that. I think investment, as we can afford to bite chunks off, and as long as we keep doing this in a priority order that, fills those gaps first for folks that have been maybe disadvantaged in the past by different park projects.
Do we have a plan right now for anything in the eastern portion of Ward 1 in that big empty spot?
Actually, we have some exciting news that's right, it's more in Ward 2. In your approved budget for last year, the next project we're going to do is just down the street by our office is Cohen Park, stormwater detention basin that we partnered with Public Works. Another creative way to solve these gaps faster is find other government entities that own the land. So in our case, another department. Up on East 9th and East Douglas, there is a void there too. Public Works just came through and created a detention basin, maybe you refer to it as the Hamilton Drain. We're going to work through a process, including Linda and the at-larges and the mayor, to sit down with you, just like we did on the Allen Park over the next month, and show you what we can do with an approved budget. That's the next one in line, and then that's only because we had to strike while that iron was hot with that opportunity. And then we'll start looking at the system as a whole and trying to rank these as a whole. And sometimes when you have a ranking of where you want to go with these next, filling these next voids, you also have the opportunity to come up different times. Somebody might want to sell, and it was number 2 on the list, but you got to go get it because it's number 2 on the list. So,
I mean, and not just funding, but I mean like master plans and things like that. Like, have we like looked at that area?
I think I'm looking at your point real quick.
This area, similar to that area?
Yeah, we have looked at those areas. So I'm going to get to a slide that kind of, I think, has some shows that where the 4 areas were. Is that in this presentation?
Yes.
That yesterday, Alan.
That was in Allen, actually, yesterday.
We'll send you that too. So we have 4 dedicated areas in the city, north, south, west, and east, that you'll see the biggest voids. Some of this map can be a little confusing because you'll have dark purple areas in the middle north section. That's all industrial. There's no homes up there. There's nobody walking to a park, right? So you have to keep in mind that some of these areas show a void, but aren't necessarily a void for right now until we redevelop that part of the community. So.
But on the orange map is what we were looking at,
Yep,
where
yep.
there are people.
There are voids, of course there are voids, yes, all over the city here. So we'll have to look at this as we budget. And historically, we have not budgeted for new parkland acquisition, probably because it's always been not enough money to do all the other projects the city wants to do. So that's one of the goals here today too, is to have that type of discussion about, making plans for the future so we can fill these voids.
Would you be able to, if you could go to the slide with the map, would you be able to point out to me on the orange map where Beaverdale Park is?
Yeah.
I know it's a little smaller on your
Yeah,
screen.
Beaverdale Park is kind of right. I can go over there probably better.
Can you do with the cursor?
Is there a chance that some of that can be taken offline?
I just would like to know where Beaverdale Park is in comparison
Yeah,
to where we're.
I don't know the cursor. We'll get you a little closer on the.
I can show you on the map.
It's probably right about right there on my cursor.
Sorry, can you wiggle it a little bit?
Can you see that cursor at all? It's not showing up there, sorry.
Okay.
I probably in Ward 4 have the
That's it right
least
there.
pocket parks.
Yes.
And, we've tried to work through that over the last 8 years. Some of my predecessors and some of the land just wasn't available for pocket parks in that area. And the land's the biggest challenge.
The land is the biggest challenge.
The legacy, when you talk about legacy, the parks like Grandview or Greenwood, those were on the edges of the city originally, so there was
Correct.
no homes.
Correct.
So the deal is, are we willing to take homes out, businesses out to
Right.
create a park?
Yep.
Right.
So that would be the underlying question.
Thank you. That was what we're going to get to, is one of the challenges
Right.
and one of the weaknesses of this plan would be, or this metric would be, it rewards you points for gentrification, which we don't want to do, right? So what we want to do is look at partnerships with the school district, other public landowners, or vacant lots that maybe are out there today, that exist today, that will fill those voids. That's kind of the 3 areas we look at.
Sorry, it awards you points for gentrification, putting in a park?
The way that they had the metrics set up is if you would get points by filling in those gaps by tearing houses down, because sometimes there's not always a vacant lot there.
Gotcha.
So to fill a void, you'd have to tear houses down, which we're not in the business of doing, wanting to do either. So that's why we say we want to be creative and work with the schools, elementaries, middle schools.
I don't think
public
that's quite gentrification. Displacement, but not quite gentrification.
Yeah, probably.
Thank you, sorry.
We have to determine, are we willing to displace people when we need more housing?
No, yeah, and
We work with
Yeah.
the schools in a greater way, so.
yes.
And today's topic was just to show you that we're finally focusing, and we're coming to a point where we're going to need your help too eventually, right? You have to decide as a policy board, what's our next investment in make the future of Des Moines, like your predecessors did when they bought Grandview Park and McRae Park 125 years ago, right? And everybody said it was too far out. Why would you buy that land, right?
So like the Grub Y isn't even in any of these matrices.
No.
So that's another addition too. Because it's not a.
How about we run you through the last couple? I think some of this might answer some of your other questions, and we'll come right back up.
Yeah, really good questions, and I think you're right. There's going to be multiple strategies to address that, and this is the tool that helps to identify where to make focus areas and emphasis, not only through Live DSM, but through the TPL ParkScore. That's exactly the purpose of this tool. And again, metrics always have some intricacies that may not apply to all cities equally. So while there are areas that do have disparities, the walk access is pretty consistent through all demographic categories throughout the city of Des Moines. It may change from ward to ward because there's different complications about available land, partners, and other issues that we can do to address those needs. So I just want to quickly run through some of the strengths that we have at the city. We talked about acreage and median size of parks within the city. So we actually do get more credit the larger the park is, which may or may not be what residents need or care about. We don't really know, but it's one of the metrics they use. The assumption is the larger the park, the more it provides as far as amenities and use for the residents and public. Again, we're the top performer in spray grounds, which is pretty amazing. We know that we're going to be replacing wading pools in the coming years to extend hours and accessibility, as well as playgrounds. So we can look forward to that. That's really good. Again, recreation centers and senior centers, we get credit for the Polk County sites, which is really good. Scored 87 out of 100. That's pretty high. And then restrooms, which we talked about before. We're going to see restrooms coming online at Whitmer Park, Riverview Park. So we can expect to maybe see a jump there. Again, it's all dependent on what our peer cities are doing as well. What are some of the weaknesses? We talked about the overall access 10-minute walk to a park. We're at a 73 now that we got the Allen Park, and it's going to be open to the public soon for an accessible green space. But we need to continue to make strategic investments. And I think as we get that citywide plan and strategy in place, we can begin to address that. We have some trails, some major trails coming online in the next few years. The Carlisle Trail, we've got the Central Place Levee Trail, the 16th Street connection to the Neil Smith. Those are going to be big for providing additional access to folks in the city. So again, the opportunities, we talked about some of the new parks and amenities coming online here in the upcoming 2023 year. McRae Park Phase 3 has a wonderful new natural playscape and spray ground that we're adding. Evergreen Park will have a new playground on the north side of that park. Cohen Park that we talked about, that will have a new playground bouldering area that's going to be very unique and ADA accessible. EMC Park downtown will have a playscape and playground that's pretty unique in a setting that is difficult to find a playground within downtown. Basketball hoops, we talked about that a little bit as well. Cohen Park, Chesterfield Park, and EMC Park will all be adding new basketball hoops to the City of Des Moines inventory. Spray grounds, McRae Park, that spray ground will be coming online. We know in the forthcoming years we'll have new spray grounds adding to our inventory. So another opportunity is the investments. We saw the jump that the City of Des Moines made in the overall scoring for the TPL ParkScore to the top 25 performing city park system in the nation. And one of the reasons that we were able to make that jump was the investment that we continue to make in parks, trails, and recreational facilities. Some of the opportunities is ARPA funds We know that ARPA is going to make a big impact to parks, trails, and recreational facilities for the city of Des Moines. Other peer cities are most likely going to be doing those same gestures and moves. We don't know how that's going to really shake out as far as the overall scoring goes. Our friends at Polk County, their water and land legacy bond certainly will help for investments that are specific to the city of Des Moines within our boundary. The Iowa Confluence Water Trails Project, we know they're making a huge strategic investment into connecting people to the water and utilizing our waterfronts. That'll be another factor as we continue to move forward, and we've got to maintain the reporting to get those credits as we report to TPL. So this may not be the correct way to describe this slide as a threat, but more of a tracking. So what are the items that we need to be aware of and track as we think about ParkScore? Changes in scoring and methodology. We talked about emerging trends on things like futsal courts. We talked about the evolution of the equity metric. You know, do we know that folks want a bigger park? Is that really what they want, or is it more about programming and those equitable programs that are provided at any size park? We've got to start thinking about that and how that can be folded into their methodologies and be sure we know how that's going to affect it. We've got to be careful that national metrics like this, which are great and wonderful, don't overshadow our expressed local needs and desires. When we engage with the neighborhoods and communities, they really know they are the experts about what they need and want in their neighborhood and their park. Obviously, we got to inform that with what's logical and makes sense and can actually be implemented through budget and site constraints. Another thing to track is undeveloped parkland within the city. So TPL ParkScore doesn't necessarily give us points in the metrics. For example, the Southeast Park School site is 75 acres that is not open to the public, does not have any current amenities. So if a site like that were to be developed, that would hugely impact our metric and provide additional services and amenities within the city of Des Moines. We talked about a few others too that are going to be coming online in the future years. Hamilton Drain, that would be another project that'll make a big impact in the area that we know that there's a need, a gap, and has some accessibility issues with a walkability to a park. Something else that we touched on was the gentrification. So we've got to be careful that while we do want to make investments and have parks in all areas of the city, reaching all of our residents, we got to be careful that we don't displace other folks who already live there, and we're aware of how we can best make those investments, whether it's with a standalone park, be title purchased, or it's a partnership with somebody like a school district. So in closing, TPL metrics have been integrated into our planning efforts for both our capital and programmatic investments in the City of Des Moines parks. The aligning of our capital and programmatic strategies result in a holistic approach for providing equitable access to parks, trails, and programming. These efforts achieve our comprehensive plan goals of equity, attraction, innovation, and parks as the heart of the community. This is a great opportunity to celebrate the City of Des Moines as being recognized by TPL as a top 25 park system in America. This has made our rankings and metrics most important for our service delivery and the impacts to the quality of life for our residents, friends, and neighbors in the City of Des Moines. Continued investment, focus, and moves to address and continue to meet the local needs is where our emphasis should reside. For now, we can celebrate this ParkScore, and I'll take any questions you may have. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for bringing this to us so that it can inform how we move going forward, especially as ward council people, like looking for our projects and where we want to be investing dollars next.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. But if there are no further questions, I think now's probably a good time to take a little bit of a break for lunch, stretch our legs. We want to say half hour, 45 minutes?
I'm going to ask for at least 45 minutes.
Seriously?
30 minutes?
Yes.
No, I gotta get out of here.
Lunch is right back there.
Not for me.
Yeah, can't we just have lunch?
Lunch is not right back there for me. I'm going to ask for at least 45 minutes. I need a break in these, like, genuinely.
I think a 45-minute break is reasonable.
Thank you.
So we'll reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you.
Rather than wait a half hour.
All right, let's try to get started back on our strategic session. I think we're going to move on now to internet providers. You're on.
Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for your time today. As the mayor mentioned, we're going to cover we've had a wave here of companies that are installing fiber throughout our city, and so talking with Scott, we felt it was a good time to kind of at least cover a few things regarding that, starting with our licensing and permitting process. So what those entities have to do to work in the city right away, who has franchises or rights away licenses in the city, and then what we've heard of as upcoming plans from some of those entities. And I want to start with I've got a handful of members from my team here today to help me with the presentation and answer any questions you may have that are involved with the right-of-way management. I've got Adam Prelip, a civil engineer with our department. He's housed over at the Permit Development Center. Jen Dokovich with our Traffic and Transportation Department, who deals with the right-of-way licensing. And I've got Rob Silvers, our construction inspection supervisor, that oversees a team that does inspections for utilities that do work within the public right-of-way. And I've also got Tom Block behind them, deputy city engineer. So this graphic, there's two ways that utilities can be placed, public utilities can be placed within the city. And this graphic kind of shows that examples. We've got the public right-of-way, which is the area shown in orange. That's generally, when people think of the public right-of-way, it's generally at the back of the sidewalk or maybe a foot behind the back of the sidewalk if there's a sidewalk. And it also includes, the roadway, the parkway, any city utilities that we have. Right-of-way widths can range. You see there we also have right-of-way for our alleys. Our right-of-ways, the alleys can be anywhere from 14 to 20 feet. Our local residential streets are often anywhere from 40 to 66. You'll find waves of lots of 66. It may seem like an odd number, but that's the length of, if you go back many years, a surveyor's chain was 100 links that amounted to 66 feet. So that's at least my belief why many of the cities I've worked for had 66-foot right-of-ways, because a surveyor's chain was 66 feet. And if you go 80 chains, that's 1 mile. So if you think about how our grid was laid out. But, we have major arterial roadways that have right-of-way widths of up to 110 feet. So they can range. The public utility easements, those generally typically are anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet, and those are shown in yellow on the screen there, often along the property lines, or sometimes they go down side yard. They're side yard easements. There are differences in the way that we can handle those. The right-of-way, as I mentioned, is typically includes the street or an alley. And is located outside. It's not private property. It's outside the private property lines. If folks would like to work in the city right away, they are required to get permits, and so that's where we can enforce actions on them for working in the city right away, and that's where we have a team to do that. Public utility easements, those you typically would find those on your title. Or you can find them on the subdivision plats at county recorder's offices. Those are, like I mentioned before, typically that 5 to 10 foot, along a property line. They can also be side yard easements, and those do not require permitting. That's simply an easement on the private property. So we do not have any means to enforce any actions or any control over what folks do, what a private company who's installing the utility would do in those. Now, again, the easements all have language on who can use the easement. So when we talk about a public utility easement, it does have to be a public utility. I just can't go put something down an easement just because I want to. It's got to be a public utility. But again, it's generally that's an easement that's on that private property.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So is this an agreement, the easement, is that an agreement between the utility and the private property owner, or do we facilitate that?
It's generally not it's not necessarily what we call an agreement. It's actually, it's pretty common in most states that when developments come in, they will actually plat those. And so it's something that when a subdivision happens, and people buy their lot, like, if I buy my house with my lot, the easement was already there. And now that's not to say we can go get easement, for projects and stuff, and easements can be obtained, then it would have to go through an agreement. But generally, for the most part, these were there when it was subdivided.
So the easement is something that the city did, so there's an easement on the private property that allows a public utility to do work there?
The easement was typically done, so in the case of like a lot of our say relatively newer developments, it was set up by the developer when they were subdividing the land. They had their engineer and surveyor create a subdivision plat which identified those easements. So.
Okay, and so in those cases, we don't permit, whereas we would permit on the right of way because that's our land, right?
Yep. Yep.
We don't permit, and so whether or not there would be like a notification to the resident if there was action happening on their land would be up to what was in the easement when it was put there?
That's correct. So for an example, if say, and I have an easement down my side yard, it was there when I bought my house, and so I knew about it. And so if I planted a tree over that easement and I came out and found that the utility was trimming my tree, then there's really not a lot I could do about it. I mean, I was in their easement. They have a right. It's their easement. They had a right to be there, and I think the notification. I guess there's not really a requirement of notification that.
The notification is that when you bought the house, you knew there was an easement, and that's like the first time and last time you'll probably hear about it until something happens.
Correct.
Okay.
Now again, generally utility companies that we've dealt with are have notified homeowners from our experience, and so when people have worked in the easement that's along my house, they've let me know. So,
okay, thank you.
So different question, Steve, and I know Tom has answered this email. When there's not an easement and they've kind of forced their way into someone's yard and then they've damaged something, and now we're telling the resident, hey, that's not us, we can't help, we don't have anything to do with it. But they've actually went into a private property and damaged his fence. And then all of a sudden, they're offering him, he's a disabled vet, they're offering him Lowe's gift cards to fix his fence. He's got them, he says there's not camera, there's camera of them hiding their face of his outside cameras, but they're not specifically showing them damaging the fence, but the fence is damaged. And then they've agreed to give him Lowe's gift cards, but he can't do the work. But we have no way of holding them responsible. And they're working on the southeast side, MetroNet is. I don't know if there's any of these gentlemen are from MetroNet. I don't know if anybody's here, but as well as I do, you and I have had correspondence where they've trashed out people's yards. They've had to suspend different people working. They're not, even in the right of way, they're not fixing the holes that they've put into people's, the yards that they're maintaining, even though it is our right of way. But, I know you're out there and you're looking at it, but we're not able, it seems like we haven't been able to hold anybody accountable for this. I appreciate they're going to come provide a different service, but it's kind of a two-part question with, if there's not an easement and they're needing to get into someone's yard and then they damage something, what do we do?
Yeah, in that case, and that's a great question. Just one clarification for the folks watching, maybe people in the office, we've had this question come up too. The city did not hire these entities that I'm talking about. Right. The city did not hire MetroNet. MetroNet does not work for the city or Mediacom or whoever else is these. They're actually separate private entities, and when they work in the right of way, they are required to get permits. And so to answer your question, yeah, we don't have any way to that's in my opinion, and Jeff, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a private matter between, it's no different than if another
it just doesn't look bad. It looks like that we're not holding them accountable. I understand. I mean, I get it. You're absolutely right. But, you know, when Tom and you gave him the correct information, when you emailed the gentleman back, it's like, hey, we didn't hire him and we don't have anything to do with it. Well, then all of a sudden, it's still our fault because now we're not holding anybody accountable. So it's a lose-lose for us. So, I mean, I understand legally we probably can't do anything, but, man, I'll tell you, we should be leaning on MetroNet to do a better job. And the people out on the field need to probably be holding them accountable for some of the things that they have been doing. And I mean, neighbors shouldn't be calling in and saying their front yard was trashed with all the garbage and stuff that they left because, you know, it was so hot. There's 10 empty bottles of water and all their food left in their front yard. And I know that we addressed it and, you know, supposedly those employees were, you know, reprimanded, but it just makes us look bad.
Yep, totally agree, and I appreciate, you know, you specifically had brought that to our attention, and so we met with MetroNet leadership, and they actually removed the contractor completely.
Right, no,
so,
I know that.
Yeah, so but you know, that was a contractor that was within the public right of way, so we were, you know, we had.
So was that the same contractor that damaged this fence? Because it's basically the same area.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Yeah, on that one.
It'd be nice to maybe try to find that out.
Yeah. Okay.
So beware. They're not in your ward. They're coming. They're not. It hasn't been real pleasant. I don't know. Is anybody here from MetroNet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And this language here that's up on the screen is solely just to show where these rights come from. Chapter 102 is what allows, what talks about the use of the public right-of-way for utilities. The companies to do this work will either need according to Chapter 102, to be a franchise, have a franchise agreement, or have a right-of-way license. And so when we talk about a franchise, the state code, the Iowa Public Utilities Board, they issue the state franchise certificate. And what a franchise is, basically says is that this utility will provide a service to everyone within a certain area that the franchise covers. And so examples of that would be Mediacom or MetroNet, who have franchise agreements. So the state issued that. There's also a way they can get a franchise agreement directly with the city, and that's negotiated directly between the company and the city. And the example of that is it would be Mid-American Energy with their franchise with the city. Right-of-way license. This is a company that would be providing a service. It does not necessarily mean that they will provide service to everyone within the area, but they are providing a public service. So examples of this would be we have a lot of smaller companies, for example, that might just run one fiber line between two private buildings. Would be an example of that. And now some entities, examples: Google Fiber, Unite Private Networks, Wellmark. They've got right-of-way licenses, so they are getting licenses for certain areas to put in utilities.
So you're saying that like these three are going to come behind MetroNet and tear up the same spot in some areas?
These three have already submitted for them, so and not necessarily in the same areas, but they have submitted for licenses for certain areas of the city. And actually, I'll show a map later of one of them, for example.
But it would be.
But Unite is actually already have a lot of facilities within the right of way already. So yeah.
But it would be in the same public right of way.
It could, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
And again, I apologize for a lot of the text. To be honest, some of the intent of this also was to keep this presentation for use for later if we want to post it on the city webpage and whatnot. But this is just the state code information that talks about the Iowa Utilities Board and how they issue what their rights are in issuing a certificate of franchise authority. I will read through it. I actually have a table that probably shows this a comparison maybe a little better. And this is the code just for reference. Section 102.761B that talks about the license process and where the fees come from, the requirement to do so. And just one thing to note, as I mentioned, there's actually 44 approved right-of-way license holders within the city today that have 16 million linear feet of facilities already in there. And so there's already quite a bit of utilities within our right-of-way. And just to clarify, the title of the slide said internet providers. The licensee may not necessarily be the provider. They just may have the facility, and then they might lease it to an actual provider. So we actually don't actually know who all the internet providers are within the city. So,
Steve, real quick, are those fees in line with what other communities have for fees, or this is a fee that's been established for 10 or more years? I saw $500.
That's a good question. I'm not sure if are you doing that one? Have we looked at that, or with the...
So the fees? Yes, the fees were established in 2014, I think, and they have not been changed since then. Our surrounding communities, Altoona, West Des Moines, have similar fee structures. They actually, a lot of their programs are modeled after our permitting program.
I would just say it seems low, but it feels low to me, but maybe there's a justification why. It's just, I mean, does that cover what expenses? I know we're not supposed to make...
It was a lot lower in 2014 when we changed it to that, wasn't it, Mayor?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just, okay. Steve, thanks.
And just one kind of sidetracking a little bit off that, they can't get, for example, like a license for like the whole city. There are limitations on how big of an area they can get for a license. So in other words, a company might get a license for a couple streets, and then they might say, well, we want to do more. So then they would have to get another license. They would get a license addendum, which would have fees for that. So you couldn't just get for $500 a license for the whole city. It's restricted on an area. So.
Well, that's comforting. I thought, what, for the whole the whole enchilada? That's not a lot of money. So
yeah.
Okay.
So the licenses and franchise, those are typically obtained by the owner of the facility to have that facility in the right of way. Then what happens is either they or typically their contractor will have to get a permit to actually physically be in the right of way. And so Section 102-707 of our code says that if you want to occupy the right of way and obstruct the right of way or excavate in the right of way, you need to get a permit, and there are limitations on these permits as well, and fees that go with those. And so then the contractor, it's often the contractor, but sometimes it is the entity or the owner that takes out the permit too. They get a permit through our permit development center to do the actual work. And our team created kind of a nice flow chart to show the differences in some of these. So again, we talked about earlier, there's two different ways. There's a franchise user, and that's, like common, the franchise, they already have a franchise with the state. They obviously do not need to get a right-of-way license, so they go right to, they'll submit a plan of where they're going, and then once that plan is approved, we by our team, sometimes simple plans can only take a couple days. If it's real simple. If it's more complex, it can take it can be 1 to 2 weeks. And so that once that plan review is approved, then they go get their right-of-way permits.
What's on a utility plan?
So generally, and you can correct me wrong, but typically what I've seen is typically like not say it's created with GIS, but it's just kind of a plan that shows where their facility is going, and sometimes they put those on aerials, sometimes they put those on kind of an engineering type plan sheet, and so it just shows where their facility is going, and then our team will check that against one to make sure that they show typical sections that show that the facility will be at least like 30 inches deep, that the facility is not going to be in conflict. We have a lot of construction work going on all over the city. Is that going to impact a project? A lot of times, we have a lot of overlapping efforts. So how that happens. So
So essentially, it's like a map or a blueprint type of?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move forward there. All right, so this is a right-of-way license process. This actually typically takes about 30 to 60 days to do, so it is a longer process if you do not have a franchise certificate. And so the first step is to apply for the right-of-way license. They would also submit a plan with that, so we also do the plan review as well, and then the license gets reviewed by staff and by our legal team, and then once they get the license approved, then it goes to the right-of-way permit process. So it's a little bit longer process.
How often do they need to renew their license?
5 years, is it? Yeah, every 5 years it's good for. Yeah. And then I mentioned before, the contractors, sometimes it's the owner entity, but often, a lot of times it's also the contractors. They actually go submit for the right-of-way excavation or obstruction permit. Those typically, if it's, a lot of times we have contractors that have worked, that have done these before, and so those are typically, can be almost only like 2 business days to turn those around if they've filled out that information out correctly. But if it's a newer contractor and they have to get insurance and bonds reviewed, then they require additional time. They are required to be insured, and they're required to have bonds because they are going to be potentially physically digging up the right of way. So they could, we need to have some assurance that if they tear something up, that they need to put it back correctly. And so that's what our team does, is make sure that they restore the right of way back to what it was. And so that's, like I said, it could be 1 to 2 business days is typical for that process. But again, sometimes it can be up to a week for them to get that permit.
If utility currently exists and they are wanting to expand where they had originally said that they were going to put things, would they have to submit like an updated utility plan? Is there a way to check if the permits are if they're asking for permits in places where that's already on the utility plan, or how is that kept track of?
So again, first they have to have the right to be there. So if it's someone that does not have a right of way, a franchise certificate, they can only put their facility within the area that's identified on the right of way license. So then they could not work outside that area. They would not have a right to be there unless they submitted a right of way license addendum. So they'd have to go back through that previous flow chart. But once they have the right of way license, then they could submit for the right of way permits. And the right of way permits again would be for a specific area. And so if they worked in an area they didn't have a permit, then that would be violating city code.
The permit is checked for with that to make sure they have the right of way license first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so then, every time they want to expand or go to a new area with a new license, there would be a new utility plan.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And actually this table right here hopefully summarize kind of the differences between the two. It's kind of our summary that shows the difference in the fees, the difference in the durations, and there it is. There's the term right there. The 5 years for the right-of-way license. It looks like a state franchise is 10 years before and then it could be renewed. So, and actually it shows the users. So it looks like we have three users in the right-of-way that have franchises, 44 users that have licenses, and I mentioned before 16 million linear feet of facilities. There is some unique differences just to point out. If you remember almost exactly, I think it was like 2 years, 5 days ago now, I gave a presentation on small wireless facilities, and that's under a different state code on how they can be here. And so just when you see those Verizon or AT&T small wireless facilities go up, that's under a different code process. Lumen CenturyLink is actually treated based on their status with the state like a franchise. So they're not one of the three, but they function like a franchise based on their status with the state.
What's the difference between a public and a private utility? It's in the row license, the first bullet point, public or private utility versus a public utility for the franchise.
Well, I would probably argue the public utility is that providing that service to the public. Private would be maybe a private entity that just has their own fiber between, say, their own buildings, would be an example. And we have a number of that with some of our businesses in town. They have multiple buildings, and so then they'll have
connect
like
their
a
network.
fiber link between their buildings, but so it's not available for public use. It's only theirs.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's in that. Yep.
Okay, so that's how you get like a Walmart that might
That's an exact example right there.
something in their building and not, okay.
Yep, and actually Wellmark is an example of that. They do have licenses for fiber between their buildings that go in our public right of way.
So are these licensed by right, or can we deny them if they're doing some of the things to our residents that we're probably, not very proud of?
I have not ever heard of us denying a right of way
I
license.
didn't ask, I asked, can we?
Yeah, I'm not aware that we could, to be honest with you, but yeah.
Not set up in the code currently. Make
Okay.
that kind of evaluation. Frankly,
As a franchise anyway.
Okay.
should be a lot more. Yeah, a lot more.
Okay.
We have received some recent plans, and this I know this exhibit's a little bit hard to see, but actually Metronet is looking at putting facilities throughout the entire city of Des Moines. So this is the entire map of Des Moines. They have, if you look at the blue, and Councilmember Gatto mentioned this, they've been working heavily in southeast Des Moines, and that's what the blue is. They've put in the green already. They have a hub up off of Hull and Delaware in that industrial park, in our industrial park up there, and so that's where their hub is, and so they intend to go throughout the whole city, and that's the timeline that they have presented to us for their build out. They are looking at a mix of underground and utilizing aerial, and so you can see there they've already put in 20 miles of underground, 42 miles of aerial. They've started in the southeast of our city. They intend to move over to the southwest, then go northeast and then northwest. So you can see their timeline right there. We've also received a plan from Google. Google, this map shows phase one, just to kind of give you some benchmarks. The very north line of the purple is Hickman Road. The very west boundary is 63rd Street, and then they have the Raccoon River is the south boundary. And so you can see here where they're generally looking to start with phase one there in the green, and then move west, and then jump north of the interstate there between the Raccoon River all the way out to 63rd Street. This is what Google has submitted to us as their plan.
For those phases?
Phase one, they actually have indicated they would like to start construction, I think, in September. So, but I don't know if they've given us a time on the duration of what they think. Have they? Or
Start date is early in September. To start with that.
yeah. Yep. So, but Councilmember, sorry.
Both companies. So how does that work? So they're coming in, Metronet's coming in, we have media, how does that work and who gets where?
They bold will be. They could be
everybody's
sharing the same
laying
space. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be in the same places. If there's for example, a public utility easement, you might have several entities in that easement: Mediacom, Metronet, Google.
So everybody north of the river will have a few choices of who they get to choose. And everybody south of the river, it looks like, will only have a couple, the way they've got it laid out.
Yeah, and I apologize to clarify. This is what they've submitted. That they have not. I don't know if they for certain have intentions of doing the whole city or not, or elsewhere in the city. But I think they do. Yeah, from our discussions on them, it seems like that they do. But
I mean, so we're just kind of reacting to what private entities are doing right now and, reacting to, because they just apply for the licenses and they build out wherever they want to build out. And so we're just kind of, saying, okay, just be aware that, these things are happening.
I mean, yeah, we don't, to my knowledge, we don't have any ability to require a provider of internet service to areas.
Yeah, there are 4 active, if you include CenturyLink as well, looking at expansions. So I would hope that every neighborhood would have multiple choices when all the private decisions are made.
So the process for them coming into a neighborhood, as Joe's been talking about as well, they would come in, they would get their permit for the right-of-way, they would, cut out a patch of the street, go underneath, patch that back up, and then also go into the yards of users and tear that up to put in, to the home fiber.
So typically what they do, and they have different terms of these, but just to kind of give you an example, what you maybe already see is so some entities have pedestals, and they'll put those pedestals kind of on the property line, and then when they get a customer, then they run the private service from the pedestal to the house.
Okay.
So they'll go through it, and I can't remember the term that I know MediaCom uses. You told me it the other day.
They're just fiber drops, and it'll run from that little hub to your house.
Sorry, can we get you on the microphone to answer the questions? Sorry about that.
So those are just drops that will run from the mainline fiber that they run in the right of way. That will then it'll just be like your MediaCom or your CenturyLink line now. It'll be fiber into your house. And so the speeds will be incredible based on what we have in a large portion of the city right now. So,
but that's underground, or is that aerial wire?
It's underground.
It's underground.
Yeah, and they'll knife it in just like they do the CenturyLink lines now.
Okay. But so we should be expecting a little bit of roadway construction as these are going in.
Everything will be in the grass area.
Grass area.
There'll be times when we have to tear out pieces of sidewalk and repair it based on what we're doing, but nothing will be. We will bore under the road, but we shouldn't be tearing up the road ever.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question, and this goes to the MetroNet piece. I mean, Google was entirely underground. MetroNet is right, but I mean, one of the things we get from residents, not necessarily on these, but the residents want utilities undergrounded generally, right? I mean, just from an aesthetic perspective. Do we have the ability to require undergrounding for this? I mean, because we require that with new construction, right?
Right.
We require undergrounded utilities. And so we don't have the ability to address that, because this is new. This is a service that doesn't exist, a wire that doesn't exist today. Do we have the ability to request that be undergrounded? Because other communities do, right? Or do we?
I'm not aware that we would have the ability in areas. So we have the underground district downtown, and then I think with our new subdivision plats that come in, we put stipulations on those to require everything in that area to be underground. But the existing, I'm not aware that we would have any ability to make them be underground in an area that has aerial.
Right, but and don't we? I mean, if there was a tear down in an existing area and they built new, that new construction would be required to underground the utilities. That is a requirement that exists today to underground for any new development. We can waive that. I mean, this is maybe different because there is existing above ground wires.
Right.
But we're just creating, if we want to in the future, underground in that area, we're creating more expense to do that.
That's correct. Yeah, and so I think is our clause that we're doing this with the subdivision plat that we're putting that requirement, or I'm not sure if we just tore down one building if we'd be able to make them underground there. Sorry,
trying to understand the question for poles for adjacent to a development building, if they have to redo all the street lights or the poles along that, and any facilities on that would also have to be underground. But as far as control in the public right-of-way, other than the underground utility district, there is no obligation for them coming from staff to say you have to underground here. So
But could there be?
their service drop from the right-of-way to there would have to be underground for a new development, but anything in the right-of-way would not be required to. So,
City Attorney's got a comment here.
yeah, go ahead.
I will be happy to look at it for you in a little more detail, but I think the problem that you're going to have is the Federal Telecommunications Act, the services that are being provided, and if the incumbents are not all undergrounded, then you can't treat new providers differently, or in a
So
more
it's a-
negative way generally, but we'll be happy to look at that for you.
So, and under that scenario, so hypothetically, you're building out in Waukee and they have every utility undergrounded. If someone goes in new there, that person, that utility or that service provider, like if MetroNet went to Waukee and Mediacom and Google were already there underground and everything is underground, they'd have to go underground there. But because we're sort of grandfathered and have stuff above ground, we have to treat all providers the same as what you're saying is the likely outcome.
Correct. Yeah, that's why they're able to make the distinction in new areas, as you've indicated.
Okay.
We don't require that new developments provide internet access, do we?
I'm not aware that we even have any way to do that. Yep.
Because I know there are some new areas that ended up without any kind of internet.
That's correct. Yep. And there are, just when you talk about internet, we just provided the two plans that were just submitted to us from Google Mediacom. We have had representatives from Lumen, Mediacom, and Verizon that have also informed us that they are also continuing to improve service throughout our city as well. And so you see those listed here, Lumen with the fiber densification plan to improve service there, and Mediacom with the 10G technology infrastructure plan to improve as well. Verizon has also been installing fiber throughout the city as well. So I just wanted to note that again, these aren't the only two. These were just two large, two companies entities that had submitted really large plans recently. So.
If you're a resident, how do you know who's submitted fiber there? Are they going to, maybe they're targeting you with advertisement?
Yes.
Or that's the only way you would?
Yeah, they send a card. MetroNet sent a card to everybody and said, we're installing fiber in your area.
Okay, we're
We'll
installing fiber.
We'll let you know when it's done.
Okay. Got it. Yep. Is that something that we can keep track of for our like, we will know where all this fiber is because they're coming in for permits? Like, that's something that we can put out there so our residents know?
Well, we wouldn't want to do that because we don't know if those lines are active or if there's, you know what I mean? Because the timing of the fiber going in is not when it becomes active.
And we also, there are some entities we don't know, they may have applied for the license, but we don't know if they're actually a provider, right? We have some entities, I guess maybe to call out one, but like Unite, I'm not sure that Unite provides any service. I think they put all these facilities in, and then other entities are the users of that and actually provide different services. They have different strands and provide different services.
The only reason I'm asking is I know sometimes our residents would appreciate choice and competition in this space, and so helping them know what is out there is not necessarily a bad thing.
If we could pause for a second, is there an association that tracks that our vendors know of on the private side? Okay.
So it would just take communication between us and the people who are submitting permits to know and like ask for them to let us know when and where, and we could put together a map potentially as a resource for people to be able to say what internet is available in your area.
Well, City Manager Sanders is spot on. They submit for these the permits, but it could be time before they actually energize.
That would just take communication between us and the permit holders.
Yeah, they could have huge areas with fiber underground that aren't even energized because it's not connected to the main hub, and so we would have no way of knowing when.
It sounds like we're acting like we don't know who is working and what companies exist when we have the communication ability to communicate with the people who are getting permits, is like correct? So like we could communicate and say, hey, we just want to know, we can start that relationship and ask for that information of when is this energized, when can I go ahead and tell residents that you have another option?
If I can interject, we'll do the research on this, but
Okay.
I don't, there may be legal issues about even asking who you're going to allow to use your fiber.
Okay.
And so I'm going to guess at this point, that's not going to be the option we're going to use. It's going to be more about letting the known providers out there, asking them, how best can we direct residents that come through us if they're asking about service? And actually see if there's an opportunity to aggregate some of that information for residents that come to us first. And
Yes.
we want to be able to pass them on to good information. So let us research. This is the first time we've had the opportunity to worry about this.
I think even just an informational, if they're already going out in neighborhoods giving brochures or whatever, the overall, these are the people coming. If you have questions, contact the providers, or just that this is the opportunity, that there could be more than one company. I mean, just kind of, because it gets confusing, I would think.
It might
Get
be
one
as-
from somebody and get one from somebody else, and you're going,
Yeah.
I think when a service comes to the neighborhood, they usually knock on your door and say, I'm with so-and-so, would you like to switch your service?
People also move in and out of the neighborhood, though, after the fact of something being implemented.
Right.
Yeah.
And somebody, an individual getting that request is not going to necessarily know who else is even available. So, well, what I am confident we can get is the correct contact information for each of the providers that are in town today. And at least that gives them a conduit to get to the vendors. So we'll look into what more we might be able to provide.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the general context of who's in the city, that's a good, yeah, because in terms of tracking and all, I think last year we had, I think it was 3,500 right-of-way excavation permits, and so it's
And part of the problem lies in those subcontractors that MetroNet is hiring. And so that, I mean, for us, we should have the ability to say, if you're hiring this person, we're you know, they're not responsible. They're not being responsible folks in our neighborhood. We don't want them working in our neighborhood. We've had too many complaints, and they've damaged other people's property. I mean, I don't know legally. I mean, we should be able to do that, shouldn't we? No.
I'll go and say I don't think that's the case. We'll get a
I'll jump
legal
in real quick
opinion.
for Steve here.
But there's other ways.
So we do have that authority, Joe.
Okay.
And I'm very comfortable with MetroNet and our relationship with them.
Okay.
Those contractors that are going to exhibit those kind of things that happen on the southeast side, they will not continue to work in Des Moines.
Okay.
There is a process, and I think the process with us would be to call them in. We could then double fee them for 1 year, and if they mess up again within that year, we can kick them out.
Perfect.
We're not going to have to go through that process with MetroNet. I think it's going to be much easier. I think a couple of times if somebody is proving they're not a good contractor in Des Moines, we're going to talk to MetroNet, and they're probably just going to be removed.
Perfect.
There are plenty of other companies to work in Des Moines for them.
But clarity there, that's in our right of way. Right.
In our
So
right
if there's a private property issue, we do not have
No,
that
I understand
same
that, but
ability.
they're the ones that have went into the private property and
more
done
than
that work. And you probably, if Tom can share the email with you, you probably know exactly.
I was in on those emails, and I could share more with you privately sometime if you like.
Yeah, we will. That would be good.
Yep.
Oh, I think
Well, that's good to know. That's really encouraging because I mean, that's good.
Anybody have anything else? Steve, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep.
All right, are we on to Electrification Technologies?
Yes. So we've got Cody and Mike's, I think might actually start us out too, on the question of what technologies are available to us when it comes to electric appliances, heating, cooling, and such. So we are relying on Cody to start us out with this conversation.
All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Like the City Manager said, I'm Cody Christensen, Permit Development Administrator, and I'm here to talk to you today about building electrification technologies. So over the past few years, City Council has set some goals for the city to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to transition to 24/7 carbon-free electricity and has also asked for building electrification. I'm here today to talk about some of the technological options that are available that the city could use to pursue some of these goals. I certainly encourage this to be an interactive discussion. If any questions come up, feel free to shout out, and I'll answer the ones that I can and make note of those that I can't to follow up with you on. Today's buildings have a number of appliances that do consume fossil fuels on site. We have furnaces and boilers that provide heat throughout buildings, water heaters that consume natural gas that provide hot water, gas fireplaces, gas ranges, and even gas dryers. Many of these appliances have alternative options that consume electricity as opposed to fossil fuels. We're going to talk a little bit about those. We're also going to talk about the heating and cooling methods that are used in today's construction. It'll be a little bit of a rehash on the photovoltaic systems. I know Jeremy spoke a little bit about that this morning. We've seen that as a real uptick in Des Moines. We're going to cover some of that. We'll talk about heat pump water heaters, which is a new technology that's not extremely common at the moment. We'll talk about ground source heat pumps, more commonly known as geothermal systems. Also air source heat pumps, which are an up-and-coming technology that I really believe is one of the future steps in electrification and energy efficiency. And it didn't make it on the slide, but we're also going to talk about a little bit about some of the financial incentives that are currently available through Mid-American Energy, and also a number of more significant financial incentives that are coming online with the Inflation Reduction Act. So today's heating and cooling methods, they consist of a combination of systems here. So passive systems are things that we're all familiar with. Passive systems have been in use ever since humans inhabited the earth. So using shade, using sunlight, using insulation, those are the passive systems that we have in our building environments today. So you'll see that we continue to make our buildings have more insulation, have less air leakage, and have more contact with the earth in the areas where we need more cooling. A number of our buildings have gas-fired heating and cooling heating systems, so gas-fired furnaces, gas-fired boilers, and also gas-fired water heaters. The benefits of burning gas is gas contains a lot of BTUs, so you can kick out a lot of heat in a hurry when you're burning gas. That's what you see used in a lot of larger buildings for heating water and also running boiler systems. The downside to gas is, of course, the greenhouse gas emissions and also the volatility in the pricing. We all experienced some substantial price hikes in natural gas over the past year, and we see that historically, that the gas is a lot more volatile than electricity. So our current building products do use a lot of conventional electric heating as well. So electric furnaces or electric air handling units in commercial buildings. Also, there's a lot of electric water heaters out there. But the typical conventional heating that we see in today's construction, it functions much like an electric range. So you have an electric heating element that electricity is passed through. That element heats up and produces heat. It's one of the least efficient means of producing heat with electricity that exists today. So we're also going to talk a lot more about heat pumps in today's presentation, and that's really the direction that a lot of heating and cooling is headed when it comes to being energy efficient. The difference between heat pumps and conventional electric heat is conventional electric heat is creating heat by using electricity, where heat pumps use electricity to extract heat from one source and move it to another source. So really all of us have heat pumps in our homes today. Anyone who has a refrigerator has a heat pump in your home. It pulls heat from the air and the atmosphere in the room, it pulls heat from the air inside the refrigerator, and it dispenses it out into the air and the atmosphere in the room. That's a heat pump. It's not created, and it's just pulling it from one location, pushing it to another. You see the picture here of the window air conditioner. Many of us probably use those in younger years. They function the same way. They pull heat from the inside of the house, push it to the outside atmosphere. The difference with heat pumps is today's technology. Heat pumps have been used for years for air conditioning to provide cooling during hot months. But with the newer technology, heat pumps are becoming more efficient to also provide heating during colder times of the year. That's just an overview of what we currently see today. We're going to touch on the rooftop photovoltaic systems here before we dive into the heating and cooling technologies. This is an important piece to touch on. Like I said, it has become a lot more common in Des Moines over the past few years. We're seeing a lot of retrofits on existing homes. In fact, in the last year, we've issued over 200 permits for the retroactive installation of rooftop PV systems on homes. They're becoming a lot more prevalent. I believe that's because of a combination of federal incentives through the form of tax credits, also more availability, and more installers that are marketing them with financing that allows them to be paid off over an extended time frame. A lot of those installers will analyze a site's electric bill and then design a system that can offset that electric bill that easily compensates for the monthly payment for the financing. So Mid-American Energy offers a pretty good system here where you can sign up for a net meter. So what that means is if you have a PV system installed on your building, on the days when that building is producing more electricity than what it's using, that's pumping back out onto the electric grid, and that meter is keeping track of how much energy you are crediting yourself with. With these installations, you're not getting a check for that additional electricity that you're producing, but it is applied to future electric bills when that structure is consuming more electricity than what it's producing. So it's a good way to zero out the electric bill. However, with these installations, the retrofits do become a little more costly. We need to connect the roof of the house to the electric meter, and in between, we have to have a shutoff. So if the fire department has to come out to respond to a fire, they want to be able to kill the electricity that may be coming through that rooftop PV system so it's not energizing the rest of the house. When we have a retrofit done, we either have conduit that's ran through the interior of the house, which can become costly to do when you're trying to fish the conduit and wires through an existing building. Or oftentimes we'll see some conduit that's ran across the exterior of the siding. It can just get a little bit unsightly. So there's an opportunity here. Things like that infrastructure, the electric shutoff box and the conduit to the attic could be a lot less costly to install at the time of a new build as compared to a retrofit after a structure is complete. Now with the Inflation Reduction Act, we did have a 26% federal tax credit for any costs associated with the installation of a PV system. The recently approved act boosts that up to 30%, and it becomes effective immediately. So that's also locked in for the next decade. So it looks like that federal tax credit will be around for a while. So I touched on water heaters. Like I said, we do have a lot of electric water heaters that are installed around town today. They're pretty common. They're easy to install. They don't require gas lines to be ran or vents from a gas-consuming appliance. They really just require an electric circuit and the plumbing, of course. What we don't see very often is the heat pump water heaters. You know how I talked about the refrigerator in our homes that pulls heat from the fridge and dispenses it out in the atmosphere in the room? Heat pump water heaters function just in reverse. They pull heat from the atmosphere in the room and push it into the water tank. So that's what heats the water that's distributed throughout the building. They're much more energy efficient than the more common electric and gas water heaters.
Does it make the room colder?
It would. It would. Much like the deep freeze or the refrigerator would make the room warmer, the water heater would pull heat out of the room.
Okay.
But where we see, to throw some numbers at this, the typical gas water heater or electric water heater has a uniform energy factor. That's the measure of how energy efficient it is. It comes in at 0.65 to 0.95. That's the typical energy efficiency factor for those systems. Your typical heat pump water heater comes in at 3 or more. So essentially it can produce 3 times the amount of hot water using the same amount of energy as these other systems. It's just another option that's out there. It's not very common today. They do come with some additional design considerations. So, Councilmember Schumacher, like you asked about the room getting colder. Those types of water heaters require more space so they can run effectively. If you have it in a closet, it's probably not going to work very well because you only have so much heat in the air in that closet that it can pull from. So a little more design work needs to go into structures that use this type of water heater. But the technology is out there. And there are some substantial financial incentives that come through the Inflation Reduction Act for these pieces of technology. Again, the 30% federal tax credit for the cost of these systems is available to all households or to anyone. And that act is going to incorporate some upfront cost reductions up to $1,750 for the upfront installation of this in a low-income household. So I do have some links later on that provide links to some calculators where you can go in and see just what the incentives look like for various income levels.
Do you know if there's like backup systems involved in these if electricity is to go out? I mean, like for example, like people are out of electricity for like 3 to 7 days during the derecho.
That's a good question, and that is one of the risks that does come when you are looking at putting all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak. When you lose electricity, then you are at higher risk of not having heat or not having hot water. With these types of water heaters, they typically do incorporate the electric resistance heat backup.
Right.
So if you have the family over for the weekend and everybody's running through the shower back to back, then that typical electric heat backup kicks in to try and keep hot water flowing. But we will talk a little bit about some hybrid systems here later in the presentation that do kind of get at that, the balance of how we heat our homes. But before we get into the heating and cooling technology that's out there, I want to touch on just why Iowa is such a challenging environment for efficient heating and cooling systems. Now, the southern states, they really just have to worry about efficient cooling. The far north really just needs to focus on efficient heating. Well, us Iowans are lucky enough to enjoy 90 to 100 degree days in the summer with 90+% humidity. And we also get to enjoy the sub-zero days in the wintertime where we might have a couple of weeks that are below zero. So that makes it pretty challenging for us to incorporate systems into our building stock that are efficient because we have the worst of both worlds here to deal with when we're talking about heating and cooling. Luckily, the heat pump technology that we're going to talk about is developing quickly, and it does provide some better options. One source of heat pump is the ground source heat pump, commonly known as geothermal. These systems have been around for a long time. They do come with a substantial upfront cost because it requires wells to be drilled to get the infrastructure. But the way that these systems work is they use the earth as the heat source or the heat sink. So in the summertime, you look at your typical air conditioner, it's pulling heat from the inside of your home and it's pumping it out into the outdoor air that might be 90 to 95 degrees. Your ground source heat pump, it's pulling heat from the air inside your building, and it's pushing it into the ground that is very consistently about 55 degrees year-round. So having that more consistent medium to extract heat from or to disperse the heat into makes these systems very efficient. We do see them on the residential side and as well on the commercial side. The Des Moines Public Schools have retrofitted a number of their buildings with geothermal systems. They do require the space to get the pipes in the ground. Most of these systems use an electric backup heat. A lot of the heat pumps that we'll talk about here today, they use the heat pump for the primary heat source. But when temperatures get really cold in the wintertime, it's good for them to have an emergency backup. The engineers that we talk to recommend that we always work in an emergency backup heat. If there's some glitch in the electrical grid where that compressor for that heat pump has to shut down and it has a hard time starting back up because of the extreme temperatures, then the emergency backup heat is what comes into play. Again, there's a 30% federal tax credit that's going to be available for the cost of these systems for the next 10 years. So we'll get into the air source heat pumps. I really think this is a more feasible option for a lot more structures. The technology is changing rapidly. Again, the engineers that we talk to will tell us that the high efficiency air source heat pump today, 2 years from now, will not be in that high efficiency category. It's building up rapidly. They're working in more technology that allows them to be more effective in cold climates. And that's pretty important, going back to the things that I talked about how Iowa has both extremes. So the diagram that you see here on this slide is just a basic, it's showing how this works. So the air source heat pumps, they compress and they expand refrigerant, and they pass it through the mediums, the air inside the building and the air outdoors. Depending on whether we're in a heating or cooling cycle, that tells it which direction the heat is flowing. So it's just using the outside air as the heat sink or the heat source. There's multiple options available for these heat pumps. The more efficient ones are called a ductless mini split system, and we'll get into those here in a little more detail in a future slide. But we also have the typical ducted systems, where we have a central air handler or a furnace that utilizes an air source heat pump to provide the primary heating and cooling sources. Again, these do have the 30% federal tax credit that comes available in 2023, and a number of Mid-America Energy rebates as well. This slide covers a little bit of some of the numbers and some of the terminology that we use. You know, it's easy to throw around concepts and terms like heat pumps. Yeah, heat pumps are great. There's a wide range in how great they are. So you could have a heat pump with a very low SEER factor, and it's going to consume substantially more energy than something with a much higher SEER. So SEER, the seasonal energy efficiency rating, and EAR, the energy efficiency ratio, those are two measures of just how well a heat pump provides cooling. They're very similar, but essentially they're telling you the ratio of cooling that the system will produce based on the amount of electricity that it consumes. The heating seasonal performance factor is very similar. It's doing the same thing. How much heat does it produce for the amount of electricity consumed? It's just on the heating side. Another term is the coefficient of performance. And the reason that I have all of these listed is because depending on the manufacturer that you're looking at, you might see 2 or 3 of these, but not all the manufacturers publish the same data. So just want to do a little overview. A good way to think about the coefficient of performance, if you're looking at the coefficient of performance for heating, you can compare it to the electric resistance heat. So a heat pump with a COP of 3 for a heating cycle will produce 3 times the amount of heat as a conventional electric heater of the same size. So this diagram shows an array of different types of mini split air source heat pump systems. The common element that you'll see is there's always an outdoor compressor unit. And in some cases, that outdoor compressor feeds multiple air handling units on the inside of the building. The most common that we see is shown there on the lower level of this section view, where it's just a box on the wall. The refrigerant lines run into that box, and they run out and connect to the compressor. So when that room calls for heat or cool, it kicks on, it feeds the refrigerant the right direction, and it heats or cools that space. The 2 systems shown on the upper level are a little less common. We don't see a whole lot of recessed ceiling mounted air handlers, and we also don't see a lot of ducted mini split systems. Most of the ones that we see are ductless. These systems come with they come with the highest efficiencies out there. A lot of these don't have the emergency backup heat, but a lot of them also have compressors that are so efficient that they will provide cooling down to temperatures at 20 below, or provide heating as far down as 20 below. This diagram shows a more common system. So this represents the central air handling unit combined with an air source heat pump. It's much like any natural gas furnace and air conditioner that's out there today. The difference being with the heat pump, that electric powered heat pump can provide cooling in the summertime as well as heating in the wintertime. It's just paired with a central furnace or an air handler. And that air handler, it does give the option of the air handler being natural gas fired or having electric backup heat.
Are you able to hook up one of these heating systems, like we had been talking about the water heater as well? Is it possible to hook those up to like buildings that have boilers with heaters in rooms that are rooms that are heated by hot water? Can't think of the word. Radiators. Thank you.
Yep. So to retrofit an existing building that has a central boiler and a system of radiators would be a more substantial project.
So that's not what we're talking about at all.
I'd say it's something to keep in mind as building owners are looking to update their equipment. It's an option, but it does come with wiring needing to be ran throughout the building to power those compressor units. It would be a substantial change to that type of a design. What I can say is that those types of systems are fairly common in European countries.
Okay.
But what you'll notice as you look at the exterior balconies on all those buildings, each one of them has 1 or 2 compressor units that sits out there. And the wiring that's ran to them to power them, and then they feed the refrigerant lines back into the unit that power the individual air handling units.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. But getting back to the question about the backup, and if you go all electric, what's the impact? If you're relying on an electric heat pump as your primary heat source, and then electric resistance heat to be your emergency backup, you are a little more susceptible to power outages. Now, a power outage is going to take heat out for either one of those systems, but the amount of power that's needed to keep this going, say through a rooftop PV system with battery backups, it's not going to run the all-electric system nearly as long as it would run the natural gas backup system, just because it doesn't consume as much electricity. So,
You're saying with on-site with on-site storage, it doesn't take, it would take less, so you could be able to run it longer. You'd still be able to run it throughout the time that your electricity would be out.
There's a little more, there's a little more opportunity there for an easier backup.
Right. So, but in a sort of the conventional ducted system that's run on natural gas today, if your electricity goes out, that system still goes out because you don't have the central fan to pump the heated air through the ducts in your system.
Right.
So in either case, if your electricity goes out, your heating source is going out.
Yep, it is.
What you're saying is that a natural gas system, because it's running gas for the heat source, if you had battery backup or solar PV backup, it would go farther because you would still have the gas system.
Yep.
But you would, in either case, if your electricity goes out, your heating source goes out too.
Yep. In the typical system, you'd lose the heat. It's just the all-electric system may draw 40 to 80 amps, where the natural gas backup might draw 15 or 20.
So combining electrification of individual houses with microgrid and on-site storage and things like that would give us more resiliency in times when we are dealing with power outages and things like that because of like natural disasters.
I think that would be safe to say. In all cases, most buildings aren't set up, most commercial buildings are set up with a emergency power of some sort.
Mm-hmm. But most residential homes are not.
Most residential structures are not.
So if we were developing microgrids and storage capacity, then we could have more resiliency than even we have right now.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Possible.
And even personal generators, the fan.
Far easier than a fan and electric elements being heated.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to keep in mind, like vehicle-to-grid technology with electric vehicles can serve that backup source as well. I mean, you've got to have your house wired to handle that input, and not every house is. But like the Ford Lightning is built to serve that vehicle-to-grid function. It's actually part of why it's going to be pretty popular on construction sites, because it can replace diesel generators on construction.
Yep. There's certainly more. With each year come more and more options for maintaining things like that.
So what are some of the cost differentials? You talked about all the incentives. Is that coming up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We'll get to those in a minute. So this slide's getting a little more into the details here. There's in Minnesota, there's an air source heat pump collaborative that was put together in 2019, and it was formed. It was formed by the, let's see, what is it? I've got it written down here, the Center for Energy and Environment, and it was a collaboration with them and the Minnesota utility companies to really do some studies on the use of air source heat pumps in Minnesota. The goal was to promote the use of this technology in cold climates. What you're seeing here on this slide is an analysis that was done based on an average home located in Minneapolis. And it compares the number of, what it does is it shows the number of hours that a system runs to provide heat to that home in Minneapolis on the average year. So if you look at the top, it's going to show you 6,525 hours of heating time that furnace will run in the average year. So a conventional natural gas furnace with an electric air conditioning unit, it's going to be burning natural gas for that entire time. As we would start working down the chart, we're looking at a hybrid system between an air source heat pump with a natural gas backup. And what each line shows is in blue is the number of hours that natural gas backup would run, compared to in orange the number of hours that the electric air source heat pump would run to provide heat to that home. So with each line, we're just stepping down the switchover point from electric air source heat pump to the natural gas backup. And you can see that as you roll further down the temperature range, you can substantially reduce the amount of natural gas that's consumed by this hybrid system. What I will say is that a lot of the hybrid systems that we see today go in with the cutover somewhere between 25 and 32 degrees.
You indicated, so the bottom line was a 5-degree gas backup.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe just a few minutes ago, you talked about air source heat pumps work efficiently to -10, -20 degrees is what you said?
Some do. The highest efficiency ones do. Okay. Yep. So with higher efficiency heat pumps, the temperature can drop. Right. With your standard air source heat pump that complies with Energy Star, your installers are going to install those in a hybrid system and have that cutover temperature right around 30 degrees. Is what we hear from industry. Invest a little bit more in the technology, get a heat pump that runs more efficiently, and that number can easily be dropped down. Or even with more, I believe those systems could even be set lower. I think what we experience is the closer that temperature switchover is set to the limits of what that heat pump can handle, the more callbacks there are for the contractors. They're probably building in a little cushion there to make sure that they're not getting a lot of callbacks and not having as many issues with the way that the system is set up.
I was going to say, I thought -20 was a pretty conservative estimate that they put out, and that it's like guaranteed to -20, but probably would work further on than that. Was, I think, the information that I had gotten.
It just varies based on the manufacturer and
but they do build in that
efficiency
cushion.
of the heat pump.
Okay.
It's what we're told is, yes, there's systems out there that can run down to -20.
Okay.
Just with that higher level of efficiency also comes higher upfront cost.
Do you know the top end of the spectrum, like how hot it can get for them to be able to cool?
I don't know what that is.
That's fine.
Yep. But what I can say is that our current air conditioning systems, on a 100-degree day, we still have cool air inside the buildings. I don't know that the upper limits of our heating is competing with what the technology has available.
Cody, could you also, part of that is because I asked that question of him in prep for this. Again, it's transferring heat from outside to inside. And so if you're talking about outside temperature of 100 degrees or even 105 and you want to get down to 70, it's a 35 degree change. Whereas if it's -20 and you want to get it up to 70, that's far more challenging. So there's less concern about the heat or the cooling aspect of it because of the difference in the temperatures is far less.
Thank you for having asked that question beforehand to anticipate.
And I'm sure that all houses in our metro are set up to handle all the ampage and things that this is going to, heat pumps are set up, or there might have to be an upgrade in some of the boxes that we have here and things like that, right?
Yeah, so for retrofits, especially if you're talking a retrofit, typically if you're looking at replacing an air conditioning unit, air conditioning compressor with an air source heat pump, you likely have enough amperage there to do the one-for-one exchange.
Right.
If you're looking to do an air source heat pump with an electric strip, emergency heat backup,
right,
then you're adding more amperage on that may require some upgrades and additional.
Yeah,
circuitry.
it's not. I have one of those air in my kitchen, one of those ones that you had the picture of.
Mm-hmm.
It's not trying to cool it. It's when we get so cold and not using natural gas and trying to use these heat pumps, it becomes, to retrofit it to some of the homes that are here. I mean, you're adding additional costs that are through the roof, and I don't know what the paybacks are. So we'll just. I'm not sure. I mean, I know why we're going through this, but I guess I don't. But
And I think you'll find the slide on the incentives interesting.
Yeah, I know.
Because it does address some of that stuff as well.
I guess I would like to know why we are having this discussion, because surely we're not talking about making every home in Des Moines become electric, or every building or business, because I know I've talked to a developer up in Highland Park who just bought a building, and he said, I had to buy, there's not enough electricity. The grid isn't big enough in that area to handle all the electricity that they need. So surely we're a long ways away from mandating this.
So,
I'm hoping.
no, well,
I mean,
that's what we need to understand from council, because I wanted to break this into two conversations, the technology and understanding what is even available out there and how quickly is that changing over time, and have a better understanding of that before we even talked about policies. And so at the conclusion of this, and we'll get to that if we can finish the presentation, I'll be asking for where the council guidance is on putting staff time into policy development. And so if you give me a minute, we'll finish the presentation, and then I'll jump into that.
Okay.
All right. So this slide really ties closely with the next slide. So notice the hybrid system, and we've got the conventional system at the top, the all-electric system at the bottom, and the hybrid systems in between with the various temperatures of switchover. This just shows the number of hours and essentially the reduction in gas consumption that we can accomplish. The next slide comes from, again, the Air Source Heat Pump Collaborative information that's online. There's tools out there. I've got the link here where everybody can go in and check this out. It's pretty interesting. They also do a cost analysis, and this is where the operating cost analysis comes from. So this is a bit outdated. On the far left, it shows the estimated annual cost of the conventional system. On the far right, it shows the estimated annual cost of the all-electric system. And each column in between are the various hybrid systems. Now, this is calculated based on natural gas at 70 cents per therm. I think right now in Des Moines, we're paying about $1 a therm for natural gas. It also is calculated based on electricity at 12 cents per kilowatt hour for all of the hybrid systems. That would include the conventional, and 9 cents per kilowatt hour for the all-electric system. So I believe in Des Moines we pay about 12 cents a kilowatt hour in the summer and about 9 cents a kilowatt hour in the winter. So these numbers would change a little bit if the natural gas current prices were worked into them, but it does give a representation that there are cost impacts with various options here.
So are we looking at it's $680 for the conventional system and $1,050 for the all electric?
That's what this study came up with at those prices.
Okay. That's just your annual bills.
Yep.
Okay.
And I do believe as we move further into these discussions, further analysis is absolutely needed to see just what the impact of various options would be.
I wonder what it would have been 5 years ago, because I'm sure technology has gotten a lot better in 5 years. You know, maybe that gap was 1,500 and 680. You know, now it's down to 1,000. Maybe in 5 years it will be even or less. But technology is changing, obviously, drastically.
That gap is likely mostly erased if you, just by the change in natural gas from when this study was done to what we're experiencing today.
Yeah. Well, there's reasons why we're experiencing that today, too.
So you're saying that 680 was at the $70 or 70 cents a therm, but we're actually paying like $1 a therm, so it's actually much higher than that 680.
Yep.
Okay, I understand. How consistent is that dollar a therm? Is that because of the high gas prices, or is that more average, like of what we're paying?
The natural gas prices are fairly volatile.
Yeah.
So they vary with the price of petroleum products.
But it would be consistent electrical costs?
What we see is that the cost of electricity is much more consistent. Where we will see the natural gas vary by 80-100% throughout the course of a year, we don't see the cost of electricity vary that much. Because of the way that we have our electrical grid systems and the way that electricity is provided, it's not as volatile.
And how easy is it for us to kind of look at that 680 and figure out what that would be at $1 a therm? Like, do we have the number of therms that this amount is?
I'd have to reach out to this group and identify more of the variables that we don't see. The BTUs that are coming from gas versus electricity, that would be the way to do it.
And I know this comes from
kilowatt hours, and there's also a price differential there too. I mean, this is with a higher electricity cost. It's almost 25% higher. I mean, if you did this based on our electricity cost, you would get a different result. Just this same study, the differential would actually probably be pretty different, because the kilowatt hours, if we're paying 9 cents a kilowatt hour versus 12 cents a kilowatt hour, there is a significant difference. So that'd be a pretty important thing to getting that cost benefit done accurately.
Yeah, that and the efficiency of the heat pump that was used to do this calculation. You know, if you have take the difference between a 15 SEER heat pump and a 20 SEER, that 20 SEER consumes about 25% less electricity to move the same amount of heat. So there's a substantial difference in the impact based on the efficiency of those units.
So this isn't really data that we can work off of?
It's just an example of a study that was done in a similar climate to Des Moines.
We still have enough information to say if this study applies, how closely it applies to Des Moines.
I wouldn't feel comfortable making decisions based off of what you're seeing here.
Okay.
Really just more something to provide a representation of some work that has been done.
Just needed that clarity because we are being asked to make decisions based on what we're seeing here a little bit.
Mike, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just real quick, I put in a hybrid system in my house about 10 years ago. At the time when you put in the heat pump, because the heat pump used more electricity to run than your standard house, there was a break in the rate, your electric rate that you got once you got above a certain amount of electric usage each month. So then once you put in that heat pump, you knew you were going to be using above that amount every month. So your monthly rate for that electric per kilowatt dropped substantially. So we would need to look at these based on the rate tariffs here in Iowa for that amount of usage. But that is at least how it used to be. And I can just tell you from my house, the energy savings has been substantial on the house by using the electric versus the natural gas.
Do you have a cutoff?
Pardon?
Do you have a backup cutoff, or you just?
Yeah, I have a gas furnace in the basement that's a backup, basically, and it runs, as Cody said, down to about, it's set probably at 25.
Okay.
And then it kicks over to the gas furnace beyond that. But other than that, it's running heating and cooling 9, 10, 11 months a year. The only days that are above, once it gets below 25, then that furnace kicks in. So, thank you.
All right. Thanks for the experience. Appreciate it.
Nice real world example there. All right, I'm going to jump into some of the financial incentives here, and we'll keep this moving along. So with the Inflation Reduction Act came a whole lot of stuff, and this is just a very basic overview of what's out there. For all households, a lot of 30% tax credits are available for heat pump technology, photovoltaic systems, upgrades to the electric panels, weatherization, making the homes more insulated, more tight, less leaky. There's also some tax credits that come for more of an overall approach to making a home more energy efficient. These at the bottom, the whole home energy reductions. There was a note in there that this would likely require a home audit and a report to be generated that said these actions have been taken that have reduced the overall energy consumption of the structure by 35 or 15%. The stuff in the left-hand column is what's available to everyone, to all households. And the stuff in the right-hand column are the items that are in addition to these federal tax credits, upfront discounts that are available to the low-income households. There's another category that I didn't throw on this slide, but there's also a similar incentive for moderate income households. Very similar to the upfront discounts, but they run about 50% of what they are. So I think a lot of this stuff will come out in a much more detailed format once the Inflation Reduction Act is digested and put into practice. But a lot of those updates, a lot of the stuff in there is really focused on providing the incentives to help cover the costs of the upgrades that would be necessary for these types of systems.
So for example, that would include a new construction. Like you could get every single one of those rebates with maybe the exception of the energy reduction rebate.
I'm not sure how they will apply to new construction. The way that it was presented, and I've got a link on a future slide here. It just said it was available to all income levels.
My understanding is that I think it would be available for a new construction, but I'm not. I would want to verify that, but that seems like a pretty important piece of information.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something important to identify as we're looking at impacts. You know, if these types of incentives are available to the builders who will be building structures and then selling them, absolutely.
I mean, I know, for example, the photovoltaic and the geothermal are available for a new construction build. So I don't. Mm-hmm. I think the heat pump would also, but it's again, we'd want to just verify that.
Yep.
What is the income level for low income households? What do they use the barometer with?
Low income is 80% of the median income for the area. Which is? I think, I'm not sure what that is.
Depends on the census.
60% AMI is household is like 40,000 to a 4-person household would be 60,000.
Yeah.
That's 60% AMI, so it would be above that if you're going to 80%. Yeah.
Not to get too into the tedium, just did, like, I know with the chart we were looking at with the cost comparison, was maybe we needed a little bit more information for Des Moines, but I mean, just based on just $1 a therm versus 70 cents a therm, it looks like that the gas heating cost went up from $6.80 to about $9.70. So it's a lot more similar to that $10.50 at $1 a therm.
Yep.
Just did some math.
Yep, very good. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff out there, a lot of stuff to come. Next slide is not nearly as substantial, but Mid-American Energy rebates for a lot of this stuff is available. It can be added on top of the other incentives on the previous slide. So certainly, if you're able to make some investments and layer incentive on top of incentive, makes it more feasible. Got links here to a number of the resources that I've been referencing. That the first one there, the Rewiring America link, that provides a link to a calculator for those incentives that are coming up. Mid-American Energy rebates available for Iowa customers, and then the Minnesota Air Source Heat Pump Collaborative there's a lot of good studies, a lot of good case studies there, and tools that are available for property owners as well as contractors. So as we move forward, just want to rehash some of the additional considerations that need to go into any decisions that are made moving forward. The technology is changing quickly. If we as the city want to write specifications for things, it's going to be good to keep in mind that a specification that's written today might be outdated next year. We're talking like computers. You know, you buy a computer this year, and next year it's completely old. Similar concepts with heat pump technology. So go ahead.
Well, I have a question in that regard, because, I mean, the industry sort of solves that problem with codes, right? Like, so we could tie to the Energy Conservation Code, which is an industry standard, and that is updated on a regular basis. So it would, if we tied to the Energy Conservation Code, it would be, and it updated every time the Energy Conservation Code updated, we wouldn't be writing a standard that would be out of date. We would be writing a standard that would rely on the association and the industry that actually updates it, so that we wouldn't have to, right? I mean, that's different than saying, you know, we want you to meet, like, Mitsubishi has a high-end, a 24-SEER heat pump. It needs to be Mitsubishi's 24-SEER heat pump. I mean, there's a way to write to specify.
Yep.
I mean, you would agree with that.
Certainly tying to an industry standard that is routinely updated to match what's out there is going to be a better way for us to move forward than us to write a static standard that might not change for the next 5 years. That's going to be a better way to keep up to speed with the technology as it changes.
Linda?
What that standard is, I don't have the answer to that. But
I would think that anything we do, we would want to do it with our regional partners. I can't remember what that group is that meets, that everybody comes together from all the different localities, and they talk about what standards they're going to follow. Have there been discussions with our suburban neighbors, and where are they with all of this? Because I would think we wouldn't want to do anything without including to see what regionally they're going to do.
Have we had any discussions at MAC around this?
Yes, we did, on passing a resolution on energy, and they didn't say anything.
That was the 24/7.
Yeah.
That wasn't.
But I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know if they're into this too much.
I don't want to let our regional, I don't want to let our suburban, suburbs in the metro hold us back from making, our own progressive moves.
Well,
by waiting for them to come to the same standards.
And for example, I believe this conversation started, at least in part, when we revisited our abatement and having stronger efficiency and electrification standards in our abatement. And that was the request. And I think this was supposed to come back to us by April. But I certainly think any time, and there's a different conversation to be had between when what we set as a code and a requirement for all builds versus what we do from an incentive perspective. For example, a number of our suburban partners don't even offer tax abatement for residential new construction.
They don't have to.
My take is that if we are offering tax abatement and incentives, we should not be providing any incentives that aren't going to help us meet our long-term climate goals. We've set those goals. We should be serious about meeting them. And if we are providing incentives, we should be lining up our incentives with our climate goals. And the interesting thing, for example, on electrification, what we talked about here I know, for example, Habitat for Humanity builds all of their houses all electric right now. Like they're doing that today with air source heat pumps and high efficiency. That is what they are building as their standard model. So it can be done, and that is my preference for the direction we go with further conversation. And I actually thought that was the conversation that we were going to be having today, although I think the technology piece is important baseline information.
I would just like to comment on that. Habitat for Humanity is a nonprofit. They take a loss on every single house that they build. They depend on people to give money to help support Habitat. That is much different than people who are living in Des Moines that are building in Des Moines. They have to pay for that. We're making homes unaffordable, and we have to, while yes, we want to meet our energy standards. I think, Mid-American offers incentives, they offer rebates, but it's to keep things affordable. If we were to put standards that are not being required by our suburban friends, we will lose even more of our residents from this city. We know that our suburbs, they're growing like, look at Ankeny, look at all of the suburbs. They're growing because people go out there to build and the houses are affordable. And they would never even consider putting things like this in place for new builds. If you talk about homes that are already built, if you're saying, well, in order to get tax abatement, if you put a new furnace in, you have to make it all electric. Des Moines is an old city. We still have a lot of homes that have 60 amp services or 80 amp. That's getting less and less with 60. But 80 amp, 100 amp is pretty common. It was just a couple of years ago that single family residences put in 200 amp. But that requires quite a bit of rewiring and quite a bit of an additional cost. So to do some of these things, it would be so cost prohibitive that we would be driving people out of their homes if we were to require homes to do this. I think about we talk about affordable housing and we want affordable housing in our city. That can't be affordable if we would require all of these things that would make a developer not have natural gas. It would drive them away. It would be less affordable housing for here in Des Moines. And we already know the jobs are leaving, the people will be leaving. So I think we need to do everything we can. It's been said we can raise taxes or raise revenues. Well, if we keep sending everybody outside of our city, the only thing we have left is taxes.
Isn't the goal though too, and I think I'd like to get a balance on it. I'm not saying not to get rid of all gas, but if we incentivize, which everybody wants their incentive, to cover the cost for these new systems, the people that are in those homes or in those apartments will have less energy costs, right? If we save money. So in the long run, you're going to have, everybody wants incentives anyway. I just say the incentive to do this is at this. If you're going to do this, it's at that. So you make your choice, but we make it affordable for the builders to start getting serious about doing a more efficient system that in the long run benefits the people that are using it. So
So let me just understand you. So you're saying when we give the tax abatement to the multifamily housing that we offer for upgrades, you're thinking that if we're going to do that, then we're going to make them do this program. And you think that those folks that are going to do this are going to pass on the savings to the renter. That's what you're thinking.
Well,
I would.
If they're paying their utility bills.
If the individual
if they're paying their
apartments are on their own.
bills,
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm just saying that most of them are, I don't know of many apartments that you don't pay your own utilities, probably not the older ones, but they're all on separate meters, I would assume.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, if we're serious about it, we incentivize to that, and I don't know what that degree is. But eventually, systems are going to be more energy efficient. I mean, prices will come down. So,
I think that,
Oh,
oh, sorry.
Carl,
that's kind of a-
Carl, did you want
Sure.
to say something?
Well, instead of trying to guess what home builders are going to think or do, could we have a round table of some sort?
Yeah, and that's really,
Yeah,
So
we
that's
need
good.
to hear from them.
So if we,
I mean, a stakeholder engagement, like the second bullet.
there we
Okay.
go. And so,
I
yeah,
could just see that slide coming.
yep. And that's really the next steps.
Yeah,
But
yeah, let's not try to guess what they're going to do, so,
That's it.
or what they're hearing among their peers, so.
today's presentation was really just focused on some technology options that are out there that exist today. And what I'm hearing is we have a number of things that we need to evaluate further to identify impacts. We need to engage stakeholders to really get their take on options that the council is interested in considering. And throughout all of this, I believe there's a balance that needs to be struck between leading in energy efficiency and electrification and being competitive.
Yeah, so, and you said being competitive. I'd like to know, since we passed our new code, the building permits we've issued for single-family homes compared to the building permits that our suburban partners have issued for single-family homes. Because as you talked about Habitat for Humanity, Friday, Lance Henning tells me, well, there's no builder that wants to build in the city of Des Moines with your guys' code. That was exactly what he said to me. And he said,
Well, that would-
and he says that I'm the only one that's going to build in the city of Des Moines.
so that was his opinion. That is
It
not.
was absolutely his opinion, but I'm asking
is
for
not-
facts.
He seems to
And
be
we-
willing to still build.
But
there.
it's true. You look at who the building
I'm
permits are issued
asking
to.
for facts. I'm just passing on,
Scott.
since Habitat was brought up as an example, I'm going to pass that on as the leader of Habitat. So I'm asking for factual data. Since we passed that, which it's time to go over our new code, our form-based code, since we said that this was going to make it easier for people to build in the city of Des Moines, let's compare that to what our other suburban partners are going to do. Because this will make it a little bit more of a challenge and way different than building anywhere else in the suburbs.
I'd like
This will
to,
be a big difference.
I think
I'd like to have a chance to speak as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to say that we don't really need to be comparing ourselves to our suburban partners in the exact same way, as we are not, our goals right now are to be building the missing middle. Our goals right now are to be building density, as we are an urban city and not a suburban city. And I also think that we need to be more intentional with our incentives that we're giving out. We can't just be incentivizing everything and anything. We need to be incentivizing what we want to be incentivizing. And so if we have goals that we set for, a foreseeable distance in the future, we need to be making sure that we're making moves to actually reach those goals. And so I'd like to see some data that is I'd like to have a collection of some data that is relevant to Des Moines specifically, so we can look at those sorts of things. I'd like to see us come up with some recommendations. That's what I'm looking at.
We appreciate
that. I think
Coming
that-
from somebody that's never ran a business
Hey,
or never owned a home.
Joe, I think the city manager.
I live in one.
That's very difficult to say when you don't.
Joe.
You don't know, Joe, you don't know where my money goes.
You got to pay some bills.
You don't know where my money
You got
goes,
to,
hon.
and you got to know where the tax dollars
Joe.
comes in to pay our bills.
Scott, I think you wanted to.
Yeah, so we have drifted into the policy discussion, and so what I'd like confirmation of is that there are at least 4 council members that would like us to pursue policy options with better Des Moines data provided, similar charts with actual Des Moines as much as possible, have some of the stakeholder conversations, including the vendors that would be necessary to provide these technologies, and to bring that forth.
Sounds like
Is there
more to me, and
interest
I think you should ask the mayor too.
in it? I already know the mayor's answer is
Awesome.
yes.
Scott,
That's
if I
fine.
could
Yes.
just have a comment. we've had stakeholder discussions before, and I know it was Joe and I who had to go out and reach out to the builders and the developers and different people to get everybody to get in here to a meeting. How are we going to message that out?
We're not going to get anybody to show up.
I think, I mean,
They've already made their decision.
I'd like to
Do
hear
whatever
from
you want.
Mid-American
We'll see
Energy.
no growth in our city, and
Yeah.
and that's what everybody wants.
They're already leaving.
It is what it is.
Well, they won't leave if you incentivize them in the
Figure
correct
out
way.
You have to start
Trust
raising
me.
taxes because you can't get any growth.
But we
Because
took,
that's the path that we're
The-
on.
we're going to talk about
all right.
incentives. We took tax abatement away. We only gave it if you were going to build
well,
on
let's-
it.
Could I get a yes, no,
That's
Yes.
policy.
Yes.
Paula, to move to the next
Carl?
stage to bring back?
I'm a no. I'm a no.
Carl?
Move to the next item.
No. Are you interested in policies, recommendations coming back with better Des Moines specific data?
And specific incentives so we can fight over something we're
There'll
actually
be all
talking
kinds of
about.
options we can bring back as incentives.
Hey, Linda's a no. Joe, I assume you don't. You're
Oh, you
not
can bring everybody in you want. You're
Okay.
you're not going to get the answer that you want from the stakeholders if they show up. I sat here through the whole
Hey,
we're
we're just looking for
Hey, Josh, I'm able to talk. I sat in this room, and Linda's right. We got every builder and every person in this room. And they asked us not to make the form-based code change, and they asked us not to do these things, and we insisted that it was going to be easier. I'd like to see the data of how it's been easier and how many people have built since we passed that.
Well,
Compared to
okay.
Altoona, compared to Ankeny, compared to Johnston, compared to Clive's pretty much, they can't build anymore because they don't have any more land. But I'd like to know what the difference is.
So let's start
I see
comparing to
a lot of
Urbandale and Clive, who are
not here.
becoming more urban as
Okay,
they're landlocked.
This is about,
want to continue
yes,
this
I would like to
discussion?
continue the discussion
You
to see
guys
what we
have
can
the
do. And if the
people to
developers
continue
don't
the
want to come,
discussion.
they
Move
don't
on to
come.
the next issue.
What?
I
Okay.
thought we were supposed to get, did you get the consensus there, Scott?
Yeah, you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one comment. I think we all have an email from somebody that is frustrated with the city of Des Moines that came into us at 1:14 today, that every council member, and they had
Right.
not heard from their ward council people, it sounds like. That's very frustrated.
What are you talking about?
Well,
Uh,
I'll address that with you afterwards. It sounds
Yeah,
like it's something
I
in
mean, I don't care, but
communications.
I'm just telling you, you've all got it in your email.
Yeah, but why
All
are
right.
you looking at emails when we're in a meeting?
All right, well, thank you, and I think that concludes that discussion. I think we're ready to move on to the next item. Mr. Manager, do you want to?
Yeah, Jonathan, did you want to kick this off? And we've got some partners from Capitol Crossroads and others, Trees Forever.
Just wanted to briefly introduce a new idea floating around the metro area to plant 1 million trees over the next 10 years. A concept that we could get behind. We do thousands of trees every year, but not enough, certainly not on our own to get to 1 million. We are participants in the state's goal of increasing canopy coverage across the city by at least 3%. And in an age where we're seeing increased depredations of trees from emerald ash borer and other invasive pests, it's even more important to plant more trees. So I'd like to invite Leslie Burkus with Trees Forever, and Larry James will be joining, the whole team will be joining here, okay, from Capitol Crossroads to talk about the 1 million trees challenge.
Hello, thank you for having us today. I know, just came in at the end of that discussion, I know there's lots of things on council's minds. Trees might seem like number 157 or number 69 or, I don't know, move it to number 1, I like that. So there's lots of things, but I would say that I think trees connect with a lot of stuff that the city is focused on, including property development, more livable cities, cooling our cities, climate change, and thinking about how Des Moines is going to be livable in the next 50 plus years. So is it okay if I hand a handout here? So today's presentation is just a beginning of a conversation to talk about a new idea, as Jonathan mentioned, 1 million trees planted or preserved in the next 10 years. So 1 million trees is a big number, I know, but we have to put big goals out there to be able to try and reach them. It is a joint effort with Capital Crossroads, and we have Larry James and Brittany Applegate here. Together, we are issuing this challenge for the entire Capital Crossroads region, which goes the 50 miles from around the Capitol. You'll see it is planted or preserved, so planting does take a lot of time, and there's a lot of pieces that go into it. Preservation is one piece that we really think we need to be looking at strongly. So is there lands that we need to identify for preservation, or working on preservation with developers and construction where trees are more thoughtfully cared for when development's going in, maybe not clear cutting, leaving some trees so that we're maintaining tree canopy within our city. That outline that you have there is just the initial ideas. We are learning a lot from our partners in Atlanta. So Trees Atlanta and the city have recently entered into an agreement with all the metro communities to plant and preserve 1 million trees in 10 years. So we've got a great model from them. Overall, the Million Trees campaign dovetails perfectly with the city's adopted urban forest master plan that you have probably seen in the past, which challenges the city to reach $1 million in dollars to help support tree care and tree planting over the next several years. So we think that they really dovetail nicely together. The Million Trees campaign is a challenge that the city could accept and help capture the hearts and minds, and then dovetail it with your existing urban forest master plan. Larry, what would you add?
Again, this is Larry James. I'm here as the co-chair of Natural Capital, one of the Capital Crossroads groups. This is really just the beginning of a discussion to put this idea out there. Like I said, like Leslie said, 1 million trees is a huge number. How do you care for them? How do you water them? There's a whole lot of things we have to talk about. What we're just here today is just to introduce the idea to council, not ask for anything from council today, not ask for any letter of support or anything. We will be back at some point for a resolution asking the council to support the general concept and work with staff so we can get more details behind it. But this Des Moines is just one of many communities we'll be talking to in the next 6 months about in this 50-mile radius to really try to garner some support for this concept. Really, the idea is, in a nutshell, ultimately, how can we plant 1 tree per person in the city over the next 10 years? And, the city of Des Moines already, they handed out something like 10,000 or more tiny trees this year. So it is a doable proposition, to get there. The other component of it is there will be a discussion in this region-wide on planting in the right-of-way, some sort of what's best practice to plant in the right-of-way. Some cities allow it, some cities don't. What can be done there? And finally, there's another idea that, like Leslie touched on, which is tree preservation. Des Moines has its tree preservation ordinance, some other cities don't. So what are the best practices there? Again, with the eye towards, obviously including the development community, which I work with every day, and working with the folks that really know trees and more than anybody else. Yes?
I'm just wondering if you guys had another one of these handouts just to project so that the public can see it.
We can put it on the... And we can, I don't know if this is on the Trees Forever website.
We will get it up there.
We can get it up there. But again, this is just the start of a discussion where it'll be much more outreach. There is a huge overlap in the areas, if you look at the areas traditionally redlined by redlining back in the day, and the areas that lack tree canopy. So there's not only an environmental aspect to this, there's a property values aspect, there's a social justice aspect. So it really does tie in a lot of things I think the city's been focused on, and I think that there is an opportunity here that with working together, we can really make a difference in how our neighborhoods feel and how we're able to bring about some pretty substantive change just by planting trees. Josh, you had a question?
Well, I mean, I was going to let you speak, but I think there are a couple,
I was just
all
gonna-
three of the folks over there have.
I was just going to say, if you're able to, as well as when you're putting this on the website, if you're able to get it to, I believe our city clerk would be able to get it up in the additional materials for this meeting. So it would be available to the public there as well.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
I remember it was probably 6 years ago, City Council awarded money to Trees Forever to do an inventory. And the plan, I think we gave you 500,000?
You're thinking of Tree Des Moines. So Tree Des Moines helped do the inventory for the city. Trees Forever is your planting partner, employing teenagers to plant and care for trees around the city and water trees.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do we know, where is that
Yes.
information?
So we have that within our forestry division.
Okay, so we
And-
know where the trees
Oh,
are.
yes. Wonderful tool.
And I believe we also know good locations for where the next set of new trees would be most appropriate.
That's on the website?
Under forestry,
Is it-
that's
Oh,
Des Moines
okay.
Treekeeper. I don't know the exact website, but yep, it's
Okay.
online. We use it very actively. Your city forester, Shane
Yeah.
McQuillan's here, using it actively every day.
Okay.
Yep.
Carl?
Yeah, two things. This is a great relief, RELEAF, to hear this going forward. Thank you.
I get it.
Hey, in talking with the Trees Forever people prior to this, related are dying ash trees on private property.
Right.
And it's just heartbreaking to see so many trees that are maybe like alive at up to 8 or 10 feet, and the top of them are just dead. And I wonder if there's city staff could reach out to other cities that have experienced the emerald ash borer earlier, like in Ohio and Michigan, to see if the city was able to be not a partner, but to help homeowners remove those trees, whether it's the cost of the tree removal and a lien on the property if it's sold or something. Mm-hmm. I mean, there just has to be a way that we can help the property owners with the cost of a tree. I think the Westergaards just removed a tree at $4,500.
$500.
Yeah, and not everyone is going to have those kind of dollars just out there to remove a tree. So,
Yeah.
Scott, if there's a way
I
that
think that's, for the city manager to.
We can
follow up
definitely look into that. And
because we're talking about 1 million trees gross, but we're not going to deal with the net on this. But
Yes, that's where we're starting initially. As we work towards this more, it may be something where we want to find out what the net growth is, what we're losing compared to what we're planting and preserving.
okay. Well, thanks.
Yeah. The emerald ash borer piece, I don't know if the city, they may have policies in place already, but it is something to be thinking about. Taking a tree down is a tremendous
put one up.
expense. And for those who might not be able to afford it, a big expense they weren't expecting.
Right.
I think the other thing too, some of the trees that if they fall over, they cause the damage. So I think for people who can't afford it, we would ask the manager to look into how we get some of those down. And then when we take one down, put one up.
Yeah.
or put several up.
I think most of us are pretty familiar with an email that some of us have seen about people are saying Trees Forever have planted these trees, but now nobody's watering them. And I believe that should be the homeowner. I mean, if you're going to plant a tree, but how do we get that message out that we let people know we're going to plant this tree, but you got to water it, you got to take care of it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that it's been a hard summer. We've been a tremendous drought. It's been very hot, and it's hard to keep all those trees alive. We are watering 2,000 trees a week, so I'm sorry to hear that came up. But we are sending our crews out every week to water those trees. We employ teenagers to do that work. They're getting paid $12 an hour, and they are a watering crew throughout the city. And so bear with us, and with that homeowner, please bear with us through the summer as we try and keep those trees alive.
I would hope homeowners could turn their water faucet on and, water some of those trees too.
I mean, you guys also do the program where you give out the nursery trees to people to plant in their own yards,
The
right?
tiny trees, yep.
The tiny
City of
trees
Des Moines
program.
Forestry does that, yep.
Oh, okay, all right.
City, yes. So if the tree has a green bucket,
Yes.
that's trees forever. If it just has a gator around it, that's not trees
Correct. Yep,
forever.
the green
so-
bucket is trees forever.
Right.
When we see the bucket over on its side, we should pick it up.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Is that for 1 year or 2?
2 years of watering on those trees. Yep.
And just to point out, from our discussion earlier this week, or our approval, we did include $2.5 million and that is targeted towards trees in our low-income neighborhoods to get street trees there. That is obviously only a portion of what we need to do. I think this is a fantastic goal. The question I have that I am really interested in, and hopefully when you come back, it's one of the things we're all getting more information on, but I know the Inflation Reduction Act had a really great provision about urban tree planting, and I think we should be looking at how we can leverage the good things the federal government is doing and take advantage of that to the maximum extent possible. And I think that tie-in, at least, is something that I'm particularly interested, if there are things that we can do that will leverage those federal dollars most effectively. And I don't necessarily have that expertise offhand, but would look to others to help supplement that. But I think I would personally have a lot of interest in leveraging our resources to draw down the maximum extent of the federal resources.
We were just on a call this week with U.S. Forest Service, and it's $1.5 billion for trees, and they're going to be working through all the details over the next several months to see how that will go out to communities.
We'll be sure to have staff monitor those opportunities as well.
Anything else?
Thank you for all the work you do with the youth
Appreciate it.
in particular. Thank you.
It's a great program, and I know, I'll give a plug. I know one of the things that, Leslie, you do a great job of letting us know about the tree plantings, which are in the spring and the fall. I've taken my kids to that. If you haven't planted a tree, I mean, it's a great, it's a great way to see the program in action, and it's nice to just be able to drive by a tree or two that you've helped plant. So.
Yes, please come out.
It is good.
Thanks.
Jim, I think you're up.
He's back.
Go right ahead, Jim.
Just go ahead. All right. So I was Jim Hoff again, facility manager. Yeah, 3 times. Record for me. I was asked to give a very brief schedule update for MSC2. Carl reminded me that it needed to be very, very brief, so I'm going to get right into it. So the project is really close to completion. City staff and the design team have been doing punch lists for the past couple of weeks. We have to break it up into several areas because the building's really big. GC is expecting a temporary CO the first week of September. The temp CO will allow us to finish some of our work, like finishing the furniture installation and prepping everything so that the moves can go efficiently. It will take us just under 2 weeks to move everybody out of the market district. So the moves are phased, and it's scheduled like this. The September 20th to 22nd, we'll move over Public Works. 22nd to the 25th, we'll move over Fleet. September 26th to 28th, Radio Shop, and 28th to 30th, we'll move over Baxter Shed. We have a couple incidental days with the movers in the first part of October, so by the first week of October, we'll have all staff and all equipment moved over to MS.
Amazing.
Ta-da. All right. Thanks.
The tour that you gave us was great.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's, sorry we ruined your shoes, but.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I washed them.
Okay.
I hosed them down.
And then what is the process for, because the existing properties were going to be moved out by the end of September, early October.
Yes.
We can bring that back as well because there's question of mothballing versus taking down some of the older buildings more immediately. So we can bring that back as well as to what that plan
Okay,
would look
the
like.
question would be, who bears the cost of tear down?
So we already bear that cost in our agreements. It's whether or not they get a chance to reduce the purchase price by what they pay to demolish it, or if we demolish it, then the price can remain the higher amount. We get to the same place, it's just whether or not we're doing the work or they are.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It probably
There's-
will with a
there's
little further explanation.
Yeah, there's a market rate that was established, assuming that there was no building there on site. And so they will either get the credit for it, or we'll be able to keep the higher price without
A
any.
couple of the sheds look like they're going to fall down.
That's why we know we can't just leave them if they're a year or two out from actually being ready to construct.
Got it.
Thank you.
What's left?
I think the only thing left is council updates, and I think I'm getting the sense that folks are maybe eager to.
I have one update.
All right.
The Public Art Foundation has hired a new director, and I did send Jen and I think Scott an email. Public Art Foundation would like to know how best for council to meet their public art director. So I don't know if maybe a workshop, I know that there's an annual report out, it might be good to do a workshop and have the new public art director attend and go over the updates for public art in the last year. There's a lot of really amazing pieces of art that have been produced for the city.
I think a work session would, I mean, I'd certainly be willing to.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about a reception?
For the liftoff, you mean?
Yeah, to meet the director. We just have to list it as a public meeting still if we're all here.
The what? I don't.
Anyway, someplace.
Oh, I just said we'd have to list it as a public meeting, obviously. I just don't know how formal it would need to be to meet the new director. If we have a lot of information to get through, maybe a work session makes more sense.
It would just be, yeah, I think a work session would be appropriate.
Okay.
I'm fine with a work session. It can be
It would
short.
be brief.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else have any?
Only, well, in InvestESM, Central Bank is coming forward to provide like a $2.5 million revolving loan to help spur development in low, moderate income areas, primarily in the invest areas, but also the DMRC. So we're starting to get what we wanted was not only our money, but private money to come in to help spur the development too. So more on that when we get everything all finalized.
Okay. Right. Seeing no other update. Oh, Scott?
Is off. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to get another date.
September, we're not meeting September.
To hold on September
Take it off.
1st.
Take it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Flights couldn't in times.
All right. Seeing nothing further, I think we are adjourned.